Good evening, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody doing this lovely evening? My microphone is working this time. Awesome. Welcome in the Red Monarch. Hello, Bleached Rabid Rabbit. Hello, Grant the Gay Chess Thing. Peace. Hello, Digital Sketch. Hello, Stabo. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's everybody doing this lovely evening? I am doing interestingly. I had a few evil calls. Few evil calls before this stream. Okay, few evil calls. Yeah. Yeah. Evil calls. Okay, evil calls. Wasn't very happy. Wasn't very happy. Um. Yeah. I said this in Ace's chat. I wasn't lying. I spoke to Ghost. Very uncomfortable conversation for me. I'm not gonna lie. It will be in the next video when I upload it. But yeah, interesting stuff. But not what we're gonna be talking about today. Um, we're gonna be looking at some media review drama. Evil fuck ass media review drama, okay? So, let me change my screen. So, bit of a rundown, okay? We're going to be going through a lot of videos tonight, okay? So this might be a bit of a long one, okay? Evil R stream. So, drama, rundown, streamer, use your brain. Okay. Octorok Reviews, okay? From my understanding, they are a Zelda YouTube channel, predominantly. They did a video talking about the Gerudo from from Zelda, okay? And basically, it's basically in response to the public perception of the Gerudo, of it somehow being a racist archetype. I don't personally see it. I don't understand how it could be seen as something that's racist. I don't know, man. I think you're kind of then putting it as a thing of like every kind of like video game, right, that has some sort of culture that's not European or not from America, if they somehow are quote unquote evil and take inspiration from a specific culture, that must mean it's racist, which is incredibly interesting. I don't know, man. I don't know. But we're gonna be looking at this video, and trust me, the title is accurate. This goes from Zelda, right? This goes from lovely Zelda, you know, the whole hey, listen, hey, listen stuff, right? All the way to the insanity that is Skitty Bitty. Now, I did try and have a conversation with Skitty. I did try and reach out, and they deleted their Twitter, like very shortly after, which is weird timing. I'm not gonna say it's because I reached out. But yeah, chat. Okay, we're gonna get into this. Okay, we're in for the long haul tonight. We're in for the long tour. Wrong haul. I think there's a slippery slope into Orientalism, but I don't know anything about Zelda other than I like Midna. And also, I didn't watch the videos, I just wanted to be here. Based? Well, we're going to be watching them together, okay? We're going to be watching them all together, you know? It's going to be awesome. So, let's get into the video that started this drama, okay? Let me put the subtitles a bit higher, and let's get into it, okay?
Consider to be bad faith.
Ah.
Certain parts of the you know, when I first
almost like a record scratch. That
started
you see
this,
that?
you know,
That's awesome.
when I first started this channel, I always knew there would come a time when certain parts of the Zelda fandom would rub up against me in a way I would consider to be bad
Also,
faith.
I'm curious, have you guys noticed that YouTube starts auto-translating people's texts in the live stream stuff now? Like, I'm seeing people say, like, yes, right? It says yes for nose tampons. I've just realized your name. Fucking hell. I hover over it and it says yay. You know? It's really weird, right? It's really weird. I don't get it. It's kind of dumb.
The entire r/Zelda subreddit was an early example of that for me, and a recent issue I've had to contend with is Twitter users. These people are full-time amateur complainers, in contrast to myself, a full-time professional complainer. I'm all for critiquing the Zelda series, don't get me wrong, but something I learned recently is that there's a decent contingent of Zelda fans who genuinely hate parts of the Zelda series not because they're poorly designed or badly made, but because they've convinced themselves that they are somehow morally or politically problematic.
Interesting.
This video isn't for those people, because they've doubtless already made up their minds and likely aren't willing to listen to reason at this point. What I want to do today is to tackle a particular topic that was brought to my attention recently that I personally take issue with. Because
ask these people their opinion on Mario and Luigi, okay? Ask them their opinion on Mario and Luigi, okay? Interesting how stuff might shift around, okay? Yes, because that's how all Italians sound, okay? All Italians, you know, they're plumbers and they all sound like this, okay? That's not a stereotype at all, okay? Fucking hell.
it relates to the storytelling of my favorite game in the entire Zelda series, Ocarina of Time. That particular topic is the Gerudo. For those of you who don't know, the Gerudo are a fantasy race from the Legend of Zelda series.
Wait, is this what this is about? Really? Is this... Really? The highly polygoned character. Okay, let's go.
Series comprised of dark-skinned, red-haired, often beautiful women who only give birth to a single man once every 100 years. This man, by law and tradition, is made their king, and the current person occupying that role would be Ganondorf, the series' main villain. They live in the drylands west of the Great Canyon, dividing Hyrule from the Gerudo Kingdom, but they often travel into Hylian lands in order to steal high-value goods like horses and men. Yes, men. Because these women only give birth to a single man once every 100 years, the only way they can continue to reproduce in the interim is by taking men from other tribes, in this case the Hylians, and using them to, well, you know. Oftentimes, this activity is achieved through seduction.
Okay. Flashbanged, okay? So I do know a little bit of this, because Ace brought this up to me on stream. I forgot it would be here, okay? I forgot it would be here. So a criticism that's going to come up against Octo, and I think it's pretty fair, right? I think it's pretty fair. Now, apparently, right, that image that just flashed up on stream, is cropped porn, apparently. And apparently, the character is underaged, is what I've heard. Okay? What I have heard is the character is underaged. Now, hold your breath. According to Octorok, right, the reason why he thought it was okay is that he thought it was from a time skip. Now, the issue with that comes with the fact that there's no official stating between games how much time has passed. Is the issue here, right? But the issue, but the thing with it is, right, is that I don't think I'm gonna. How do I even say this, right? I don't think Octorok intentionally put an underage character into his video. Now, according to him, it was like a 6 to 7, shut up. 6 to 7, shut up. You know, time skip, right? It is what he thought it was. Again, the issue comes with there's not an official one, but that's the one that he was going under. Again, yeah, there was a time skip, but it's not clear on how long. Yeah, exactly. This is why I have an issue when you try and age up a character sometimes. There are plenty of characters for you to do the lewd to that are adults and have been adults, okay? I don't know, man. It's a bit of a weird one. I don't know, man. But yeah, definitely a criticism, right? Even if we didn't have this whole age dilemma, right? I would still give criticism for using crop porn in a video, putting onto YouTube. Definitely not a good move. But yeah, that's my main criticism towards Octo so far. I don't think he should have included it. I think it was a really dumb idea. But yeah.
And thus completely consensual, because actually capturing men can be quite difficult when your race is made up entirely of small, beautiful women. So there's both a combination of direct banditry and
Okay, interesting wording. Okay.
and feminine wild that they utilize to survive. And yes, I do say survive, because the lands they come from are so barren and inhospitable that their theft is, in fact, done out of necessity in most cases. Ocarina of
Okay.
Time makes that rather clear. Still, Hylians tend to negatively stigmatize the Gerudo for their constant thievery, to the point where one might even go so far as to call it a kind of fantasy racism, though
Right.
obviously it is born out of some understandable degree of caution in this case. Now, I love the Gerudo. In fact, a lot of people do. In my case, I love them because of the storytelling and world-building implications they add to the setting of Hyrule, with characters like Noboru and even Ganondorf himself providing unique and interesting perspectives on Hylian society from the point of view of an outsider, one who came from a land possessing none of the blessings of Hyrule's perfectly temperate geography. Others see
I think that's a kind of an interesting spin on it, to be honest. I think that's an interesting spin on the whole thing. Like, because from my understanding, right before this was that like, oh right, the reason why it's like an issue, right, is because they are a bunch of thieves, right, and then it's like getting into racial stereotypes. But if it's not just as like cut and dry from that. If my understanding is correct here, it's done out of necessity. They're kind of like you know, scavengers. It's kind of, I guess, how do I make an equivalent? Um, like how the Jawas in Star Wars, they will like grab a bunch of stuff. It's probably a bad comparison in retrospect. But you know, it's a scavenger type of like group, right? Um, but yeah, low key, the species looks like Starfire. I could see that, especially with this image on screen with the red hair. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, absolutely.
them as icons of representation and diversity, and ones which don't break the immersion of Hyrule's world building either, giving the fandom plenty of positive women of color models to look up to like Noboru, Urbosa, and Riju. Either way, they're often hailed as inseparable additions to the world building of Hyrule, adding depth and representation to a well-beloved series. So color me surprised when I learned that certain parts of the fandom not only don't like the Gerudo, but actively campaign for the removal or complete retcon of their culture and storytelling. The reason, as I
Okay.
was told, is that the Gerudo are, quote, Orientalist. Now, there's a
Okay.
bit more to this opposing argument.
Let's see. No, they don't hate the Gerudo. They think some aspects of how they were depicted in the game are Orientalist, which is hard to explain, but basically racist, I think. No disrespect to this original commenter, by the way, because they were absolutely right. Orientalism is indeed the key issue that Zelda fans have with the Gerudo. Okay.
Than just that one singular term, but it's important that we understand what that word means and how it's applied to the Gerudo before going any further. Orientalism is an often disputed term, so I'm going to give you the simple, and I think rather nuanced definition provided by Britannica just to start us off. Orientalism, a Western scholarly discipline of the 18th and 19th centuries that encompassed the study of the languages, literatures, religions, philosophies, histories, art, and laws of Asian societies, especially
Okay.
ancient ones. As Britannica puts it, this discipline still exists. It's simply been rebranded as Asian Studies, or if you're trying to be more specific, since Asia's a big place, Middle Eastern, Indian, Chinese, or other such studies. Okay, sounds pretty innocuous, right? So
Yeah.
what's the problem here? The problem is that in the modern day, the term has been commandeered to specifically refer to depictions of Eastern cultures which are considered by some to be problematic. As Britannica points out, it was the work of Professor Edward Said with his book Orientalism, published in 1978, that began to shift this perspective. And given that Said himself was an American immigrant from Palestine, his work obviously centered around Middle Eastern culture specifically. Thus, despite the term Orientalism having broadly referred to Asia as a whole, and even India specifically at times for the British, the way many Americans understand the term nowadays is as thus: the problematic and or racist depiction of Islamic and Arabic culture in media. So when some people say that the Gerudo are Orientalist, what they're really saying is that they think the Gerudo are negative or racist depictions of Middle Eastern peoples, and thus advocate for their removal from the series. I cannot disagree with this perspective anymore if I tried. It's so blaringly surface level in its analysis of the
Because again, right, what would it be? Like, I'm trying to think, because normally when I'm trying to think of like stuff that would be like a negative stereotype, right? When you're thinking of like objectively, right, you're thinking about the stereotypes that come with like people from different cultures, right? For example, an Asian culture or something like that. One I can think of would be like what's the word I'm looking for? Emphasis on certain like body parts, you know, lips, nose, facial structure, stuff like that. the way that they portray themselves. A caricature is the word I'm looking for there. That's normally what I kind of think of when it comes to that. Obviously, there can be different levels to this. But I mean, so far looking at the character, it's just an example of a tall, powerful woman who is basically an all-female female race. I don't really understand the racism here, right? Now, I know I say this as a white woman, okay? I get that. I understand my lane and all that crap, right? But still, I don't really see how this could be seen as a racist stereotype. They look like their own culture, but have references to other races, right? Because, I mean, a lot of stuff with fantasy is derived from stuff based in the real world, right? Because I don't think it's possible to have something, um, how do I word this? I think the base concepts of fiction are something that is always going to be rooted and have inspiration from reality. Now, I think that's kind of an interesting discussion that you can have there, right? Because I think even if you even also go to the extreme right and say sci-fi, well, that's based off of our own humans. As humans, we're trying to imagine what would be the future would look like with our technological developments, stuff like steampunk, like what if this happened, because we already had this kind of technology, but what if it was on a massive scale, right? But that's just mainly talking about like societal stuff like that, right? You can look at other stuff like you would take inspiration in terms of quote unquote magic for fantasy, right? That is something technically rooted in reality, where there's inspiration that's been taken from ancient texts and religion, right? Where you have different stuff like, I mean, even the Bible, the ability to walk on water, the seas being parted, right? Outside of the religious context, that would be, if you put that into a fantasy setting without religion involved, that would be a power, like a magical power, right? If you were to input that into fiction. And then it goes on, and then obviously you get to identity as people. We like to see ourselves and take inspiration from ourselves when it comes to making pieces of fiction, right? For example, there's stuff like, oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I was going to say Assassin's Creed, but even then that one's pseudo tries to be put into the realms of like reality, which isn't really true for the later releases, but you know. But I don't know. Prince of Persia, right? I'll say Prince of Persia, for example. That's one that takes inspiration from many different cultures, right? There's loads of stuff like that. There's outfits in different video games and stuff like that that take a lot of inspiration from cultures and how things are dressed and stuff like that. A weird one to even bring up would be like Monster Hunter with the outfits in that game. There's a lot of inspiration from that. Folklore is also taken, like mythology, exactly. Let's go into anime, for example, with yokai and spirits and stuff like that. A lot of inspiration is taken from that as well. Even traditional dress. I'm going to mention my favorite anime, Bleach, right? Classic dress and stuff like that with oh my goodness, the Soul Reaper's robes taking inspiration from Japanese dress and stuff like that. Avatar: The Last Airbender uses different outfits from different cultures. Right, exactly. Exactly. Now, again, if you're taking stuff from all of that, you'll be taking stuff from race as well. There's a reason why there's a lot of humanoid. See what I mean? Like humanoid, right? Fantasy races take inspiration from humans, right? And what if humans grew up to evolve in this kind of temperament? Well, I'm going to take inspiration from an example where environment and climate has already affected the way that that part of like humanity has changed and stuff like that. For example, skin color, right? I believe that it can be a contributing factor to that. And stuff like that. I know I've gone on a massive ramble there, but I think it's an interesting topic. How we take stuff from our own reality and apply it to fiction and stuff like that. I mean, even when you come to like stuff when it comes to Cthulhian, right? I believe it's theorized that it's based off of Lovecraft's own mental health and the things that he witnessed through his own mental health struggles later in life. Also his racism, but we don't talk about that. Anyways, let's continue. Also, hi, Abyssal.
Purpose and role of the Gerudo within the Zelda series that it frustrates me just thinking about it. Honestly though, I wouldn't be making this video if it were just a few Twitter freaks who had this perspective. It's specifically because I was told all this by another larger Zelda creator, who I will not name because I don't want to send any harassment their way, that I realized that this faulty perspective was a lot more widespread than first thought, and looking into online discussions on the matter only proved that much.
Sorry, what was that one specifically? Orientalism is inherently problematic, what you're talking about, but as for the Gerudo specifically, making your Middle Eastern-coded character an entire tribe of midriff-bearing thieves who fight with scimitars is indeed racist? What? It's taking inspiration from a multi-different points in history, right? The scimitar was a weapon that was used in Asian culture. Stuff like the dress that the Gerudo wear would be traditional, well, not traditional, it would be something that could have been worn, right? It's less so from my perspective, it's less so a stereotype, and it's more so taking different aspects from our real-life cultures and putting it into a character that would fit an environment, right? To try and create a fantasy version of them, and stuff like that.
Lot more widespread than first thought, and looking into online discussions on the matter only proved that much. So that's why I'm making this video. I want to actually engage with the other side on this issue and argue, from my perspective, why the Gerudo are important and positive additions to the Zelda series, and why this accusation of them being Orientalist is ultimately surface level and not a convincing argument as to why they should be removed or retconned from the series. I think the first question we need to answer at this junction is, are the Gerudo even supposed to be representations of Middle Eastern people? After all, if the answer were no, then it would kind of kill this whole argument in its crib, so let's start there. The Gerudo are clearly different from real-world Islamic cultures in several ways. The first of which is that they're an inherently matriarchal society, even in spite of their male king, because the consequences of their biology dictate it so. They look down heavily on men, believing them to be useless for anything other than breeding. This, obviously, is in complete contrast to the general patriarchal family structures of real-world Middle Eastern peoples. There are also no parallels to the Islamic religion, a very big omission if the intent was to make them analogous.
Slight correction, this crescent symbol is present, perhaps the only parallel, but it does appear in other places in the game too, and ultimately is meaningless since it isn't tied to any in-game religious significance. It was removed in subsequent releases anyways. Okay.
Allegory for such people, with even the singular track of the game's OST that utilized an Islamic prayer being associated with the Gorons, not the Gerudo. If the developers were hell-bent on associating the Gerudo with Middle Easterners specifically, then it's strange that this rather blatant parallel was associated with a completely different race. So those are some of the differences, but how about the similarities? Well, first off, yes, these women live out in the desert, so that could easily be associated with the climate of insular Arabia. Yes, their harem pants rightly associate them with the stereotypical dress of Muslim women, and the skin they show around their midriff is reminiscent of Egyptian provocative dancers of the 19th century. They also have dark tan skin and large noses, which are phenotypes often associated with Semitic peoples, but the bright red hair is definitely a distinguishing feature that throws that comparison off a bit. And honestly, depending on which games you're talking about, their skin is more orange than it is brown, which doesn't really match up with any real-world ethnic groups at all. Additionally, Ganondorf himself doesn't look anything like a Middle Easterner, Arabic or otherwise, with green skin, no facial hair, and armor that looks completely made up and fantastical as opposed to any sort of real-world parallel to Arabic armor. That being said, a few of the Gerudo's more advanced warriors utilize scimitars in combat, which are traditional pan-Arabic, even pan-Islamic swords. Though it should be noted that the vast majority of Gerudo guards use glaives, which are not exclusively Middle Eastern, and the Iron Knuckles, who are just brainwashed Gerudos in suits of armor, utilize battle axes in combat, which are anything but Middle Eastern. Alright, so what's the conclusion we can draw here? Well, it's clear that the Gerudo are absolutely not simple stand-ins for Arabs, Persians, or any other kind of Middle Eastern people, because the fundamental differences in their biology, society, and customs are too different to ignore. That being said, some pretty major similarities are definitely there as well, and them being pitted as an oppositional other to the Hylians at times, who are absolutely inspired by European cultures, cannot be ignored either. Ultimately, my conclusion would be that the Gerudo, like the Redguards from the Elder Scrolls series or the Ishvalans from Full Metal Alchemist, definitely take real-world inspiration from Middle Eastern cultural elements, while ultimately creating a unique and completely different fantasy race in the process, which is honestly the same thing you could say about the Hylians, who are based on Germans, or the Sheikah, who, in the Breath of the Wild era games anyway, are based on Japanese people. So, okay, what's the problem here? Pretty much every fantasy series in existence takes real-world cultures and molds them into made-up races and societies in order to create interesting and fleshed-out fictional worlds. So what's wrong with the Gerudo in particular? This is where the term Orientalism comes back into play. Apparently, the Gerudo are problematic because their culture is based off of perceivably exaggerated and stereotypical elements of Middle Eastern society, and thus, according to these people, that makes the Gerudo inherently racist. Now, in all fairness, this is a subjective conclusion to come to. Plenty of unreasonable people will shout racism at the most innocuous depictions of human beings, and there's little I can do to convince these people otherwise. But what I can do is engage with the very logic being used to criticize the Gerudo and tear it apart to the best of my abilities, in such a way that reasonable heads will prevail by the end of things. We should start our analysis by dissecting the very concept which is being used as the crux of the opposition's argument: Orientalism. I already explained briefly what Orientalism objectively is, but it should be noted that there's a much more precise definition which these people are using when they're applying it in the context of media representations of Middle Eastern culture, or even fictional depictions utilizing aspects of Middle Eastern culture, as in this case. Professor Said himself points this out in his definitive work on the subject, claiming that Orientalism has many separate yet equally important and valid definitions. I should preface that Said was actually quite the respected scholar in his time, and, having read much of his work myself, I highly respect his writing style, argumentation, and even his views to a degree, even if I disagree with him at several points. Ultimately, though, the definition he was interested in, and thus the one used by those who derive their views from his work, is as thus. Quote, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions, nor is it a large and diffuse collections of texts about the Orient, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Oriental world. It is rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philosophical texts. It is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, but also of a whole series of interests which it not only creates, but also maintains. It is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate, what is a manifestly different, or alternative and novel, world. To simplify, Said believed that European art, culture, and studies related to the Orient, whether scholarly and factual, or perverse and stereotypical, ultimately helped to maintain an image of otherness regarding Near East cultures and people, thus propagating the colonial system and imperial ambitions of both France and Britain. In other words, intent mattered very little to Said, because in many cases, Oriental studies were both informative and respectful. Said himself lists several key examples, such as Edward William Lane's account of the manners and customs of the modern Egyptians. But because the summation of all these works existed within the context of colonial domination over the Near East, and oftentimes were used to justify said domination, the ultimate purpose and end goal of Oriental studies was, in Said's conclusion, a way to stigmatize, otherize, and dominate the Near East from a Western perspective. Alright, so with all of that out of the way, there's now an obvious question we need to ask ourselves at this point. What the fuck does any of that have to do with a fantasy video game made by Japanese people in the year 1998? It's not that Orientalism or colonial stereotypes are impossible for Japanese people to participate in. See Kimba the White Lion and all of its blatant racism against both Africans and Middle Easterners is a prime example, but how does that have anything to do with the Gerudo? The idea seems to be that because the Gerudo have aspects of their culture dictated by Middle Eastern elements, and because said culture stands in contrast to Hylian society, that it is their therefore Orientalist. But Orientalism doesn't automatically equal bad. Like I said, modern Middle Eastern studies are literally just Orientalism with some rebranding attached to it. One of my main contentions with Said's work is that he includes good faith scholasticism, which he himself acknowledges the existence of, within the wider context of Orientalism. In other words, under Said's definition, it's impossible as a Western scholar, artist, writer, or whatever have you to produce any work that integrates Middle Eastern culture into its DNA in any capacity without it then being considered Orientalist, and thus, as these people will tell you, racist. Therefore, how does one distinguish genuine scholarly or artistic interest from blatant racism or bigotry? These are the reasons I personally remain unconvinced by many of Said and his followers' arguments, even if he provides some pretty brilliant analysis at times, because it essentially disallows anyone from taking an interest in Middle Eastern culture, philosophy, or history without...
Because the context of which Said gained his, understanding of, and his definitions, right, mainly came from at least from what I'm understanding here, the experiences of colonialism and how that was basically weaponized the studies to basically ostracize people from Asian and other cultures, right? Obviously we live in the big year 2026, and then there's also 1990s, whatever year he said, right, in which Nintendo made the first depiction of of the Gerudo, right? I think we can understand that there's a difference in time and there's a difference in the way that people go about different things, right? And whether or not there's a racist motive behind it. I don't know. I can't think of a Nintendo product that focused on the racism, or had some sort of subverted need to want to try and create a racist depiction. Because once we're getting into that territory, like I said at the start of the stream, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that Mario and Luigi are racist, okay? Because I don't think all Italians sound like that. Right? It's like, I don't know, man.
Then being labeled as an Orientalist, and thus a participant in colonial domination. So whether or not the Gerudo are or aren't Orientalist almost doesn't even matter at this point. So let's completely abandon the opposition's Orientalist labeling. It clearly isn't helpful. The real question we should be asking is this: are the Gerudo a negative stereotype meant to characterize Middle Eastern peoples in a bad light? The answer, I would posit, is an emphatic no. True, the Gerudo live in a society which values skills in thievery above all. This is undeniably a fact, and one could, on a surface level, say that this is an evil trait. But is this obsession with thievery something endemic to the Gerudo race? Or is it perhaps more environmentally determined? See, the Gerudo live out in a barren desert where absolutely nothing grows. Again, this is reminiscent of the very same geography one might find in insular Arabia. However, rather than being a mere bit of window dressing, a lazy way to communicate the otherness of the Gerudo race, this geographical reality is built into the very foundations of Gerudo society and culture. The Gerudo king Ganondorf invades the land of Hyrule not because he just feels like it, but because the land he comes from is a barren desert where nothing grows. This is said explicitly in The Wind Waker. Not even Gerudo horses are native to the desert, with most having been originally stolen from the more temperate lands of Hyrule. In other words, the Gerudo steal not because they just feel like it or because they're inherently evil, but because the barren wastes they hail from are so inhospitable that banditry is the only reasonable way by which they can make a living. Combine that with the Gerudo's need for foreign men, because of their own biological inability to produce their own, and it's clear that the thief culture of the Gerudo people arose not out of inherent evil or malice on their part, but rather a simple physiological, economic, and even reproductive need to survive. Now,
I can't wait for the video calling the Tusken Raiders from Star Wars racist because they wear like stuff over their heads to basically protect them from the desert heat. And they're basically raiders. I can't wait for that video to come out. It'll be awesome. It'll be awesome. As Orientalism is the way the West perceives and represents the East, it's weird to think that the East would be thinking of the Middle East in a Western perception. True, Jekka Slade, scholar of our time. Jekka Slade's in the chat. That's actually a really fucking good point. Holy shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what? You bring up a really good point. What the fuck? Okay. Dude. Yeah, this is moronic. This is moronic. I mean, it was moronic before, but Jesus Christ, bro. Okay. Okay. We're halfway there. We're halfway there.
Now, that's not to say that the Gerudo are a completely noble race in case
I want to make a promise, okay? I promise when I eventually start doing media review content, okay? When I you know, I'm in a comfortable position where I've done the topics I agree to do, okay? I will not be like this. I promise. I will not be going around like screaming racism at stuff that isn't. I promise, okay? I promise. The Yen the Yan media reviews will have awesome stuff like blackjack and hookers, okay?
capable of evil. Ganondorf himself is indeed an evil man, overcome with greed and an insatiable lust for power. But Ocarina of Time clearly distinguishes the king of the Gerudo from his people, depicting them not as willing collaborators to his invasion and occupation of Hylian lands, but rather fellow victims of his terrible rule. The only reason they tacitly follow him is because of the respect the women hold for their second-in-command, Noboru. That is, until we learn that she was kidnapped by Ganondorf's mother and put under a spell that forced her to do the King of Evil's bidding. Noboru, in reality, is horrified by Ganon's actions, thinking it highly immoral that he steals from women and children, and being completely against his plans to subjugate Hyrule.
I wonder what K-Huck would think about this. I don't know, I keep telling her to cover the topic. She has a fucking Zelda cast podcast, okay? And this is Zelda drama. This is prime K-Huck content, and she is running away.
In the end, she becomes one of the Seven Sages, helping Link and co. defeat Ganondorf for good and freeing her people from his tyrannical rule. This act of heroism even seems to change the perspective Hylians have of the Gerudo, with the women of the tribe making an appearance at the big celebration the Hylian people put on at the end of the game. The hope, then, is that the victory we achieved with Noboru's help won't simply restore Hyrule to its former glory, but also foster a new relationship with the people of the Gerudo Desert. And guess what? By the time of Breath of the Wild, that's exactly what happened. 10,000 years into the future, and Gerudo culture has completely changed. The main Gerudo settlement is no longer a fortress city meant to house foreign captives and booty, but a mercantile hub of trade and commerce. The Gerudo have become exceedingly wealthy and prosperous, not through thievery or conquest, but open trade and diplomacy with Hyrule and its citizens. Thus, the Gerudo thief culture has entirely evaporated by this point in history, replaced instead with jewelers, restaurateurs, and scholars. Now, let me make something clear. I do have issues with a lot of the world building in Breath of the Wild in general, and those problems extend to the Gerudo as well, but my critiques of Breath of the Wild as a game aren't the subject of this video. What's important to note here is how the evolution of Gerudo culture over such a vast period of time proves not only that the Gerudo are not being portrayed as an inherently evil or treacherous race of people, but rather as dynamic products of their environment and society. In other words, the Gerudo are not representative of some sort of evil other, but rather just a unique group of people whose culture differs from the Hylians. And of course it does. Why would a race of exclusively women from the desert develop the same culture as a group of elves from a temperate, fertile environment? And why wouldn't the developers take key notes
No, it must all be the same. It must all be the same. Must be no differentiations in culture. No, it's fucked up. It's fucked up and evil, okay? It's fucked up and evil. Guys, because the hollows, at least the high-ranking hollows in Bleach, have inspiration from Spanish culture, okay? They are now racist, okay? Because the Quincy's have inspiration from from Germany, they are now racist, okay? Fuck me, man. Fuck me.
real-world desert cultures when crafting their own fantasy characters. Call it Orientalist if you please, but can you actually articulate what exactly is wrong with this portrayal? Well, that's where that one Zelda YouTuber I mentioned earlier comes into the picture again, because they did just that. Their response was, and I quote, "Making your Middle Eastern coded characters an entire tribe of midriff-bearing thieves who fight with scimitars is indeed racist." Okay, that's definitely an interesting way to frame things, but is that really an accurate summation of the Gerudo? First off, the midriff thing is absolutely intentional. Yes, the Gerudo sexualize themselves on purpose because they're trying to attract men from other tribes. That's literally what the survival of their entire species is predicated on. And that detail is necessary to Ocarina of Time's story because the Gerudo part of that game is meant to explore Link's developing sexuality as he grows into adulthood. Don't ask, it's a long fucking story. Watch my Ocarina of Time review if you want the full details on that. You may not like it. You might be a prude who
I've never played Zelda, okay? I've never played Zelda. Okay, bruh. Okay.
Doesn't want to see any
Did
level
not
of
know
human
that.
sexuality in your video games, and you're free to feel that way, but do not pretend like it's without purpose. It very clearly has a reason for being there. And besides, the men in Gerudo society, at least in Breath of the Wild anyway, show off their midriff too, as seen by the Vo armor set and Ganondorf himself. And this seems to be more of a quick way to convey the harsh weather of the Gerudo Desert to the player, rather than a direct parallel to Middle Eastern dress patterns in general, given that men and women in the Middle East famously do not show off this much skin. As for the second part of this argument, the scimitar is a Middle Eastern sword. Yes, how did you know that? It's absolutely ubiquitous throughout Islamic military history, and is essentially the equivalent of a European arming sword. Is it racist to have Link, clearly a white man, wielding a cross-guarded straight sword?
Absolutely.
Or for the Yiga, a Japanese-coded tribe of villains, to wield katanas? A fucking course not. So why is it an issue for Middle Eastern-coded characters to use real-world Middle Eastern weapons? Not that this is even an accurate statement in the first place. Most Gerudo don't wield scimitars. They use spears, because that's what common foot soldiers of all armies use. It's only the greatest and wealthiest Gerudo warriors who carry such scimitars. So again, this isn't even an accurate criticism, much less a valid one. And that about sums up the breadth of the opposition's argument. The Gerudo are Orientalist, they're stereotypical, they're racist, etc. and what have you. Why? Because the developers took the time to ingratiate real-world Middle Eastern culture into their storytelling, while still crafting a unique and interesting fantasy race. Because they wanted to represent a group of people who weren't just Germanic elves, and they wanted to do it in a dynamic, in-universe way. And because they dared to show a society full of both heroes and villains, instead of some patronizing, overly positive portrayal that completely neglects to represent these characters as flawed human beings with plenty of good left to give to the world. And actually, let's take a moment to focus on that topic in particular, because we've been talking about the Gerudo people only as a broad group up until this point, and that's fine and dandy, but we should really take a look at some of the more prominent characters who belong to this group, because I think that's really where this whole accusation of racism begins to fall apart. I already mentioned one of these characters in
The Gerudo woman and even Link's Gerudo disguise is based around a lot of different cultures, including Turkish culture. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. God, it's almost as if humans, when we're creating fictional settings, take inspiration from real-life things. It's insane. It's because we recognize it, and we recognize patterns, and the brain recognizes patterns that are pretty or aesthetically pleasing, or they look good and they look familiar to us, so it makes our brain release the funny chemicals that go, ooh, that looks cool. I like that, because I've seen that before, and we like familiarity, okay? We're used to familiarity. It's why stuff like, for a while, sci-fi was depicted almost solely as horror. Well, not solely as horror, but a high amount of horror was for a one point sci-fi because of fears for the future. And it was an unknown thing to us, right? And then you have the aspects of it being really cool because we're now like, oh wow, I kind of wish I lived in the future. Look at all this cool sci-fi tech. It's baffling. It's baffling. Sunfire elves are designed similar to the women too, including the headpieces. Yeah, it's awesome. They would really hate For Honor. Awful evil ass game, right? But it's a game with many different cultures. All of the different characters are based on different parts of the world, on different fighting styles and different weaponry. There's a really cool character, but he was really annoying to play against. I think it was called the Magi. And he had this really cool Egyptian two-part axe, which you could connect together. It was very interesting. Fellas, is it racist to appreciate and like cultures that are not your own and then use that for your fantasy character? Riddle me that, Batman. Clearly racist. You're clearly racist, okay? Evil. Evil, evil, evil. Guys, furries are racist, okay? Because it dates back to the Egyptian times. You're all racist, okay? You're cancelled. It's done. It's done.
Passing, Noboru. She's a well-respected thief from the Gerudo tribe who sort of acts as a moral pillar for her community, initially working to keep her people from using direct violence to obtain their loot, or from victimizing women, children, or the exceedingly poor. Is she perfect? No, because she's still stealing from hardworking men, and that's not exactly moral, but it's definitely a step up from indiscriminate slaughter and banditry, which is exactly the kind of villainy that Ganondorf engages in. But his people don't just follow his lead without question, they have a moral compass, and so Noboru's open opposition to Ganondorf's exceedingly cruel and jingoistic tendencies ends up being a major thorn in his side. It's under these circumstances that Ganon has his mother Twinrova kidnap Noboru and brainwash her with their magic.
It's almost as if this was a racist stereotype or something along those lines, there would be no change in the story, and the Gerudo would have still fought alongside Ganondorf the entire story. Interesting. You can't be okay. You can't be inclusive unless I say it's okay, says the white man debate, bro. True. So fucking true.
Enslaving her and her followers into subservient obedience as slave soldiers. This does have a Middle Eastern parallel, by the way. Gilman, Mamluks, and Janissaries were all types of slave soldiers forced into servitude by certain Islamic rulers with imperial ambitions, and it's generally seen today as one of the more immoral practices of these cultures because, say it with me, slavery is bad. Ganondorf turning his own people into slave soldiers, then, is not a condemnation of the Gerudo, but rather of their king. And vitally, it is one of the victims of this horrific practice, Noboru herself, who goes on to herald Ganon's very downfall. We free her from Twinrova's grasp, employ her help as one of the 7 sages, and watch as they seal Ganon away in the Sacred Realm. For this bravery, Noboru is hailed as a saint and venerated in Hylian art and literature for centuries to come. And the Gerudo, once seen as a group of outsiders, become further ingratiated into Hylian society until finally becoming the rich, powerful city-state we see them as in Breath of the Wild. Speaking of which, the Breath of the Wild era provides us with our next 2 Gerudo icons. The first of which is Urbosa.
Yeah,
to say that this character is absolutely beloved by the fandom is an understatement. She's strong, brave, and a fearless leader of women who serves as a mother figure to Princess Zelda. In stark contrast to Ganondorf, who embodies the absolute worst of Eastern despotism, Urbosa shows what the Gerudo are capable of when they're ruled by a just hand. Their city is clean, orderly, lawful, and prosperous, and she's such a venerated figure that rulers and soldiers hundreds of years after her death still seek to emulate her example. She's often considered a positive point of female representation in the series, and even though I personally don't really care for her all too much, I can see why so many members of the fandom hold her in such high regard. Third and finally is Riju. Similar to Urbosa, Riju is a chieftain of the Gerudo tribe serving in the interregnum between their kings. Unlike Urbosa though, Riju is exceedingly young and inexperienced. Her age isn't confirmed by the time of Tears of the Kingdom.
No, sorry, I have to. I'm so sorry to hear that, Abyssal. I used to watch Gaijin Goomba, who did a video on a genie game where he ended up talking about ballet dancing, so I remember the outfits talked about. It comes to show how the Gerudo were planned out. Yeah, sorry. I think that was a video I remember, or a clip I remember seeing from Gaijin Goomba. I'd have to find it. Oh no. Oh no. Evil. Okay.
Think she's probably about 18 or 19 given the context clues of the game. It's hard to tell. Either way, she has little experience governing or even fighting, and is trying desperately to master the power of lightning capable of being wielded by Gerudo like Urbosa. She even emulates her fighting style, carrying 2 scimitars into battle. Tears of the Kingdom is a generally poorly written game, but the one time I felt there was an actual decent bit of writing was during Riju's quest, because her struggle to master her powers and her inadequacy when comparing herself to the other warriors in her clan was something that really humanized her. And it helps that she actually has a decent rapport with both her direct subordinates and Link. And honestly, there are whole scenes in this game where she's the only character who articulates an even decently intelligent thought, which is more a condemnation of the game's writing than it is a compliment of Riju in particular. Regardless, she's my favorite character in Tears of the Kingdom, and absolutely best girl. Fucking fight me on this, I dare you. These are positive, strong, female role models who all come from the same tribe of people, and they are beloved characters, not just because of their good writing, but also, and I admit this is less important to me, but it is important to others, which I respect, they add diversity to a game series that otherwise is centered around European-looking characters. I'm really not sure what these people envision the Zelda series looking like without its current world-building structure, but if it's anything like the fantasy slop we see on TV these days, where every cast of characters look like they came straight out of LA, then they're making a big mistake. What you have with a series like Zelda or The Elder Scrolls is a fantasy story with dynamic, proper representation. You can have women of color appear in your European-based fantasy story if you take the time to write a group of people with an interesting history and culture that fits into that world perfectly. Ocarina of Time is beautiful precisely because it represents true diversity. Different cultures, people, even species who each interact with each other, but otherwise have separate cultures and societies informed by their geographical location, biology, and history. The Gerudo are an integral part of that beautiful tapestry.
I think we're done with like the main racism point. I know the video goes on. The main racism point, fuck me. Well, we're gonna go to the next video, okay? Welcome to Hell World.
He's parlayed.
Let's go to the Hell World, okay? Introducing the next character in our story. Skittybitty. And also my thoughts on the octorok video. I think it was good. I think it was well good put together. He put really good sources behind it, which I really do appreciate. Again, I do criticize the use of crop porn. I don't know why you feel the need to do that. That is quite insane. That is my main criticism there. But yeah, okay. It's time to introduce Skittybitty, okay? Well-known, well-famed, well-infamous media review channel. Did you see the video I sent you? Was it the World of Warcraft one? I haven't had a chance to look at it, I'm sorry. I might have to have a look later, okay? But yeah. So they didn't like this video, and they have a lot of things to say. Noah made yet another apology. Days without mention of utterly Noah. Anyway, okay. We'll watch that after this if we have time. Evil stuff, okay? Evil stuff, we have more Noah content. Send it to my inbox, please. Thank you. Evil.
Hi everyone, famous YouTuber skittybitty here. For a
Okay, I was making a joke. I didn't know they said that at the beginning. Fuck me.
while now, I've wanted to make a video about the portrayal of the Gerudo in the Zelda series. I love to examine, criticize, and interrogate works of art that are important to me, and the Zelda games are no exception. I
Okay.
find the Gerudo fascinating, and I've discussed them a little bit here and there on stream before, but there hasn't felt like a right time to talk about them at length. So why am I talking about them now? Well, it all started on Twitter. This is going to be a mostly serious video on a serious topic, but unfortunately we need to briefly talk about some internet drama for a couple minutes just so we're all on the same page. So, a friend of mine sent me this Tumblr post complaining about the lack of substantial fan content for the Wild era games.
What's this say? Trying to find any substantial fan content discussion for Tears of the Kingdom. See, I know stuff. Breath of the Wild is playable, is playing the fun game of dodging the most wildly inaccurate takes about your favorite characters you've ever seen and nobody cares because stupid Zelda and crazy and dirty forest gremlin Link, or the dreaded uwu innocent gay boy Link in his racist ass girly pop Gerudo fit is about as deep as 70% of the fan base goes in terms of character analysis. Right. His racist ass girly pop outfit. Right. Right. Okay. Interesting.
Specifically mentioning people mischaracterizing Zelda and obsessing over Link's quote-unquote racist-ass Gerudo outfit. The post concludes with the tag, "The consequences of that f***ass skitty-bitty video essay." I was confused by this, so I reposted it to Twitter and said, "This is such a weird post to catch a stray on, because this person has clearly never seen any of my work. Like, me, famous Gerudo Orientalism hater skitty-bitty, famous
Shut the
Princess
fuck
Zelda
up.
defender
Okay.
skitty-bitty, famous good take-haver skitty-bitty, bizarre." This
Bro. The ego is in the clouds. Let's see how far this goes.
tweet wasn't about the Gerudo, it was about someone's weird misdirected frustration towards me, but that wasn't enough to
Towards
dissuade
you?
small creator and perpetual reply guy Octorok Reviews from hopping on the post to voice his concerns.
You hate the Gerudo? I think they're fantastic additions.
Okay, by the way, right. Also. Does that voice sound familiar? Okay. Insane to frame that as a skitty-bitty video. Your ego is in the clouds, right? Off rip. Ego in the clouds. He didn't even show your name, right? Didn't even show your name in the video, right? It was mainly a critique about people's opinions on the Gerudo and how they went ahead and talked about and called it Orientalism and racist. Because, newsflash, you don't have an original opinion here, okay? Other people have this opinion. It was just the one that he went ahead and used for his video, right? Anyways, let's continue.
To ocarina storytelling precisely because they're meant to be this tragic other that got dealt a bad hand in life. They're products of their environment, not inherently evil. Now, Breath of the Wild Gerudo is another matter.
This led to a brief back and forth that I'll put up on
I
screen.
keep hearing stuff about Birdman. We might do it. I'm probably gonna do a stream tomorrow. I might do a stream tomorrow talking about it. But yeah.
for people who are curious, but it didn't really go anywhere productive, the fate of all Twitter arguments. Eventually I stopped replying, and I figured that was the end of it. I was wrong. 10 days later, Octorok Reviews released In Defense of the Gerudo, a nearly 30-minute long video that, while never mentioning me by name, shows screenshots of my tweets and was clearly prompted by our little exchange. So, to recap, I made an offhand comment as part of a completely unrelated post. This guy showed up in my mentions accusing me of hating the Gerudo, and now he's parlayed the argument that followed into a 27-minute long video defending them. The bad news is that he doesn't seem to understand what people are actually talking about when they criticize the Gerudo, especially their portrayal in Ocarina of Time. But the good news is that now I have an excuse to talk about a topic I think is really interesting. So this video is a response to Octorok Reviews, but it's also about the Gerudo, Orientalism in the Zelda series, and what I think can be done to remedy some of the issues with them going forward. Spoiler.
Is their sprite a plushie? Yes. It's why I think this person would do well in the SEC.
Alert, the answer isn't to remove or retcon them from the game. Speaking of which, the biggest problem with Octo's argument to remove can be done to remedy some of the issues with them going forward. Spoiler alert, the answer isn't to remove or retcon them from the game. Speaking of which, the biggest problem with Octo's argument is that it's predicated on a misrepresentation of what I actually believe. Throughout his video, he claims repeatedly that some sinister group of performative Zelda fans is advocating for the Gerudo to be removed from the series.
So color me surprised when I learned that certain parts of the fandom not only don't like the Gerudo, but actively campaign for the removal or complete retcon of their culture and storytelling, and thus advocate for the removal from the series. And why this accusation of them being Orientalist is ultimately surface level and not a convincing argument as to why they should be removed or retconned from the series. Not only would they seek to remove a vital part of Hyrule's world building from the canon simply to satisfy their own need to fight against self-perceived Orientalist prejudice.
This is the crux of his entire video. It's right there in the title, In Defense of the Gerudo. What is his evidence that people want to see the Gerudo?
That's not what the whole crux of the video is. The crux of the video is why it is not a racist fucking character race. Like, that is what it is. That is the main crux. The mention of removal is not bringing up specifically to you. This is a general opinion that he is expressing whilst also highlighting, more than one Twitter message. One from you and one from someone else. And it's not even, it's not even being, highlighted who made the post. It's insane.
Gerudo removed from the Zelda series? Well, he doesn't have any. No articles, no blog posts, not even a tweet. His source for the claim that underpins this entire video is literally just, trust me bro. My favorite part is when he claims,
I realize that this faulty perspective.
Oh no, hold on. Give me 5 seconds. Let's see what happens if I go onto google.com. Let's have a look, shall we? Should the Gerudo... I'll eat my words in 5 seconds, or I will win. Be removed from Zelda for being racist. I wonder if I will get a Reddit post. I wonder what will happen. Oh, what is this? Do 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 do. Oh wow, there's one right here. Reddit. What does this say? The Gerudo are full of Orientalist tropes, and I'm tired of people pretending it isn't rooted in racism. Right? That's one of them. And then my internet decides to be low. And slow. Racism in Breath of the Wild. Zelda may be racist. Princess Zelda is Okay, what is that? Okay. Racism in Legend of Zelda, the Gerudo. Wow, it's almost as if it's bad. And if, again, right, if something is la bad and you're arguing it is la bad, right, surely the connotation there is you don't want it in the game and you want it to change, right? Brother, okay. And again, like I said before, it's not specifically this person's arguments that he is drawing attention to. He said the community. But yes, anyways, let's continue.
perspective was a lot more widespread than first thought.
He says this while showing a screenshot of one of my tweets that has 6 likes on it.
Oh
And
no.
the tweet on screen isn't even saying the Gerudo should be removed from the Zelda series. He's not
Checkmate.
showing the tweet where I say that because it doesn't exist. Because I
Right.
don't think that. There was never any discussion of removing or retconning the Gerudo out of the Zelda series at any point. So what is this actually about? What is the point of this video? In defense of
Because you're saying it's racist. You're bringing up the term Orientalism, and it is being referred to as a racist archetype, basically, right? That is the crux of the video. That is what the video is discussing. It is not about whether or not it should be removed. It is brought up 3 times, okay? In a, what, like 30-minute video, right? Long-ass video, okay? It is not the crux of the issue. It's so dumb, bro.
the Gerudo honestly feels like some sort of temporal anomaly. Hand-wringing about politically motivated fake fans who want to censor your video games is so 10 years ago. I was under the impression that serious people broadly accepted that video games, like any art form, are sometimes subject to critical analysis through socio-political lenses. It's been like this for decades. One of the
Wow, and the same can be done in the opposite direction, to then argue against the points being brought up. No, they brought up something that I disagree with, so I made a video with evidence of why I disagree with them. Oh my god, what a crazy fucking subject.
articles I read for this video that argued the importance of studying video games through the lenses of race and gender was published in 2006. This isn't some current day
Okay.
culture war nonsense, but I suppose everything feels new if you haven't been paying attention. Just to clarify what I actually believe, yes, I do think the depiction of the Gerudo in the Zelda series is leaning hard on Orientalist tropes. I think that's
bruh.
especially true of their appearance in Ocarina of Time. I still love the Zelda series, and I don't think Nintendo did this out of some conscious will to do harm. I don't think the developers of these games are evil racist monsters, and I don't think the
Okay.
solution here is to write the Gerudo out of the canon and pretend they never existed. I do think there are
Okay.
respectful ways for fantasy writers and designers to borrow from real-life cultures, and we'll talk about that later in this video, but the Gerudo have historically fallen short
how?
in this regard. They've changed a lot over the years, mostly for the better, but there are still some issues that are worth criticizing. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a story or game that has problematic aspects, and there's also nothing wrong with highlighting or interrogating those aspects. When people discuss these sorts of things, it's almost always an expression of love and care. You'd think someone who makes hours-long videos dissecting and criticizing Zelda games while still loving Zelda games would be able to understand that, but I guess not. Disclaimer, do not harass octorok reviews. That behavior is
This'll age like milk, we'll find out later.
never acceptable and will not be tolerated.
this is
I think
an
this
hour
video is
long.
bad and disingenuous, but that's why I'm making this one. No further action on your part is needed.
Okay.
Thank you for your cooperation. So, okay, Octo's video is framed dishonestly, but what about the actual content of his argument,
not,
his
though.
defense of the Gerudo? He says,
I want to actually engage with the other side on this issue.
what does that look like? Is he at least making a good case for his position? Well, no. Before we proceed, I think it's important to define the word at the heart of this discussion, Orientalism. Actually, before we do that, let's ask an even more basic question. What is the Orient? The English word Orient comes from the Latin word oriens, which means east, so the Orient is
Okay.
the east. Got it. Follow-up question, east of where? Well, east of Europe, specifically Asia and parts of North Africa, but that's ultimately
Okay.
arbitrary. The Earth is round. You could theoretically draw a line dividing east from west anywhere you like. But of course, when you colonize the world, when you draw the maps, everything gets to revolve around you. So that's the Orient.
Okay.
What about Orientalism? It's impossible to discuss Orientalism without discussing the work of Palestinian-American author Edward Said, whose 1978 book, Orientalism, reshaped how countless people from well-respected
This will
academics
be interesting, because she is citing this. Sorry. They are citing the same source. Sorry, I gotta remember that. That's my bad.
to third-rate video essayists like myself understand the East as a Western construct. Orientalism, the book, can be a dense and difficult text, and if I spend too long talking about theory, nobody's going to sit through this video. But this is essential to understand, so please just bear with me for a minute. I promise we'll talk about Zelda soon.
We have
And
to-
if you pay
we have to
attention,
watch
you
this
might
part.
even be
We've
able to
already-
see where I'm
we've
going
already
with all
learned about this.
Okay, so when Said talks about Orientalism, he's talking about multiple different things that he considers to be interdependent. For the purpose of this video, we're going to focus on the 3 definitions that he lays out in the book's introduction. The first is the academic definition. Before the publication of this book, Orientalism referred to the Western study of the Orient, or what you might recognize today as Asian or Middle Eastern studies. Though even at the
Okay.
time of writing, the term had kind of fallen out of use, both because of its association with late 19th and early 20th century colonialism, and also because it's too vague a term to actually be useful. As Octo himself points out,
Asia's a big place.
the second definition of Orientalism is, quote, a style of thought based upon an ontological and epistemological distinction made between the Orient and, most of the time, the Occident. In other words, Orientalism is the idea that there's some fundamental distinction to be made between the East and the West. Said's third definition of Orientalism is as follows, quote again, Orientalism Orientalism can be discussed and analyzed as the corporate institution for dealing with the Orient, dealing with it by making statements about it, authorizing views of it, describing it, and teaching it, settling it, ruling over it. In short, Orientalism as a Western style for dominating, restructuring, and having authority over the Orient. Basically, Orientalism is a system that invents the East as a concept so that it can be described, understood, and dominated by the West. Putting these definitions together, Orientalism can be most easily explained in 3 steps. Step 1. Divide the world into the West and the East, with the starting assumption that the West is, as Said puts it, rational, peaceful, liberal, logical, capable of holding real values without natural suspicion, and that the East is none of those things. Step 2. Study the East so that you can represent the East. What's important here is that you never even consider the possibility of Eastern people representing themselves. And finally, step 3. Use your representation of the East as justification for conquering it. That's still 3 whole things to keep track of, so let's make it even simpler. Orientalism is a way of representing the East as something fundamentally exotic, but ultimately knowable from the outside. The Orientalist worldview flattens hundreds of diverse and often contradictory cultures and peoples into a vague, monolithic other. While the impact of Said's work is hard to overstate, Orientalism was published in the late 1970s. Viewing this book and its definition of Orientalism in isolation ignores the nearly 50 years of scholarship and criticism that came afterwards. In media studies, Orientalism refers to a stereotypical depiction of usually Asian or North African cultures, especially when those stereotypes are used to indicate that a person, place, or thing is alien or exotic in some way. The term is also sometimes used in Native Hawaiian and other indigenous scholarship to reflect the way that those cultures are also often flattened, stereotyped, and seen as backwards. It's important to note that these stereotypes don't need to be negative to be Orientalist. For example, these dancer outfits are everywhere in anime and video games, and these designs can be compelling, even beautiful, but they're still being used as a shorthand for a distant foreign culture that's as alluring as it is unusual. Octo says early in his video,
What is okay, sorry, run that back, sorry.
Native Hawaiian and other indigenous scholarship to reflect the way that those cultures are also often flattened, stereotyped, and seen as backwards. It's important to note that these stereotypes don't need to be negative to be Orientalist. For example, these dancer outfits are everywhere in anime and video games, and these designs can be compelling, even beautiful, but they're still being used as a shorthand for a distant foreign culture that's as alluring as it is unusual. Octo says early
How? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? I don't get it. Like, I understand, right? Again, I think I've already brought this up before, right? We like to bring stuff up from, our real lives and our human history when it comes to referencing stuff, when it comes to creating fictional art and creations and stuff like that with video games, films, anything, right? We like to do that. As human beings, we do that, okay? Like, referencing off of Asian culture isn't racist, okay? That's maddening, right? If I was to try and create, say, a culture that was centered in a, I don't know, let's think, a climate where it's quite rainy, but the climate is very similar to the UK and stuff like that, and I want it set where they are rulers with kings and queens, right? And I start utilizing, I don't know, knights which have massive, I don't know how to describe this. If I start depicting stuff with paintings that you would find within England and people who would utilize clothing traditions from the Victorian era when it comes to face makeup, when it comes to very white chalked up face makeup with the rosy cheeks and stuff like that, with the very frilly outfits and utilizing the color purple as a sign of wealth and dignity, right? Does that make me therefore racist or negatively using the stereotype, right? Or negatively using a piece of culture that has appeared in history? Is that somehow bad because I have utilized that in a way that is good, right? For example, if I was to go ahead and take something like I wanted a character that was set in a hot climate, right? Say the desert and stuff like that, right? Well, I'm going to draw from something from our real life cultures that would fit that environment and how humans naturally developed culture from that environment. So I would, shocker, look at Asia and stuff like that, okay? I would take inspirations from different culture. Turkish, Egyptian, right? I would take different characteristics from all of these different places, right? I don't know. just trying to think of a few off the top of my head. I don't know. Ukraine, you know, anywhere, right? I'm going to incorporate different facts, and I might even make it unique and incorporate specific aspects from these different cultures, right? To go ahead and make them into something, right? Like, it is not impossible. I don't understand. I don't understand how this can be used as a point then, if you're stating there can be good Orientalism, right, or non-harmful Orientalism, what is the point in bringing that up? Because for your point here, you are specifically stating harmful Orientalism when referring to the Gerudo. So, we'll continue. I could be clip chimping.
In his video that it's
Important that we understand what that word means and how it's applied to the Gerudo before going any further.
And I agree. Words like Orientalism are helpful because they describe something specific. So it's essential that we're all on the same page about what that specific something is. Unfortunately, this noble pursuit immediately flies out the window when Octo pulls up the Britannica article on Orientalism. This article is not about Orientalism, the academic term we just defined that's been used in media studies and cultural theory for decades. It's predominantly about the 18th and 19th century scholarly discipline, what you might remember as just the first part of the three-part definition we looked at earlier. There's one sentence in this entire article explaining that more recently the term has been used to refer disparagingly to, quote, allegedly simplistic, stereotyped, and demeaning conceptions of Arab and Asian cultures generally held by Western scholars, end quote. But this is pretty reductive, and it doesn't actually help a reader
But he does bring up the modern interpretation of it. He does bring that up.
Understand what people mean when they call something Orientalist in a media studies context. Again, these stereotypes don't have to be demeaning, they just have to be othering. But Octo goes on to explain that
in the modern day, the term has been commandeered to specifically refer to depictions of Eastern cultures which are considered by some to be problematic.
He says that Edward Said's work began to shift the definition of the word Orientalism towards the way that
many Americans understand the term nowadays,
which he describes as
the problematic and or racist depiction of Islamic and Arabic culture in media.
I want to pause and point out the deliberate choice of words here. The media studies definition of Orientalism isn't presented as the result of the kind of benign linguistic evolution that happens all the time in academia, but as some uniquely American project to commandeer an unrelated word to mean something completely different. But of course, these things aren't unrelated, as the scholarly discipline that Britannica is talking about here is the institution that Said was criticizing, one that sought to invent and represent the East. Even Octo's use of the words Eastern, Islamic, and Arabic to interchangeably refer to the cultures and people of Southwest Asia and North Africa is the exact sort of flattening that Said was talking about. I'm not bringing this up to accuse octorok reviews of being racist. It's just a good example of how easy it can be to slip into this way of thinking. Octo claims that he's read much of Said's work, but I frankly don't believe him. He only directly quotes Said once, and the quote he uses is found on page 12 of Orientalism. Considering some of the arguments he's about to make in this video, I have no reason to believe he read past the introduction. To finally get back to talking about ZELDA, though.
But he... Okay, we'll see.
Octo says that
when some people say that the Gerudo are Orientalist, what they're really saying is that they think the Gerudo are negative or racist depictions of Middle Eastern peoples, and thus advocate for their removal from the series.
We've already established that nobody in the conversation that sparked this video, and indeed nobody I've ever seen, is advocating for the Gerudo to be removed from the ZELDA series.
Checkmate, liberal, okay? I've never seen this conversation or argument brought up, okay? Therefore, that you have no reason to argue its existence, okay? Even though that is a small facet of the video itself that you are criticizing. Checkmate, okay? Again, it is mainly talking about how people are saying that it is a racist or negative stereotype or used negatively in reference to the Gerudo. I also noticed that wording of otherness, right? Making it an other. From what I've been shown so far of the Gerudo, they weren't treated as an other. They are a faction in a fantasy world. I don't understand how you can be an other in that regard. I'm not sure. The only way it could not be perceived as an other if, I don't know, there existed a game or something like that where you, I don't know, started with the Gerudo, right? If you started in the game with that. Because I'm trying to think of some examples. Okay, Assassin's Creed 3, right? Unless I'm getting the wordings wrong, right? Unless I am getting what they mean by otherness wrong, and again, if people can correct me, if people are getting different interpretations from what they mean like that. When I am playing something Assassin's Creed 3, right? You are playing as, you're playing as like a Native American, right? The English come along and they fuck shit up, right? The English are treated as the other from the character's perspective and also the player's perspective. Because when you are starting in this fantasy world, you are trying to ingratiate yourself within the character. That sounds more racist than what she's implying Octo is saying. Can you expand a bit more on it, Ivy? But yeah, I don't know. I think you're going to always face some level of otherness in a fantasy setting when you are introducing stuff that is, well, other than what you have started as within that fantasy setting from a gameplay point of view. But yeah, I don't know. If people have other like interpretations of what they mean by that, and I'm getting this wrong, please do let me know what you think. You know, I'm not all knowing, chat. Okay, we can have differing opinions and not get harassed. Oh no, it's the cat.
Meow.
It's a weird sounding dog.
I was gonna just clarify, like you asked, real quick.
Okay.
What I meant by it sounds more racist is using the word others and stuff like that. Just kind of imply separation. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
The other fact that you are just even if you're using it as a descriptor, it
Right.
comes off very demeaning, I guess is the right word. Or degrading, the better word.
Yeah, but the thing of it is right, is that they're not directly referred to as the other. The Gerudo aren't referred to as an other, so I can only imagine that in the context of what's being discussed here, it's referring to like, oh, they are other, they are different. There's something bad about being different, right?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time. I was reading chat.
Okay. So what I'm also mean is like, at least in the context of the conversation that we're having, right, or they're discussing with the Gerudo, the word otherness should be something that the inside of the world is treating them as, in the sense of like they are other, they are wrong, but they are different. But I think it's impossible to escape that facet when you are exploring a fantasy setting. I think you are always going to gain some level of otherness when you are introducing a new aspect to from the player's starting position to, you know, somewhere different. If you're traveling to somewhere different in the
I mean,
world.
the fucking bird people.
Hmm?
They're fucking bird people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is something very different, and they take a lot of inspiration, if I'm not mistaken, from Asian culture, which a lot of people didn't seem to have
How
a
dare
huge...
they? How dare they? The bird representation is going down, okay? This is evil.
And then, obviously, from the older games, you have the weird fish people.
Right.
Which people love to overly sexualize.
So you know more than me.
I
Never played Zelda.
played like I played the one for fucking... Shit, which one did I play? It's been forever. I don't play fucking Nintendo
Ocarina
games.
of Time.
No, it's probably Match. It was probably Match Mask.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to like understand what they're meaning by like this issue of there being, in the context of a video game, a level of otherness, because I don't think you can escape that facet. It's whether or not this otherness is being a negative thing.
That's kind of what I'm saying is the way that's being described by Skitty here just kind of sounds more racist than what she's trying to make Octo sound.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because she is describing
That's what
it
I was
as
trying to
they are-
explain.
sorry, they are describing it as an other, or this is how they're being treated. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you. My brain. We can rub brain cells together and we'll like form a single thought.
Also here for the chat.
Oh my god, you did it. Why did they do that?
Yeah.
Why can they do that? And they're gone. Evil. So Yen is a oh, a LARPer. I thought you was gonna say yapper. I am a yapper. LARPer? I'm not gonna pretend to know Zelda, okay? I'm learning it as I go, okay? Evil.
But would the Gerudo even need to be negative or racist depictions of Middle Eastern people to be considered Orientalist? No. The real reason the Gerudo are Orientalist is because they borrow from a vague, quote-unquote, Middle Eastern aesthetic specifically to communicate their otherness. One of the weirdest things about Octo's video is that a huge chunk of it is dedicated specifically to defending the Gerudo as they appear in Ocarina of Time, at their least nuanced and most Orientalist. Hell, even his initial tweet praised the Gerudo specifically for their role as a quote-unquote tragic other in Ocarina's story. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with having a character or even a group of characters in a fictional setting that exists to give an outside outsider's perspective on the society in which the story takes place. The problem
Right.
arises when that difference is communicated using symbolism loaded with historical and political baggage. If you're not
What? That's really weird.
compelled by the argument that this perpetuates harmful ideas about real-world people, at least consider that it's lazy world-building. After all, you don't
Ow.
need to write a fleshed-out group of outsiders if you can just plaster your fictional race with iconography that's historically been used to denote the other. Octo's video actually demonstrates
No, because... Okay. Right? I don't know, man. I don't see a group of brown women and go, that's the other, right? I look at the fact that they have a culture which is entirely themed around a matriarchy, and they have a one sole male of their race. I don't look at the fact of I don't look at the fact of their race and their iconography to then treat them as the other. I don't think that's what Octo is saying. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to like imply this is what Skitty is trying to say with this, right? Trust me, I'm not, but it kind of comes off a little bit like that, right? Because you're using the examples here of like
symbolism
let
loaded
me
outside
replay it, right? Okay, they are kind of sounding like that now. I'm trying to be good faith here. I'm sorry, chat. Let me play this again.
this story. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with having a character or even a group of characters in a fictional setting that exists to give an outsider's perspective on the society in which the story takes place. The problem arises when that difference is communicated using symbolism loaded with historical and political baggage. If you're not compelled by
Historical and political value. Okay, so they are talking about specifically the fact that their inspiration and stuff like that. They're not talking about the fact that they have sorry. They have unique in-game lore which makes them the other. I don't know, man. I don't really think about the fact that they have inspiration from a real life race, right? Or you know, from a different regions in the world, right? That are from Asian countries. I don't know, man. I don't really look at that as the aspect of otherness with their character as a race in fiction, right? I'm seeing it again like I've already said the point. I don't wanna loop on it, but it's maddening. It does sound quite racist when you put it like that, bro. I don't know. Fuck. Fucking hell. Also, I will apologize if I do misgender. I know it's friendly fire. I do really apologize. It's really bad. I do apologize. It's not intentional, as you know. I wouldn't intentionally misgender somebody. But yeah. Also, I want to point out older Zelda games had limitations of what they could depict, mostly due to the technology around the time. Yeah. Again, right? Like, if we were trying to, I don't know, say that the nose, right, was a racist characteristic, the main thing that would be criticized, I could imagine, would be that game for the depiction of quote-unquote a long nose, despite the fact that when you actually look at future interpretations of the characters, right, that nose is just meant to depict that they have a longer nose, right? It's not meant to be from any kind of like racial stereotypes, right? It's like how fantasy races, how elves or I guess gnomes may have like a longer nose and stuff like that, right? That's kind of like a facet of fantasy races which are humanoid. They do take part the general makeup of the human face and they do alter it to make it different, right? For example, you have like orcs and stuff like that, which typically have some inspiration from pigs or boars with their nose and stuff like that, right? It's very much like a quote unquote an orcish characteristic. I mean, you can even look at the what are they called? The guardsmen for Jabba the Hutt in Star Wars, right? They kind of got a clear boorish look to them. But you look at the tusks and stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of like an orc kind of aesthetic to it, right? I don't think you can really look at some of the aspects like that and go like, that's the racism, okay? I think it's meant to depict the fact that they are a fantasy race, right? I don't know, bro. Would it be more racist if there was nothing there and they were just, women of color, who lived out in the desert? I think that may be more of a stereotype, right? Again, I'm aware that Skitty isn't bringing that up, but you look at that and you're like, okay, that could probably be a criticism someone would make, right? And again, it's almost as if Octo wasn't specifically referring to Skitty when it comes to his argumentation within the video, right? Evil stuff, okay? Evil stuff.
The argument that this perpetuates harmful ideas about real-world people, at least consider that it's lazy world-building. After all,
No, the orc are based on the British. 23 Halagon Drive, okay, Ivy. I'm coming to your location.
you don't need to write a fleshed-out group of outsiders if you can just plaster your fictional race with
That
iconography
is a joke. That is a joke, by the way. That is a made-up address. That is a joke.
that's historically been used to denote the other. Octo's video actually demonstrates very well how effective this tactic is, because he repeatedly makes claims about the Gerudo that, rather than being rooted in the text of the game, are based on assumptions he makes about them as a result of the tropes and visual language used in their design.
Ugh.
Let's start by asking a simple question. What do we know about the Gerudo in Ocarina of Time? The answer is actually not a whole lot. We know they live in the Gerudo Desert at the western edge of Hyrule. We know they're all women, with the exception of one man born every 100 years, who, by law, rules over them as their king. And we know that they're referred to as thieves. That's pretty much all we get in the actual text of the game, but you wouldn't know it by listening to Octo talk about them. According to him, the Gerudo are actually a tragic, misunderstood group of people who only resort to thievery because they live in the desert and have no other choice. Here's the problem. That's fanfiction. Despite the constant references to the Gerudo being thieves, we're never given examples of any of them besides Ganondorf actually stealing anything, let alone any kind of insight into their motivation. Octo says,
There's both a combination of direct banditry and feminine wild that they utilize to survive. And yes, I do say survive, because the lands they come from are so barren and inhospitable that their theft is, in fact, done out of necessity in most cases. Ocarina of Time makes that rather clear.
But it doesn't. None of what he just said is reflected in the text of Ocarina of Time. Instead, he's making an assumption about what motivates the Gerudo based solely on the fact that they're thieves who live in the desert, which, to be clear, is exactly why the Gerudo are depicted as thieves who live in the desert. Leaning on tropes is an easy way to imply story or character depth without actually having to write it. And I don't think visual shorthand is always a bad thing, but tropes don't exist in a vacuum, and I think it's important to examine the underlying assumptions that they communicate. Yes, there have been plenty of groups throughout history who engaged in raiding or banditry to survive. Pirates, highway robbers, monks.
Okay, where are they getting their food from? Where are they getting their clothes from? Where are they getting anything from in the middle of the desert? Okay? Where are they getting anything from? Right? Where are they gonna get anything from in this fantasy setting? Yes, I understand that it is not outright, okay? I get that. But if I am looking at the fact that they are just in the desert, where are they gonna get anything from?
Wild West outlaws, and yes, desert nomads have historically popped up in places where valuable trade flowed through, like the Silk Road, or where resources are scarce and there's no real law or centralized control, like on the open ocean. But there's nothing to suggest the Gerudo are a nomadic people. As far as we can tell, they permanently reside in their fortress, and if they're close enough to Hyrule to raid and steal from the people who live there, wouldn't that also mean that they're close enough to Hyrule to engage in trade? There's no shortage of shops and other vendors across Hyrule, but there's no Gerudo shop. Why not? Why are the Gerudo depicted here as less sophisticated than the rock and fish people?
Their leader is an evil tyrant. He wants to invade Hyrule. I wonder why that there's no Gerudo traders. I have no idea. Okay? I have no idea.
In the Gerudo Desert is this unnamed barefoot guy with a huge nose who sits cross-legged on a flying carpet and sells you a mysterious item for an upfront payment of 200 rupees, which turns out to just be bomb chews, which usually only cost 100 rupees. The only merchant in the desert is a guy on a flying carpet who scams you! Honestly, I feel like we can end the video here. If you're thinking at this point that there's no way the developers thought that hard about this, I actually agree. I don't think this was done deliberately because Nintendo is racist. I think it was done because these Orientalist tropes have been reproduced so many times that people often don't think twice about including them in their work, which is exactly why.
Ivy, do you want to stay on so I'm not like in complete fucking like alone with this, okay? Because I have not played this game, okay? I need the Ivy support, okay? I need the Ivy support.
It's so important to be thoughtful and to grapple with our own unconscious biases. Octo spends a considerable portion of his video trying to answer the question of whether the Gerudo are even meant to represent real-life Middle Eastern people in the first place. And while one look at their design is enough to lean towards yes, the real answer is that it doesn't actually matter. The Gerudo existing as some non-specific mishmash of various Southwest Asian and North African aesthetics actually strengthens the argument that we're dealing with an Orientalist caricature here. Everything about the Gerudo serves to other them in order to create a juxtaposition between the civilized, prosperous Hyrule and the backwards, alien Gerudo Desert. And that's most apparent in—
Hi, Ivy. Let me get the screenshot. I'm so scared and alone. All these nerds are here and they're scaring me.
I was just coming in.
I was like,
I mean,
God, Ivy
from
knows
the
stuff. Ivy knows.
Hi. What the fuck?
I'm lowering the quality.
You're good.
You're
I
gay.
I was still watching the actual stream and was chuckling
Okay. Well, I'm
because
losing my
I saw
mind.
no, I saw Link running through the fucking I want to say it was the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Sistine Chapel.
It made me fucking chuckle. I
Yeah.
was not expecting that. That was actually funny. Well played.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think using the depiction of an other when it comes to or saying that something is the other when it is just a different culture is kind of an interesting language choice. From kind of, to be honest, at both of them, if I'm being fair, because they do
So,
both
my
use the
point from the
word
beginning.
other. Yes, your point is making a lot more sense now.
Dab.
Yes. It's so weird, bro. I don't get it. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm not racist.
The way the game's villain is
No, you're still
characterized.
British.
Let's talk about
What the fuck?
Ganondorf. Ganondorf is branded as an outsider from his very introduction, where he's referred to as a wicked man of the desert. While Wind Waker would go on to flesh out
Okay.
Ganondorf's backstory and motivation, in Ocarina of Time there was no stated reason for his desire to conquer Hyrule. He was just an evil guy doing evil things for evil reasons. Octo
I feel you can't have a villain. Why are you tweaking?
It's because he has the Triforce of. Oh fuck! Which Triforce does he have?
But I wish I kind of wish I kidnapped K-Huck, to be honest, as well. That would have been great.
That would have been a smarter idea. But Ganon's Triforce literally makes him act like a fucking conqueror, and he's trying to get the other Triforce to become more powerful. That's why he's trying to take over the world.
Right.
He's trying to take, and the other two who have the Triforce are Zelda and Link.
Okay.
Zelda has wisdom, and Link has. Yeah, it is the Triforce of Power for Ganon. That's what I thought. Yeah, because it makes him constantly power hungry.
So it's an outside force.
Hence why he's, well, it's technically inside of him.
Oh, I mean more like it's not like it's an inherent thing to him specifically. Sorry, am I tweaking?
No, you kinda. It's inherent to him because courage is Link's. Thank you. The Triforce has 3 parts, and it always is Link, Zelda, and Ganon.
Okay. Yeah.
There always has to be the 3 pieces, basically.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So, no matter what Ganon looks like, it's always. If you've ever noticed in The Legend of Zelda, it's always Ganon. It's
Right.
always Link, and
It's
it's
like a-
always Zelda.
It's like a Destiny type thing.
It is their destiny.
Okay.
himself described
Fuck. Stupid.
for his
fucking
desire to
child.
conquer Hyrule. He was just an evil guy doing evil things for evil reasons. Octo himself describes Ganondorf as embodying
The absolute worst of Eastern despotism.
which is funny because I thought the Gerudo Desert was in the West. He must have played the Master Quest. All jokes aside though, isn't this a major
Okay.
self-report? A despot is just a ruler with absolute power. It's a synonym for tyrant, and tyranny isn't confined to any one time period or geographic location.
Right.
Describing Ganondorf not just as a despot, but an Eastern, dare I say, Oriental despot, is invoking a discursive framework that became popular in 18th century
yep.
European politics.
When
The
did he-
philosopher Montesquieu popularized the idea of Oriental despotism not
Yes, Ivy.
Nah, you're good. I was just like, when did he say that though?
Apparently he said, well,
You're
Okay,
putting.
basically.
It feels like she's putting words in his mouth.
to conquer Hyrule. He was just an evil
It's a
guy
str-
doing
it
evil
feels
things
like a
for
straw
evil
man.
reasons. Octo himself describes Ganondorf as embodying
The absolute worst of Eastern despotism.
which is funny because I thought the Gerudo Desert was in the West. He must have played the Master Quest.
Okay,
All
fair
jokes
enough.
aside,
yeah.
though,
I
isn't this
misheard.
a
I didn't
major
hear him say that.
self-report?
That's
a
my
despot
fault.
is just a ruler with absolute power. It's a synonym for tyrant, and tyranny isn't confined to any one time period or geographic location. Describing Ganondorf not just as a despot, but an Eastern, dare I say, Oriental despot, is invoking a discursive framework that became popular in 18th century European politics. The philosopher Montesquieu popularized the idea of Oriental despotism not as a straightforward criticism of Eastern civilization, but as a sort of boogeyman representing the dangers posed by absolute monarchy. If you think back to your 10th grade history class, you might remember that Montesquieu was an advocate for institutional limits to prevent a descent into tyranny, most famously expressed in his idea of the separation of
Okay, that's kind of like, okay, that is kind of a stretch. You're bringing up a guy who made a thing, and then you're bringing up a separate thing that he made. That's okay.
That's a straw man.
That's a straw man. That is a straw man. And I was kind of with them on that point, right? I was kind of like, okay, I get that,
Yeah.
right? I get that the wording there is awful. Like, again, I get that, right? I was like, okay, they're making a good point here, right? And then they hit him with a straw man. I don't understand. Bruh.
powers. The role of the Oriental despot, then, was to serve as an example of what happens when tyranny goes unchecked. Of course, like all Orientalist fallacies, this flattens and essentializes an entire
Oh, you have someone in
geographical region,
Bonfire.
but this idea of Oriental
Huh?
despotism
Okay.
managed to outlive Montesquieu and
You have
cement
someone in
itself into the
Bonfire
Western
who
scholarly canon,
can help you
something
more.
Said mentions by name.
Oh, I do I? Hold on, let me look. Where? Oh, there they are. That's what you meant. Hi, K-Hawk.
Yes.
Hi,
Yes,
K-Hawk.
this video is about Zelda lore, and I've brought in my person who has played one of the games, and then I was like, oh, I need to get, like, my Omega expert, okay? So,
Okay.
apparently the Gerudo are racist. Thoughts?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, white woman. Thank you.
Says the other white woman.
So true, so true.
No.
We've got to a point where, like, I kind of agree. I was kind of agreeing with their point because but then they just start using the straw man. We're talking about the context.
Have you watched this
of-
video yet?
Damn it. Which one is this?
This is the one of skittybitty replying to octorok's video.
Oh, no, I haven't. I plan on catching up on all of that probably this weekend if I can, because
Okay.
I'm going to have some extra time offline. But yeah, I'm going to look into that and see if and react or watch those myself. Yeah. But yeah, I intend on at least watching a couple of that. But
Yeah.
so what are you're watching Octorok? I love the name.
Oh no, this is skitty. This is so.
Response to Skitty Bitty.
No. So we've watched octorok's original video. Now we're watching skittybitty's response. They have taken umbrage with the fact that they have anomalously mentioned their tweet inside their video, and is now taken that as the they're evil. How do you feel about what would you what would you call classifying something as an other solely based on race and their references
Culture.
to real life culture? What would you call that?
Wait, ask that again.
How would you describe someone referring to a fictional culture as an other simply based on their culture that they reference from real life, for example, being Asian, and their race? What would you call that?
I don't know.
See,
First thing
I
that
would think
comes
it's
to mind is
racist.
cultural appropriation.
Right,
The
I
word
don't
you're looking
know.
for is racist.
well,
Or
that I would
racist,
say it sounds racist because the fact of you could make a description of the Gerudo as an other, right? But the othering factors do not
Sure.
encompass their race and culture. It is encompassing the fact that they are an all woman matriarchy who only have one male in their entire species.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds kind
also-
of racist otherwise.
Also,
And
the
sexist.
male. The male is also the as someone pointed out, the reincarnation of the Demon King.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the
Also,
known
she-
lore. Yeah.
Skitty, K-Hawk Skitty said that which I don't know where he said this, that Ganon, he boiled Ganon down to a bad guy that does bad things because of, what was it, Orientalist something.
Yeah, something to do with like it was.
What?
It was boiling it down to what was it again?
Yeah, hold on. Can you join the?
I can replay.
Yeah, just for like a second. You got to join
Yeah,
the
I'm in-
watch together. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Okay.
As a
I should
wicked
be.
man of the desert. While Wind Waker would go on to flesh out
Hold on.
Ganondorf's villains to prosper, everything about the Gerudo serves to other them in order to create a juxtaposition between the civilized, prosperous Hyrule and the backwards, alien Gerudo desert, and that's most apparent in the way the game's villain is characterized. Let's talk about Ganondorf. Ganondorf is branded as an outsider from his very introduction, where he's referred to as a wicked man of the desert. While Wind Waker would go on to flesh out Ganondorf's backstory and motivation, in Ocarina of Time there was no stated reason for his desire to conquer Hyrule. He was just an evil guy doing evil things for evil reasons. Octo himself describes Ganondorf as embodying
The absolute worst of Eastern
Pause.
despotism.
which is funny
There you
because
go.
So how scale of 1 to 10, how wrong is that? Because I know how wrong that is.
That's very wrong. That is also wrong. Yeah, no.
He's
This thinking
I went
way
over
too
the whole
deep about this,
I
my
went
lady.
into the whole Triforce talk already.
Yeah, no. That's okay. I hate people when people do this.
Oh, by the way, skittybitty uses they them, just so you know.
Oh,
I
excuse
apologize.
me.
Have I
Okay.
been saying
Yeah,
the wrong
Oh, did
thing?
yeah,
I?
we all have
I
at
don't
one
know if I
point in
didn't.
this stream. It's fine.
I apologize. That's why I
Oh,
usually just say their username.
Yeah.
my bad.
I
Sorry.
try and just say the username.
Listen, I'm all for being a nerd
Mm-hmm.
and all for embracing your inner nerd and loving Zelda. Of course, as a fellow Zelda head, I respect it to a degree. Don't know anything really about Skitty Bitty yet, but I'm sorry, just based upon like that however long clip that was that you just played for me. I'm sorry, but you're taking this way too seriously. unless that's your whole shtick, then
It
okay.
is.
But it ain't that deep.
These are media reviewers.
Ant made an appearance in
Well,
this video already.
Yeah.
oh Lord have
This is
mercy.
Ant's
Listen,
finest soldier.
I listen again. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Um, right. I'm keeping my mouth shut about that one. Okay.
Okay.
Listen,
Interesting.
I get it that you love Zelda, and like again, this is just my first impression again, just based upon that short little clip because I have not seen anything besides that. It ain't that deep, there, kitty. It's not that deep. I mean, I get it. You're a media reviewer, and you have to be, eccentric with your language, sure, but kind of overthinking it there just a little bit. It's a video game.
To be fair, it
That's
is on
it.
both sides, but again, the topic is spoiling. To be fair, I can't really blame them too much with, like, at least with the aspects of talking about, is this racism, to be honest, because this is what the argument's stemming from.
I agree with Twisted.
Oh, what is this?
They're arguing about a fantasy world.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Like it's
yeah,
not that
exactly.
serious.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's where I'm at. Now, again, listen,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a media reviewer. I never claimed to be, nor will I probably ever be one. But and I also understand that they're like with movie critics and TV critics and things like that, they have to use like artistic language and expressive language and because they want to get the reads and the views or whatever. Fine, I'll give them that. But to incorporate racism into a video game, a franchise that has been around for God knows how long, has so much 40 years. They're now getting ready to celebrate their 40th anniversary, and
Jesus Christ.
no, it's not that deep. It's
Well,
not like
there's an interesting facet that Jack Slays brought up earlier in the stream. They're applying a lot of this. They're applying the standards of Western colonialism and Western depictions in terms of like racism for Asian cultures. When
You're correct.
when it's made by Nintendo, the Japanese studio.
Thank you.
It's like
what?
It's quite
I didn't
funny.
even think of that. Holy fuck.
Yeah, Jack Slays.
I didn't either until just now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna press play.
Dude.
I thought the Gerudo Desert was in the west. He must have played the Master Quest. All jokes aside though, isn't this a major self-report? A despot is just a ruler with absolute power. It's a synonym for tyrant, and tyranny isn't confined to any one time period or geographic location. Describing Ganondorf not just as a despot, but an Eastern, dare I say, Oriental despot, is invoking a discursive framework that became popular in 18th century European politics. The philosopher Montesquieu popularized the idea of Oriental despotism not as a straightforward criticism of Eastern civilization, but as a sort of boogeyman representing the dangers posed by absolute monarchy. If you think back to your 10th...
Again, I don't think that octorok should have described it as such. I think that Skitty is kind of like on a roll at this point specifically, but it will crumble in about 5 seconds.
Great history class, you might remember that Montesquieu was an advocate for institutional limits to prevent a descent into tyranny, most famously expressed in his idea of the separation of powers. The role of
Straw man, the guy who invented the word, that also created another piece of literature or described it or had a differing opinion, based around something else, and therefore this means that octorok now agrees with what this guy is saying. Is kind of the straw man that's coming about from this. It's like, bro.
the Oriental despot, then, was to serve as an example of what happens when tyranny goes unchecked.
That's
of course, like
serious.
all Orientalist fallacies, this flattens and essentializes an entire geographical region. But this idea of Oriental despotism managed to outlive Montesquieu and cement itself into the Western scholarly canon, something Said mentions by name in Chapter 3 of Orientalism.
One of the important developments in 19th century Orientalism was the distillation of essential ideas about the Orient, its sensuality, its tendency to despotism, its aberrant mentality, into a separate and unchallenged coherence. Thus, for a writer to use the word Oriental was a reference for the reader sufficient to identify a specific body of information about the Orient.
All of this is to say that when Octo says that Ganondorf embodies the absolute worst of Eastern despotism, it's hard not to hear that as a word-for-word invocation of the exact sort of rhetoric Said was criticizing. Octo also points out that Ganondorf
doesn't look anything like a Middle Easterner, Arabic or otherwise.
And side note, Arabic is a language. The word you're looking for is Arab. But anyway, while his final design certainly leans more into fantasy than any real inspiration, his concept art looked like this.
Yourself.
So do with that what.
But check.
That was
Sorry.
Ivy, by the way.
Sorry.
Just to so no one else gets in trouble for that. That was
any
me.
real world inspiration. His concept art looked like this.
His concept art looked like this. Wait, sorry. What is
That? It
What
looks like
even
a
is
goblin.
that? Wait, back up a second.
I'm trying to back
I
it
see
up.
it now.
I'm
Okay.
trying to back it up a bit.
Okay,
I
Octo
see
also
now.
points
You
out that
can use
Ganondorf
arrows.
Doesn't
right?
look anything like a Middle Easterner, Arabic or otherwise.
And side note, Arabic is a language. The word you're looking for is Arab. But anyway, while his final design certainly leans more into fantasy than any real world inspiration, his concept art looked like this.
Okay. His concept art, if you actually like played it for us, I don't know if you noticed in the top right, looked quite like orcish.
Hit one minus.
Yeah, let me go back to like sorry guys, we're actually analyzing this, okay? Evil.
You're good, you're fine.
Into fantasy
I
than
got like
any
another
real
minute or
world
two. You're good.
inspiration. His concept art looked like
There we go. That's better.
Yeah, they used that demon pit. Yeah, that is actually part of his design in the final boss fight.
Yeah.
How is this a Asian stereotype?
It looks like it just looks
more
like a goblin. Right?
It looks like a
It's not.
fantasy goblin than anything else.
It's a fantasy goblin. That's exactly what it is.
Like again,
Yes,
they are
you're
again
right.
taking some level of inspiration from like Asian like cult. Actually, this is like, unless this was and again, people can correct me if I'm wrong, right? A bit more, any more like history buffs in the chat, right? But these are like militant like pauldrons would be used more like by British, right? Or used by stuff that's more well isn't from Asian culture, unless I'm wrong. This is more like generals pollard not pollards, what am I thinking of? Pauldrons. Unless people have like unless this was a thing that was used, but again that's what the vibe that I'm getting from this. But yeah. I mean, got the curved daggers. I mean, you got like the demon pig face, for crying out loud. I don't know, man. It looks more like the goblin type kind of character. Less so.
Yeah.
Less so about like, you know. And I know I'm probably like, well, you think this person who I think is meant to be like a racist stereotype looks like a goblin? Yeah, you're a racist. Fuck you. It's a fucking goblin.
Okay.
It actually just says more about you if you think that looks like someone else.
Yeah.
I
again,
tend to agree.
I agree that these things take inspiration in terms of the clothing and stuff like that from Asian culture. I've made this point 3 times in the stream so far, K-Huck, that as human beings we take stuff from our own real life reality and apply it to fiction for inspiration.
Yep.
Like
Almost. I would argue that. Well, not almost everything, but a lot of like different medias and movies and things like that. Yes, they're based upon real life experiences. For the most part, almost everything could be considered to be derivative of other things, right?
Yeah.
Like Star
Well, I
Wars
think
was very derivative of like spaghetti westerns and different things and
Yeah.
different genre movies like
it
that.
was a space western, yeah.
Technically,
Zelda is
Technically, it was an opera.
very much, wait, what?
Technically, it was a space opera.
Oh,
The
that's
reason
it.
that
Yes, I've heard
that's what
too, yeah.
that's what he wrote it, wanting it to be, was basically a big operatic like
Yes,
space
that's
thing.
right. Yeah, that's right. You know, again, there's different aspects of Asian. There has always been different aspects of Asian culture that has been incorporated in it, not just in Zelda games, but in Mario games too. If you really take a closer look at it, I'm sure you could see it if it gets pointed out there. But it's oh my god, this is making my brain hurt.
It's okay. It'll
It's
hurt
not
more.
that deep, people.
It'll hurt more. It'll hurt more, don't you worry.
This. So do with that what you will. Octo frames the Gerudo, including Ganondorf, as sympathetic products of their environment, but the desert is hardly an innocuous, apolitical choice of backdrop for your society of bandits, and environmental determinism is a hallmark of Orientalism.
Hold on, can we talk about this?
Who the fuck are
desert
you?
thing? The desert is not a barren wasteland where nothing can survive. Sure, from the outside looking in, the desert looks that way. You don't know where the water is, you can't identify the plants that grow there, you don't know what to wear, you don't know how to build your build.
The history buffs are coming in. The shoulder pads are typically non-Middle Eastern. The shoulder panels with tassels is seen in military attire like the ones worn by Napoleon. We also have Stabo saying they are like military shoulder pads in Greek hoplites, Roman Empire, etc. There you go.
So it's a wasteland to the outsider. But the desert is not a wasteland. There are areas of the desert which are unlivable, just like there are areas of a lot of biomes that are unlivable. Okay. That is why people don't live there.
The desert is inherently more uninhabitable.
Yes,
it's the same reason we didn't live in that so few people live up in, say, the poles.
Yes.
Right.
There's also
so uninhabitable.
There's also a fantastical element to this whole thing. It is an inhospitable environment. It is shocking that people can live here. Oh my god, that's insane. Wow, it's a fantasy thing.
Yep.
I'm not saying that the desert is the easiest place in the world to live, because that would be stupid, but we need to undune the desert. Egypt is not Arrakis.
Shut the fuck up.
Your oldest ancestors came from the desert. It's somewhere people thrive and have thrived regularly across time.
I'm gonna hunt
without
hands
stealing,
this fucking person.
without kidnapping, or any other change to their moral fiber. To insist otherwise is deterministic and inaccurate. Octo is so attached to the idea of scarcity in this desert that he says there are no horses when Ganondorf rides a specifically Gerudo stallion. And that's not to mention the sand seals, which also provide transport. I think that they're
sand seals were a later game.
Yeah, they were a later. I was about to say it's a different game. It's a different game. It's a different edition. It's an expansion of the lore. You're like, a point they were making before, like, why did they bring up, what was it, Ocarina of Time specifically, I think was the game that they were referencing.
And then they've basically only referenced Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for when they need to make a point wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, why just Ocarina? But I guess to some people, maybe, again, I could be mistaken, but for some people, that's their first Zelda game. And, like, because not everybody, but why just Ocarina, though? That's a good question.
Well, the reason the reason why that Skitty is bringing up specifically Ocarina is because it was the main game that was referenced by Octorok, and to be honest, it's probably the game that had they probably had like the most criticism from the fan base in terms of what you could argue would be racist depictions and criticism when it comes to Gerudo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're starting to see why I had to join and be like,
okay. Yeah, I really
she needed some background.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I have to get head out.
Oh, you're
Mr. Huck
fine.
needs me. He can't. Yeah, I gotta head out. Mr. Huck needs me for something real quick before I stream. But no, I will the next time that you do stream about this, which I don't know if you will next week or not, and if we can sync it up, I'd like to join you, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But
we'll see what happens. Yeah.
All right, dear.
Okay, take care.
Okay,
Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks
Bye,
for your
Ivy.
expertise. Bye.
Nice to talk to you for what? Bye.
Hell yeah. The expert's gone.
Well, that was very helpful.
Now we have the one game expert. Let's go.
Really unfortunate then that the
Expert with,
moral
like,
fiber
12
of people
air
who
quotes.
live in the desert, particularly in North Africa, is cheapened by default, because in the eyes of people who don't understand our politics and don't ever try to, we are humiliated. In Octo's video, he brings up Islamic culture a lot as a contrast to Gerudo. He argues that since Islamic culture is patriarchal and Gerudo society is matriarchal, the Gerudo are not inspired by Southwest Asia and North Africa, as people imply.
The Gerudo
He didn't. What? Hold on. We'll press play.
are clearly
Okay,
different
yeah,
from
hold
real
on.
world
I was about to
Islamic
say, let us
cultures
play.
in several ways. The first of which is that they're an inherently matriarchal society. This, obviously, is in complete contrast to the general patriarchal family structures of real-world Middle Eastern peoples.
The thing is, the Gerudo are not.
But he doesn't say it doesn't take inspiration from those cultures. What? I think the entire point of the video is that it does take some level of inspiration, but not in that facet.
It takes the inspiration and flips it on its head. Is
Yes.
the
Also, the idea of like, oh yes, I get it that like Asian cultures and stuff like that were like rich, like you know they have rich cities and towns like in modern day. I don't understand. So you're doomed if you do, and you're doomed if you don't when it comes to going ahead and talking about this. Because if I was, I don't know if
Correct.
they first, I don't know if they first introduced the Gerudo as having those facets, that would be called what was the word they used? Orientalism, because it is taking a facet from a real life culture and then applying it to them. Again, you could maybe make the argumentation that yes, after the evil ass ruler was removed, they went ahead and became a very fruitful trading, and they had a very fruitful trading environment. Yeah, you could then make that argument. Also, the argument I've just remembered from before of like, oh, why is there no Gerudo traders? Like I said before, but to expand on it, they were why would there be Gerudo trainers or traders when they're basically at war? Meanwhile, after that's done, right? After the evil
they're not at war, but yeah, they're not at war.
Right.
But yes, they are. But yeah, Ganon is kind of making everyone hate them.
Yeah. Then after
I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to say is after the evil ass ruler is removed, right? Wow, suddenly trade has been opened up. Wow, that's crazy. It's crazy.
A matriarchy. Women are not the default center of power for them in every era of Zelda. The reason for the population's gender imbalance in the first place was not a based woman-only society thing, it was adherence to a harem stereotype. Ganondorf and his fortress, surrounded by beautiful women in harem pants and pointy shoes who are almost all obedient to him regardless of their own feelings on his actions. The only difference is that here, the women carry swords, but the dynamic and basic aesthetics are all there. Now, modern era Zelda—
What? No. What? 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 Harem stereotype? That's normally depicted in a very much like seen as like a sexual like stereotype, right? It's mainly that kind of thing. I don't understand how you could make that comparison. That feels like it's quite a stretch to be trying to make that kind of argumentation there. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's not harem stereotype. It's not like, oh, we love him, right? It's more so the fact that he is the only male. It's kind of a requirement. Most of the time with a harem stereotype, it's like, yes, we love this guy, we love this guy, or I don't know, man. Weird. Oh yeah, this idiot leaves out that the leader was being kind of controlled, by the way. Oh, mind controlled, by the way? Yeah.
feels more
Sorry, I actually
matriarchal
played that twice.
because Ganondorf just isn't
Game.
there to rule. He's Calamity Ganon instead, a blight and not a person. And the Gerudo have completely distanced themselves from
Different
him.
game.
He did
Not what
destroy
he was
the
talking
world.
about.
Maybe because Nintendo got it through their thick skulls that the harem thing was a bad look. If you're focused on Breath of the
How is it
Wild
a
era
harem
Zelda,
thing?
we are on an upward trajectory, but it's revisionist to ignore the roots of the society and lore, which are about Ganon having a very
Question, was Ganon, like, particularly seen, like, with the Gerudo in the game?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Was Ganon seen, like, a lot with, like, the Gerudo, and he had a lot of interactions with them that were, like, in any way seen as, like, sexual, or, like, in that regard, or anything like, hi, you are my women? And that's just a question for chat as well.
Yeah, I'm having to think on that one. I don't, because again, I haven't played this game. I don't think I played. Yeah, I haven't played this game. Duh. So I'm just like, I don't think so. But
I'll press play.
patriarchal, very stereotypical harem. I am not affirming the idea that so-called Islam.
Well, from what we heard earlier, right, the reason why they, like, really, like, kind of listened to Ganon was because their leader was the one that they, like, the Gerudo leader, not Ganon, the female one, right, was, like, kind of like the rallying
real leader.
voice. Yeah, but she was being mind controlled by Ganon in the first place. So
that's, someone said that just a second ago in chat.
Yeah, bro.
They were listening to their leader who was being mind controlled by Ganon, not actually Ganon.
Right, bro.
Islamic culture is just a unique patriarchal hellscape, and the
Madness.
Gerudo being patriarchal means.
By the way, guys.
Hey, look, wait. Who's that in the background of what you just paused?
Oh, the evil ass person mind controlling them.
God damn it. Literally. Literally, the next thing they show in their video is contradictory to what... holy fuck.
Also, guys, quick shell. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Guys, what are you doing? Make sure to like and subscribe, okay? We're on the road to 2K subscribers, okay? I believe we can do it by the end of the year. If you are liking the content and you would like to help me from dying of starvation, that's incredibly hyperbolic. Make sure to like, donate, and subscribe. I don't fucking know, man. Do the nice things, okay? It helps me out a lot.
I can see Scrat.
I just knocked my microphone down. Damn it. And
Sorry.
It keeps me from locking Ivy in the basement. There you go. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit out of it tonight. Okay, this is breaking my mind.
Someone said the rat from Ice Age, and I immediately I can see Scrat.
I can see it.
By it, because harems are not Islamic culture, and patriarchy is a global reality.
Ganon is the only male of the Gerudo race. Men are born every 100 years. The Gerudo women have to find partners outside their race to have children. Harem are multiple people who adore one person. Thank you. Yeah, they don't even specifically do stuff with Ganon then. So what the fuck is this point? What? I don't know, man. Assuming because there's one male in the entire race, it's somehow a harem allegory, despite the fact that they go ahead and have monogamous relationships or go around and have sex with people outside of Ganondorf. Interesting.
The dwarf is a cock? Question mark?
No, in Ocarina of Time, they preferred Naboo. Is that how I say that? As the leader, she was being controlled by Ganon's mother. Once freed of that influence, she became that Sage of Shadow. And that changed the perception of all of Gerudo in the world. Wow. It's almost as if the fact that they are, they have inspirations from cultures does not actually have an effect on their, have an actual, like, impact on the way that they were written. I don't know, man.
See, this is why we love Pinker.
Yeah, thank you, Pinker. This seems to be I don't get it right. What is it with people trying to take something and turn it into something that it's not? I don't understand it. I don't get it. Like, there's clearly like lazy writing, which causes the racism, right? Which is very apparent. I mean, look at J.K. Rowling and the naming schemes for some of her characters, right? Like, that's extremely blatant. But that's only because we know what kind of person she is. Do you not know?
I'm bitch.
Do you actually not know?
No, I was being sarcastic.
Mm-hmm. Why would you do that to me?
Bro, I'm sorry. I know my expressions are extremely dry, but damn.
Okay, Turkey Tom, calm down.
All right, yin and
That's
yang.
difficult to escape. It exists everywhere and will assert itself through certain manifestations of religion as much as it will through anything else. That's human culture at this point. I want to focus on this conflation of the Middle East with Islamic culture. Conflating these two things is already ridiculous,
Damn it.
even though a
Damn it. Thank you very much. Damn it, I need to expand the chat on my OBS. There we go. Thank you very much, Digital Sketch, for the $5 US. Holy lack of brain cells, Batman. True. So true. J.K. Rowling and the Black Mold incident. True. Also, thank you very much, Digital Sketch. It's very kind of you. Very much appreciate that.
lot of the countries in Southwest Asia and North Africa are Muslim majority. The cultures are vastly different. There's a reason why people entrenched in these cultures don't just try to marry any Muslim. They try to marry within their own ethnic group. Marrying outside of it causes cultural tensions. They have different expectations and views and practices.
Oh no. It's almost as if we're, and say
Thank
it
you,
with me now,
shitweasel.
we're talking about a fantasy race. Ooh.
Also, who the fuck asked?
This person did. Ganon and his mom worked to usurp power from the leader because Ganon, as the only male Gerudo, would not have legitimately attained power. Gotcha.
Because they aren't a monolith.
Oh wait, hold on. Pause.
Huh.
So what you're saying is, just to get what Abyssal's saying correct, is that they are a what is it?
Matriarchy?
Patriarchy?
Matriarchy.
Matriarchy. Thank you. Matriarchy. That was the
Yes,
word I was looking
they are
for.
Matriarchy.
And Ganon had absolutely no chance at the throne, so it didn't matter one way or another. And what they're saying that he was born and just took control of them is wrong.
Oh, sorry, it was Nibiru and Sages of Spirit. I want to be correct. Thank you, Pinka. Your autism knows no bounds. 07s.
Yes, Abyssal, I know. Matriarchy. I can't speak English.
But
Fuck
in
my life.
Octo's video, Islamic culture is conflated with Southwest Asia and North Africa all the time. He mentions harem pants as being, quote,
the stereotypical dress of Muslim women,
and the bare midriff those pants create as
reminiscent of Egyptian provocative dancers of the 19th century.
Which one is it? Because as far as I know, belly dancing is not the paragon of traditional piety. We've fallen into confusion. The only way to fix it is to understand. What is Islamic culture? Octo's attempt at defining it is, well,
oh my fucking god, we are not actually doing a whole lesson on
Islamic
culture, are we?
Culture is not sourced, but there is a New Yorker watermark, so it's pretty easy to look up. The New Yorker Muslims and the Taliban? The Taliban? The infamous terrorist organization.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Wow.
That's
hold on.
Because as far as I know, belly dancing is not the paragon of traditional piety. We've fallen into confusion. The only way to fix it is to understand. What is Islamic culture? Octo's attempt at defining it is, well, the example in this video of patriarchy and Islamic culture is not sourced. But there is a New Yorker watermark, so it's pretty easy.
Okay, but is that what's stated in the video? Sorry, what? Also mentioned Digital Circus, interesting.
To look up.
Is that what's actually from this video that they're sourcing?
New Yorker Muslims and The Taliban?
The Taliban?
The infamous terrorist organization in Afghanistan is what we are using as reference for the Islamic court. This is not an okay way to represent a globally marginalized group of people. This is not an Islamic court. There is no book of Sharia law that people go to and give verdicts through. This is a discursive tradition. There are
okay, right. If octorok utilized the Taliban as a source, yes, incredibly like fucking wrong for him to do, right? Again, incredibly wrong for him to do. But was this actually in the video that they're referencing? Hold on, let me fucking pull up the Taliban real quick. What an awful sentence. Oh my god.
Someone clip that because I don't have my shit open.
God damn it.
You're doing it on your main monitor.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, just making sure. Because I saw it on my screen. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes. New York Muslims.
Sorry.
Oh, the New Yorker. Sorry.
New Yorker.
The New Yorker. Look inside the Taliban. Okay. Then we go. Shut up. Then we go. Here, and then we go here, and then we look back.
In Afghanistan is what we are using. The new, but there is
The Islamist courts. Okay.
That's a new subscriber sound.
No, I don't have those.
That sounds like one fucking Nick Diorio would have. It's like the Hebrew one.
Wait. Hold on. Because did actually protect women in this case? He was just using B-roll for a lot of this. Obviously, I can't translate. I can't translate the language. I'm very sorry, chat. But I don't have a way of, unless there's subtitles to actually state this. Just fucking, I really hate that we're doing this. I'd have to look at this off stream. This is talking about Sharia law within the Taliban, I'm pretty sure. But at least from the bottom
Again,
thing.
why the
I think this is just B-roll.
do we care?
I think this is just B-roll. I think this might be looking too deeply into it. Again, if I'm wrong, I'll take it back. But so far, it doesn't seem to be the case.
a New York group of people. This is not an Islamic court.
Yeah, the transcript's very great there. Couldn't you tell? Sorry, he did. Sorry, you're saying Warlord Fang? Okay, someone can actually show that that is what he is citing. I'd appreciate that.
There is no
If so, heavily criticizable. What the fuck?
book of Sharia law that people go to and give verdicts through. This is a discursive tradition. There are typical discussions of jurisprudence. The religion is based on a book, which people interpret and reinterpret through an ever-evolving discourse, which has no central institution. People do it in all sorts of ways. And maybe, just maybe, the way that they practice their religion is a little off the mark because they are part of a terrorist organization. The New Yorker loves to shove a camera in this Osama bin Laden looking ass face so that you can feel okay about it when your country extracts
Osama bin Laden looking ass face. Interesting. That's a joke.
resources from the region, and you are just eating it up and presenting it as Islamic culture, when it's just what's happening in Afghanistan specifically. If you want to learn more about what Sharia actually is, I highly recommend the channel Let's Talk Religion, where a non-Muslim creator has an amazing video explaining Sharia, so that when you hear people talking about it on the news or in videos like this, you'll actually know what it is. A lot of Muslim-majority countries have issues with women's rights, but this is not Islam. This is the Taliban.
Does he have sources in the description of his videos? Let me have a quick check. Have a quick check, chat.
Jesus Christ.
Because so far, right, because every single time he's played background footage, it's always seemed to have been as B-roll. He even makes sure to state this is a parody for one of the things that he utilizes B-roll.
Don't ask me to fucking read any of that. Jesus.
No, he doesn't have sources. Sorry, guys. God, this was a year ago, by the way.
This is the situation.
Wait, when did Skitty make her video?
And the fact that
It was like several months after the fact.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh
To be
God,
fair, there's no
please.
time limit of when people can respond to stuff, in my opinion. Look at my channel.
No. Yeah, how long has it taken you to finish the Phoenix Camera video?
Leave me alone. There's specific circumstances surrounding that video, and it will all be explained there. Okay? Pipe down. Sorry, I did something really funny with your Fuji when you did that.
I'm going to turn on the stream.
they're being presented as one and the same makes it really hard to even engage. If you wanted to know what Islamic culture was, why is this your source? What's your other depiction in this video? Team America World Police?
He showed that as a racist stereotype. I believe he used this specifically as, yes, there are racist stereotypes that are being utilized. He said that. This is disingenuous. What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back again. I'm throwing myself off a bridge in Minecraft. Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Careful, you might run into a 13-year-old.
What?
The last time I was on and we did a Minecraft stream.
Oh. Yeah. Sure.
Also, why the fuck is Aiden on your recommended?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, and is there something you're not telling us?
Lamau?
Are you a fan?
Yes, clearly I'm a massive fan of Aiden Underground. Huge fan. Anyways. Where the hell is the clip?
I'm sorry, I'm covering your dead air here.
I'm beating you with sticks.
It's rude to beat a cat with sticks. People would say that was
and women in the
abuse.
Middle East famously do not show off this.
I'm trying to find
hailed
this.
as inseparable additions to the world building of Hyrule, adding depth and representation
This
to a
is
well-beloved
disingenuous.
series. So color me surprised when I learned the hierarchical family structures of real-world Middle Eastern peoples. There are also no parallels to the Islamic religion, a very big omission if the
hold on.
racist.
Here we go.
Now, in all fairness, this is a subjective conclusion to come to.
There we
Plenty of
go.
unreasonable people will shout racism at the most innocuous depictions of human beings, and there's little I can do to convince these people otherwise. But what I depictions of human beings, and there's little I can do to convince these people.
Again, this film was a parody. I shouldn't have to clarify that, but holy fuck, can people take things too seriously. Meanwhile, this video, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus
Also,
Christ.
wait, in that same breath, is the text that's popping up over the face of the guy?
What?
I don't know how to explain it better.
What do you mean?
This
was a one part of the video. There was a part where he used B-roll from this where he didn't use this.
That Skitty is, yeah, the one that's
describing it as
the most innocuous depictions of human beings.
While these guys walk.
Wait, what?
Wow. Okay.
Wait. Hold on.
Whoa!
They used the beginning part.
Oh,
of this.
you clipped.
Hold on.
Plenty of unreasonable people will shout racism at the.
Hold on.
Describing it as
the most innocuous.
Yeah. Look. So what they include, right?
Depictions of human beings.
While these guys walk
we'll
around
let them go.
Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
There's an element to this which is parodizing Hollywood's racist and Orientalist depiction of Southwest Asia and North Africa,
Okay,
but
keep it
that
going.
feels kind of ephemeral. I guess I wonder what's funny about this scene, if you're against the war on terror, or if you're from one of these countries yourself. Is it really funny enough as just a parody? Or is a part of what you're laughing at the brown guy going,
Bacala, Muhammad Jihad.
There sure are a lot of conservative comments on this movie clip on YouTube. I wonder why. There's this idea.
Yes, it's fucking B-roll. He used fucking B-roll from everything. And
Also,
meanwhile, they cut the part where he does
Most
this.
innocuous depictions of human beings, and there's little I can do to convince these people.
And then I sneeze.
Best you.
They cut this out. This is fucking disingenuous.
Yeah. But my point that I was trying to make earlier, when they're showing the terrorist and it pops up with that whole like wall of text in front of him,
Right.
is that his text?
Yes.
So they're being disingenuous there too, because if you read the text, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
In Octo's video,
The
and
text
just in general, that
whatever.
people who criticize Orientalist media have an issue with things being
morally or politically problematic.
How vague. These aren't just political issues for white teenagers to tweet about. We actually play these games, you know? The people being orientalized. My camel has a portable charger for my Switch. This video claims the Gerudo are a great representation, and this whole discourse is just Western Twitter users whining. Can I whine about what's meant?
Did he even say representation? Dude, I'm losing my fucking mind. Holy fuck. Dude, this fucking video is
transcript.
Same. When the transcript loads, representation. That
could have done it in the transcript.
Yeah.
Others see them as icons of representation and diversity, and ones which don't break the immersion of Hyrule's world.
Others see, you know,
Hyrule's perfectly temperate geography. Others see them as icons of representation and diversity, and ones which don't break the immersion of Hyrule's world.
He's talking about other fans and stuff like that, and then they're taking that as if he's saying, okay.
World building of Hyrule, adding depth and representation to a well-beloved series. So color me surprised when I learned that certain parts of the fandom not only don't like the Gerudo, but actively are using when they're applying it in the context of media representations of Middle Eastern culture, or even fictional depictions utilizing aspects of Middle Eastern culture, as in this case. Professor Saeed himself points this out in his definitive is a fantasy story with dynamic, proper representation. You can have women of color appear in your European-based fantasy story if you take the time to write a group of people with an interesting history and culture that fits in.
Okay.
To represent me? Video claims the Gerudo are a great representation, and this whole
Fair
discourse is just Western Twitter users.
Dude, I'm sorry. They've already like basically taken stuff out of context already.
Hold on.
So don't blame me for having to recheck the video. This is fucking insane.
What did Moon just type?
This video.
Huh?
Seal, you whined about how you were basically against interracial marriage. I think you're whining. You've whined enough. What?
What, are you referring to the person who collabed on this video? Do you have a source for that, Munare? Or Munira? Please?
Yeah.
Because
like I said, what the fuck? That was that kind of bombshelled me.
Yeah.
Are a great representation, and this whole discourse is just Western Twitter users whining. Can I whine about what's meant to represent me if it sucks? The visual design, for example, is surface level and confused. There is nothing wrong with taking inspiration from various cultural sources for fantasy. The problem is that anyone who knows anything about these cultures and histories will immediately recognize it's not coming from a place of knowledge and inspiration and like any research at all.
Who says who?
I'm also just going to open another facet. Thing looks cool, me include in my fucking fantasy setting.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was gonna say, like...
was that at the beginning? The Haram part? The Haram part?
Oh.
Did I miss it? Did I talk over it? I'm very sorry. How did I miss that? That's my bad, guys.
Boring. Let's take a look at the design of a Gerudo. Octo's video refers to Gerudo across all of the Zelda games, but to be fair to the franchise, I'm gonna look at the most recent iteration. Let's take a look at Riju. Riju's outfit takes inspiration from Egyptian belly dancers. Belly dancing is over-sexualized by the foreign observer, and Breath of the Wild era Zelda is no exception. Link's Vi outfit is made tantalizing through that same midriff-bearing element. No one would bear their midriff.
Hey, I don't want to know what you find sexy. Thank you.
Tantalizing? What?
out in the desert like this, but it's kind of sexy, so it's what they went with. You might think this is the end of the Egyptian references, but it's not even close. She has a Cleopatra bob in the second game. The symbol of her power is a headdress, the usek collar. I know you've seen this shape in all ancient Egyptian art ever. I don't even have to explain. These anklets are like khulkhel. Wealthy Egyptian women loved to wear them. So far, it looks pretty Egyptian to me. Certainly more metal than any Egyptian would wear in the desert, but the magical element of the Gerudo is lightning, so there is a fantastical sense to it.
Yes.
And I overlook it because it looks sick. Now, let's look at what's on her neck. Riju looks to be wearing African neck rings. These are traditionally given to a wife by her husband and only removed upon his death, which is really funny considering there are no men here. In a fantasy setting...
Oh my god. It is a piece of apparel. Okay, I'm losing my mind. We were applying stuff and its purposes that were used in real-life cultures to the fantasy setting, where the purposes of the apparel is different. There's a reason why we use the word inspiration and not copy, because we are not copying the intended purpose for the apparel, or what its significance was behind it for that reasoning, okay? Some things, as you say, look sick, okay? They can look cool. We can take inspiration from other cultures to apply it to a fantasy setting, and it is not diminishing to the culture. You are weirdly somehow managing to strawman a piece of apparel into somehow being this matriarchal thing. This is madness.
It can take new context,
also sassy.
but it's...
To further, just to elaborate on your point just a little bit, I mean, the rule of cool is why I learned about Asian culture. Like, samurai and ninjas are the coolest fucking thing to me. So I learned about just in the simplest, you know what I mean, form. So I learned about their culture by the rule of cool.
Yeah. Darcy, I think you bring up a good point. Yeah, rule of cool is fine, but I would like to learn about I would like people to learn about culture when representing it. Yeah, absolutely. That's perfectly fine. Again, I think I think you can entirely do that. I think there is a separation between utilizing stuff for the, and I don't think you disagree, utilizing inspiration to then apply it to a fantasy setting or a fictional piece of work, and it not maintaining the same purpose or the same cultural reasoning behind it when applied to that fantasy setting. I think it's good when people invest and look into stuff in terms of history and cultural significance. I think that's cool. That's why I like talking to people who know stuff about history, because I'm like, oh my god, that's really cool to learn about. And you can still respect that culture. But again, we are talking about a fantasy setting with fantastical elements and fantasy races.
Yeah.
If
you see the inspiration and you think it's cool and you want to go learn more about it, that's great. But if you see it and you're just like, oh yeah, that's neat.
I don't know, is Dungeons and Dragons racist because they have a mummy and mummy themed enemies that are inside of the setting? I don't get it.
No, it's racist for other reasons.
Okay. Sure.
Hard when there is nothing else on this design, at least that I can see, which
I play kobolds, bro. I'm not kidding.
Kobolds are chill.
It's ironic. The 6'3" guy plays the tiniest race.
True.
Indicator. There are so many Egyptian things. Throwing in this jewelry from South Deble is less cookery and more confusion. Then there's the scimitar, a sword that does not exist. Scimitars are a Western artistic rendition of those swords that are curvy from the East. Which swords? All of them. Shamsir, Saif, Talwar, Nimcha, Kopesh, Kili, Jiatagan. Scimitar is basically the word white people made for, I don't know, I haven't seen that one before. Or in Octo's words,
a Middle Eastern sword. Yes! How did you know that?
It is truly remarkable how he is able to be this condescending.
So she says all Middle Eastern swords have bends in them.
No, they're saying the ones that do have bands in them.
Yeah.
They are right here. They are right
Okay,
here.
I
Okay. It's okay.
okay. Maybe I'm just
Okay,
maybe I'm just.
take a chill pill. It's okay. It's okay. Relax.
No, it's probably
Relax.
the weed.
You're okay. Okay.
I'm joking.
Bruh. Evil.
And this wrong at the same time. And you know what the scimitar of the seven looks like? None of these swords. It bears close resemblance to the Chinese cloudhead saber.
It's a fantasy weapon at this point. I didn't know. I didn't know that. To be fair, I didn't know that the scimitar was just not a thing that actually existed. Wait, scimitars? Okay, now I'm getting confused, bro. Scimitars are real. However, the term itself is actually a Western umbrella word used by Europeans during the Middle Ages. Scimitar just means saber. Got it. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Also, I was gonna say that. So specifically on that note, I was gonna say that no, that sword does not look anything like a. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that.
Well,
it looks like a traditional. It looks like a cavalry saber.
Well, the hilt,
like a
the hilt definitely looks more like a rapier,
or more pirate-ish.
The hilt looks more like a rapier,
Yeah.
and then the blade has a lot more inspiration to what they're showing above. Again, this is inspiration, right? I didn't know that about scimitars. That's actually a cool fact. I will say that. Well, that's the thing that's cool with this video.
I probably should have known that since I saber fenced.
Yeah.
But I didn't. So
But yeah, again, I don't understand because now we're trying to drag in points of like, oh yes, this isn't actually like this. This is this. This isn't like this at all. But then you're making points of like, well, it is like this and this is bad. Like, I don't understand.
It's only bad when they point it out.
Chinese time of her life. Why not just take inspiration from the khopesh? It's an Egyptian curved sword which looks cooler and is less dissonant. Where are the parts?
But the point is, it's a fantasy race. It's not real.
Because they liked the design of the sword they made.
Yeah, it's not real. Okay? Newsflash. Fantasy weapons sometimes aren't realistic, or even sometimes just not based in reality in terms of plausibility. Well, they are based in reality, but sometimes they're like, you know, taken to the extreme in terms of like, you know, size. Yeah, the Buster Sword. Bruh. Gay.
Also, scythes are are farming tools.
What's that?
You said scythes, I thought?
Did I? I've lost. I'm going insane.
I thought you said that for like. I thought you started to say scythe, and then you switched to the Buster Sword or whatever I said.
Yeah, size is what I was trying to say. Size.
Oh, sigh. Okay, yes. I thought. Yeah, okay. You see where I was confused.
Yeah,
because I was going to say scythes actually were farming tools, and could be used as a weapon if you absolutely had nothing else.
Draw on some deeper knowledge of the clothing and create believability. The Egyptian elements are
believability in fantasy, by the way. We're going to keep going.
Exclusively the visual stereotypes, and the non-Egyptian elements are random. Hey, let's throw some peacock feathers in there, and a gem dangling on her forehead right where a bindi would go. And then on her back and front torso, these petals look like they might be a simplified form from an Indian motif. We're feeling very ethnic. Nobody's perfect at this, but when I'm compelled to take from several cultures for one design, I try to steer away from stereotypes and do as much research as possible.
How is it the stereotype? It's just
and combine that well-informed niche information into something that is detached from reality while feeling very human. Or
I hate this style.
One culture as a base, research it well so it's grounded. Then when I integrate some inspiration from other cultures, it feels less like I'm throwing cliches into a blender. There will be visual stereotypes involved, but not this much. Just not this much. So, to review...
Not a visual stereotype at all. Wait, how is it... You're taking from many multifacets of many different cultures to go ahead and create a character design that is appealing to look at.
Derivative, you dumbass.
I don't understand. It's so weird.
As an Egyptian, I'm supposed to gloss over the persistently fetishistic designs, and according to Octo, I'm also supposed to forget the racist initial release of Ocarina of Time, the weird chant in the Goron Fire Temple with some religiously significant Arabic words thrown in, garbled, the Gyarados symbols being the crescent and star. Yes, those details were changed, but they make it clear that things have been rotten from the start.
But he also brings up the point that those are also just randomly in other places in the game. Like, bruh.
while their modern appearances are less egregious. It does not feel like they have really re-researched or revisited the Gyarados with a cultured eye since. I just think that maybe they can tweak the design a bit, and hopefully we, the collective we, can be a little bit more normal about the desert and the desert people, because as one of them, I love the Gyarados, and at the same time, this feels not good. I feel like we can push for a better version. Back to you, Skitty.
Thank you.
It's just not race. I don't get it. I don't get that the issue with this is you have made a cool looking character and you put it into your cool fantasy game. That should be it. If you want representation that is specific to you, like there is stuff like that exists, I'm very sure. And this isn't meant to be like, oh, you don't like this, play something that like, has a better representation of that culture. I'm not trying to say that. If you are seeing yourself in a specific character, that is awesome, right? I will not take that away from you, okay? Because that gets into some like really weird territory, and the language like around that topic kind of like makes it sound like I'm trying to imply something else when I'm not. But again, there are stuff which have got like the specific intention of like, yes, this is the direct inspiration. This is solely meant to be themed. This is solely meant to be themed off of like, yeah, I know. Solely themed off of Egyptian culture, for example. This is meant to be off of I don't know, Ukrainian culture, like all these different like facets. I can go on and on and on. Every different kind of culture, right? There are many different things which take direct inspiration from that and solely
Read that down.
I will. I'm trying to.
Because holy fuck no, it just destroys that whole point they just made.
Thank you very much, Bomberman, for the $5. Fun fact, that chant is a stock sound from a sound library. That's hilarious. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the donation. They just said. That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Damn it.
But no.
Oh. Also, why does she keep saying Gyarados like Gyarados?
I don't know. The point I'm trying to make...
Was that bothering you too?
No. The point I'm trying to make is, right, at the end of the day, is that, yes, again, they've just applied the rule of cool, okay? There are many different things which take inspiration from many different things at the same time, right? There are things that take solely inspiration from one thing in particular, and that those things do exist. But you are talking about a Nintendo game where you're going around with a thing that says, hey, listen, hey, listen, with magical masks and fantastical creatures and monsters of different kinds of, like, different things, right? I don't think there's going to be, yes, this is the game of historical accuratism and cultural accuratism for a game that started its existence in the 90s. Drops microphone, but not actually this time, because I don't want to break my mic.
I'm gonna say, please don't. You're gonna fucking hurt everyone's ears again.
Yeah.
A point that Octo repeatedly raises throughout his video, as well as in the comments of his video, is that the Gerudo can't be Orientalist caricatures because the people making the game are
fucking Japanese.
There's a moment in his video that is genuinely offensive, not because it's bigoted in some way, but because of how intellectually dishonest and incurious it is. It's a little long, but I don't want to be accused of taking him out of context, so just sit tight for a minute, alright? Roll the clip.
Intent mattered very little to Saeed, because in many cases, Oriental studies were both informative and respectful. Saeed himself lists several key examples, such as Edward William Lane's account of the manners and customs of the modern Egyptians. But because the summation of all these works existed within the context of colonial domination over the Near East, and oftentimes were used to justify said domination, the ultimate purpose and end goal of Oriental studies was, in Saeed's conclusion, a way to stigmatize, otherize, and dominate the Near East from a Western perspective. Alright, so with all of that out of the way, there's now an obvious question we need to ask ourselves at this point. What the fuck does any of that have to do with a fantasy video game made by Japanese people in the year 1998? It's not that Orientalism or colonial stereotypes are impossible for Japanese people to participate in. See Kimba the White Lion and all of its blatant racism against both Africans and Middle Easterners is a prime example, but how does that have anything to do with the Gerudo? The idea seems to be that because the Gerudo have aspects of their culture dictated by Middle Eastern elements, and because said culture stands in contrast to Hylian society, that it is therefore Orientalist. But Orientalism doesn't automatically equal all bad. Like I said, modern Middle Eastern studies are literally just Orientalism with some rebranding attached to it.
What the fuck does any of that have to do with a fantasy video game made by Japanese people, and how does that have anything to do with the Gerudo are rhetorical questions. The conclusion Octo is counting on the viewer reaching is that the answer is, it doesn't. He's even got the silly Malomart theme playing in the background to emphasize how ridiculous it is to assert that the framework of Orientalism applies to the Gerudo at all. But why? He grants that Japanese media can include racist or Orientalist caricatures, but then dismisses out of hand the idea that the Gerudo could be an example of that phenomenon. He then pivots from, it's not that Orientalism is impossible for Japanese people to participate in, while discussing Kimba the White Lion, to Orientalism doesn't automatically equal bad, it's just Middle Eastern studies rebranded when talking about the Gerudo. It's obvious from this little sleight of hand that Octo actually does grasp the difference between the Britannica definition of Orientalism and the media studies definition of Orientalism. He's just pretending that he doesn't. He also says that the Gerudo have aspects of their culture dictated by Middle Eastern elements, but like, what is—
Thank you very much, Sheka Slays, for being a member. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you,
that
thank you,
even
thank
mean?
you.
If he's talking about their veils, curved blades, pointy shoes, bare midriffs, and baggy pants, those aren't Middle Eastern elements, they're costume pieces specifically chosen to highlight their otherness. It's worth noting that Octo's jumping here between footage of the Ocarina of Time Gerudo—
What? How? What?
We pause it for 1 sec, because I actually just... Rollerot just got... Is that how you say it?
I don't know. Rolling. Say roll or roller.
So yeah, basically the person just came in to tokenize themselves and left. Is what happened.
I can see where they're trying to, like, where they're coming from with it. Like, they are talking about it from their own personal experience of, like, yes, this is something, you know, I am of, you know, of this, the Asian culture, right? And they're trying to talk about it from their perspective. Like, I understand, like, like I said before, I understand where the arguments where they're coming from, right? But also, I don't think it really can apply in terms of, like, oh, yes, this is somehow bad because it takes the inspiration. And it's not entirely... Because their argument was basically, yeah, this is an accurate representation. But
I also don't like the kind of... It feels like also, I know what I'm talking about, pipe down white person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. I don't want to try and, like, attribute to it just because they come in and basically being like, I'm Egyptian, this is, you know, this is, like...
That's literally how they ended it, though.
Yeah, I get that. Fair enough.
That's how they ended their whole bit in this video. So it's hard to not take that away when that's your closing statement. Because that's what we're walking away with from you.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. I don't want to just attribute it to the fact that, like, they've...
No,
I don't want to attribute it to the fact of, like, Skitty's just gone like, yes, I'm gonna grab some person who's Egyptian.
No, I'm not saying that Skitty did that in the slightest. I'm saying that in the context of this video, that's accidentally what they did.
Fair enough. No, I see your point. I see your point. Fair enough.
Yeah, in the general context of the video, they accidentally just kind of made their point, made an accidental bad point against that, or made an accidental kind of funny point and bad point against them by accidentally tokenizing themselves. I guess tokenizing isn't the right word.
Right.
But coming in and, again, just being like, silence, whitey.
Lamau? Okay.
As a white man.
Yeah, yeah. We shall continue.
And the Wild Era Gerudo, which just strikes me as dishonest. Like, they're not equally problematic. The Wild Era Gerudo certainly aren't perfect, but they're a huge improvement from their appearance in Ocarina of Time. Octo needs you to believe that this is the argument his unreasonable opposition is making, because if he admits that the actual comparison looks more like this, his entire charade falls apart. But okay, let's rewind a little. Let's pretend he didn't bring up Kimba, thus tacitly admitting that Nintendo being Japanese doesn't actually have any bearing on their capacity to reproduce Orientalist tropes. For starters, the Zelda series has been steeped in the aesthetic of Western medieval fantasy since its inception, whether as a result of the Westernization that began to take hold in Japan in the Meiji period, a deliberate attempt to market to the Western audience that has always been responsible for the overwhelming majority of the Zelda series sales, or both. In the first Legend of Zelda game, Link had a cross on his shield, and the Book of Magic was straight up called the Bible in the Japanese version. Zelda 2 featured a cross as an obtainable item. A Link to the Past was the first game in the series to move towards an in-universe religion, introducing the Golden Goddesses and emphasizing the Triforce as a symbol of worship, but an official piece of concept art for the game featured Link kneeling in front of a crucifix. With all of this context, is it really so nonsensical to see Ocarina of Time's Ganondorf, a wicked man of the desert?
I've never seen that piece of art in my life.
That's crazy.
With all of this context, is it really? But an official piece of concept art for the game featured Link kneeling in front of a crucifix.
Again, yes, inspiration. Crazy. And it wasn't utilized in the final game. okay, it had its roots in the beginning of the game. Yes, fair enough, right? I understand that point. But, you know, they then went ahead and changed it to make it a fantasy thing. Like, bruh.
With all of this context, is it really so nonsensical to see Ocarina of Time's Ganondorf, a wicked man of the desert who seeks to conquer the Holy Land, the Sacred Realm, with his harem at his back, and be reminded of the imagery associated with European colonial domination? I don't think so. Speaking of European imagery, you might argue that it's hypocritical to take issue with the way the Gerudo are depicted, but not with the European-inspired Hylians. And to that, I'd urge you to look at the difference in how the two groups are presented. Hylian characters are treated as the default humans, with most of them having unique character models and distinct personalities. The Gerudo, on the other hand, are treated as perpetual outsiders who, with the exception of Ganondorf, his mothers, and Nabooru, share the same 3 character models. Not only are they treated as interchangeable, they're the only human characters Link can attack, and you can even borrow a Gerudo mask at the Happy Mask Shop, prompting certain characters to cry out in fear or tell you how much they hate Gerudos. Octo also compares the Gerudo—
Yes, it's because there's, like, an evil fucking villain who is, like, controlling all of them. Yes. Wow. And then when they go ahead and, oh, I don't know, the evil villain is defeated, suddenly they're dancing with everyone and they're having a grand old time. Wow. Oh my god, that's crazy. Let me go back a bit, because there's a few different points they make. Also, I could probably chalk it up to the fact that, I don't know, they're probably, again, can you, were they, like, one of the primary, like, enemy types in the game? Can anyone, like, answer that one? Do you know, Ivy?
I mean, they were, as someone said, they were being controlled by Ganon, so...
Right, I mean, so
they're
more
manipulated
like
by Ganon, so...
I mean, like in a gameplay type thing.
I don't know, yeah, no, I don't know exactly, because I'm guessing some were villains, but it looked like you can walk through their village and they're fine, but if you go into certain places, it looks like they become enemies.
Gotcha.
Unique character models and distinct personalities. The Gerudo, on the other hand, are treated as perpetual outsiders who, with the exception of Ganondorf, his mothers, and Nabooru, share the same 3 character models. Not only are they treated as interchangeable—
Can we go back to Hylia for a second? Okay. Also, Hylian was the word you were looking for the people of Hyrule.
With European
they don't have a
domination?
bunch of distinct models,
so.
if I'm not mistaken.
Imagery, you might argue that it's hypocritical to take issue with the way the Gerudo
like
are
when they go through the
depicted,
market, it looks like a bunch of the same model just slammed over each other.
I urge you to look at the difference in how the two groups are presented. Hylian characters
they look different. They are different.
Are treated as the default human.
Yeah, they are different models. Yeah.
I see most of them 2 of the same model in that group right there.
Oh,
I see the 2 blondes.
They've just changed.
I see those 2 guys. The 2 shirts guys in front of us.
They've just changed around the color palette.
So fuck off. They're all different. Yes, there are differences, and I will give them that. There are different people. But I feel like that is disingenuous.
Well, the vibe I've seemed to have gotten so far is the fact that, like, the Gerudo are treated more like they are, like, the enemies, right, in the story up until a point, unless someone can correct me. And surprise, surprise, most of the time enemies have the same aesthetic or same, like, apparel. But that's not always the thing we've seen with the Gerudos. They have elite variants, which are enemies as well. They have the ones that have been trapped inside of big, like, suits of armor. But yeah. They may not have the budget or the ability to create extra. Yeah. True. This is the 90s.
Exactly. Or was this after Nintendo? No, this was after the Nintendo success and they were blowing up again.
Fair enough.
Never mind.
Unique character models and distinct personalities. The Gerudo, on the other hand, are treated as perpetual outsiders who—
The parts are swapped because the devs are working with limited technology at the time. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. With the exception of Ganondorf, his mothers, and Nabooru, share the same 3 character models. Not only are they treated as interchangeable, they're the only human characters Link can attack, and you can even borrow—
I will say that is kind of a weird thing, that you can only attack them. I find that a bit weird.
I mean, they are, again, also being controlled by the villain.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I don't even know if that's true. Can you not attack the Hylians?
Well, I can assume that, I would assume that you can't do combat in the town.
No, but I think they still get annoyed at you. I think you shoot them and they, have like a, wow, why would you do that thing?
Oh, okay. Again, I'm completely
But I might be wrong. I haven't played the game, so I might be wrong.
Okay.
a Gerudo mask at the Happy Mask Shop, prompting certain characters to cry out in fear or tell you how much they hate Gerudos. Octo also compares the Gerudo to the Sheikah, who, at least in the Wild era, are based on Japanese people. He initially did this in the Twitter argument that sparked this whole thing, disingenuously asking if the Sheikah being depicted as different from the Hylians meant that the developers were being racist against themselves. Friend of the channel Boobly said that even if the Sheikah were a racist caricature, that wouldn't make the depiction of the Gerudo any less problematic. And I think Octo had a reading comprehension failure here.
Oh, when you become adult Link, the Hylians are all turned into monsters and then you can attack them. Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Because he interpreted this tweet as brutally calling the developers racist for their depiction of the Sheikah, which he wasn't, and also the Sheikah aren't a racist caricature. The Sheikah are depicted as different from the Hylians, sure, but they're also by far the most important people in the story of Breath of the Wild. Without them, Link would have no Shrine of Resurrection to be revived in, no Sheikah slate
So
to guide
because
him,
they're
no towers
important, so what? But that makes no sense. So because they're plot relevant, it's not. Is that what her point just was?
Let me go back.
Or their point? I'm sorry.
developers racist
Their
for their
point.
depiction of the Sheikah, which he wasn't, and also the Sheikah aren't a racist caricature. The Sheikah are depicted as different from the Hylians, sure, but they're also by far the most important people in the story of Breath of the Wild. Without them, Link would have no Shrine of Resurrection to be revived in, no Sheikah slate to guide him, no towers to climb, no divine beasts to free, and so on and so forth. He, and by extension the player, are reliant on the Sheikah throughout the entirety of their journey. While the Sheikah have a complete alphabet that's one-to-one with English letters, the written Gerudo language is much more limited, and the spoken Gerudo language is even worse. First of all, the Gerudo are the only people in the game who speak a foreign language to begin with. Second of all, the Gerudo words Savak, Sabsaba, Savor, Vasak, and Savork, meaning good day.
So my point was, it sounds like they are inspired by like Asian culture.
Right.
But it sounds like the point she just made was because they're plot relevant, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand what they're trying to do.
That's why I was. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Like
Yeah.
this, I don't know if their vocabulary argument is right, but the argument they just made is completely. Is again, who made this argument?
Hmm.
I'm sorry. Why are you making this argument and then defeating yourself?
Right.
They keep doing these cell phones on things that he doesn't talk about.
Well, he did talk about it, Ivy. He talked about it in that tweet.
Shut up.
He talks about it here.
Shut up.
Caricature that wouldn't make the depiction of the Gerudo any less problematic.
Okay.
And I think Octo had a reading comprehension
This is
failure
why I don't
here
do
because
drama.
he
I
interpreted
play
this
video
tweet as
games.
Let's see. This dude has so much political brain, right, that he stayed up for the devs are being racist to themselves with the Sheikah, but doesn't bother to explain why. It sounds like any depiction of distinct cultural elements from non-Europeans is just straight up racist to this guy, even if the media in question was made by the very same ethnic group attacked in that depiction. In the fantasy world where the Sheikah were an overtly racist caricature of Japanese people that does not grant a free pass to further bigotry, and most people learn that two wrongs don't make a right in preschool. Okay.
Calling the developers racist for their depiction of the Sheikah, which he wasn't, and also the Sheikah aren't a racist caricature. The Sheikah are depicted as different from the Hylians, sure, but they're also by far the most important people in the story of Breath of the Wild. Without them, Link would have no Shrine of Resurrection to be revived in, no Sheikah slate to guide him, no towers to climb, no divine beasts to free, and so on and so forth. He, and by extension the player, are reliant on the Sheikah throughout the entirety of their journey. While the Sheikah have a complete alphabet that's one-to-one with English letters, the written Gerudo language is much more limited, and the spoken Gerudo language is even worse. First of all, the Gerudo are the only people in the game who speak a foreign language to begin with. Second of all, the Gerudo words Savak, Sabsaba, Savor, Vasak, and Savork, meaning good day, good evening, good night, welcome, and goodbye, respectively, all derive from the Japanese word Sabaku, meaning desert. Savota, which means good morning, comes from the Japanese word Saboten, meaning cactus. They made the Gerudo speak a language that literally translates to desert cactus. You can't make this shit up. So while yes, the Sheikah are outsiders, they're not othered in the same way as the Gerudo. As Lawrence Hurst wrote in Dreams of the Japanese Self in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild,
grounded within the historical complexity surrounding Japan's desires to at once align with and be separate from the West, the Gerudo thus emerge as something of an uber-other, an amalgamation of Orientalisms in which the Western and Japanese gaze unite.
One last thing about the whole Nintendo is Japanese argument. When assessing the Gerudo to try and figure out whether or not they're meant to represent real-world Middle Eastern people, Octo calls out their bright red hair as something that
throws that comparison off a bit.
But that got me thinking, why do the Gerudo have red hair? A possible explanation dates all the way back to the year 1600 when the Dutch first arrived in Japan. Yes, really. For over 200 years, the only foreigners allowed to visit Japan were Dutch traders who were known as Komojin, or literally red-haired people. In her discussion of Japanese depictions of the other in Soul Calibur, Rachel Hutchinson points out that the non-Japanese Asian characters are often given red hair, and posits that aesthetic choice is meant to signify otherness. It's not impossible that a similar logic led to the Gerudo all sporting red hair as well. Finally, before we move on, I want to focus on the fantasy defense Octo repeatedly brings up. When he responds to the part of my tweet where I criticized the Gerudo all bearing their midriff, playing into the exotic belly dancer stereotype, he says that
the midriff thing is absolutely intentional. Yes, the Gerudo sexualize themselves on purpose because they're trying to attract men from other tribes. That's literally what the survival of their entire species is predicated on.
As an aside, referring to the Gerudo as a separate species from the other human characters is absolutely rancid. But doing our best to put that aside, no, the Gerudo do not sexualize themselves on purpose because they aren't.
Sorry, what?
Because they're trying to attract men from other tribes. That's literally what the survival of their entire species is predicated on.
As an aside, referring to the Gerudo as a separate species from the other human characters is absolutely rancid. But
they are a different species. What are you talking about? I thought that was meant to be the whole thing.
Didn't she refer to them as a different... Or they...
Yeah. Like,
Hold on, let me go find the misgender jar.
Well, I don't remember, but the fact of the matter is, right, they are a different species. They have a different kind of, like, what was it? Only one male is born within their, like, species, right? Every 100 years. That is not something that applies to the Hyruleans. They're clearly a different species because of the way that their biology works. Like, what? I mean, even the Gerudo specialize in lightning magic at one point. That's something specific to them. Like, I don't go up to, like, I wouldn't say, oh yes, how dare you call elves a different species from humans, right? That's not really a thing. Yeah, sorry, last I checked, humans don't give birth to one man every decade. Yeah, exactly. They are a different species. I don't understand where this is coming from. This is really weird.
As an aside,
like I said, I'm pretty sure, doesn't Skitty also call them a different species somewhere earlier in the video?
Right.
Because when they're talking about... Okay. Then I'm not even gonna...
Let's see.
Looked at the Zelda wiki, and the first thing it says is the Sheikah, also known as the Shadow Folk, are a race of Hylians.
Huh. Interesting.
So they're Hylian. So they're a Hylian knockoff.
Right, so they're a variant on the Hylians. Got it.
Variant, that's the word, not knockoff.
The sound language is a bit weird to me, but I understand wanting to make a fantasy culture's language by using things in their own environment. Maybe it could have been more creative with it, though. Yeah, no, I get that. I think an aspect of that can come from the fact of, like, Japanese words becoming very literal when they are translated, or Japanese words having, or names specifically, for example, do have, like, they embody, pre-existing words when people are creating names in Japan. I think that could be an aspect. Also, just the fact of way translations work. This reminds me of the time my housemate said dwarves are just short humans. He was rightly clowned on. True. They are not just They are not just short humans. Absolutely not.
Yeah, we have to
separate
clarify what a space
what the
is.
survival of their entire species is predicated on.
As an aside, referring to the Gerudo as a separate species from the other human characters is absolutely rancid. But doing our best to put that aside, no, the Gerudo do not sexualize themselves on purpose because they aren't real. They're characters in a video game that were created by humans, just like you and me. This is what Dan Olson called.
Okay, buddy, right. Okay. Yeah, this is so fucking Turbo AIDS. Okay.
The diegetic or Thermian argument, an argument that aims to dismiss criticism at its core,
suggesting that there aren't any problems with the text, provided controversial elements are internally consistent with the rest of the story world.
These arguments ignore the fact that what we think of as the canon of a fictional world exists as a result of an author writing it that way. The Gerudo sexualizing themselves is not a matter of historical fact, and treating it as such is intellectually dishonest. Moreover,
yeah, but it's not a historical fact because it's a fantasy setting. I don't know why that's being brought up. Yes, the creators went ahead and made it that way. But it's intrinsical to the fact that they are a matriarchy. They need to go ahead and, do stuff with, have sex with other species and other races. to
twisted.
You know, to continue lineage. Like, brother, what? Wait, doesn't that also destroy their own argument? They're not real. True. Hey, yeah, and I sent you the wiki page for the Gerudo. Thank you. Have a look. Dun, dun, dun. I'll have a look at this in a second. Thank you.
Yet again, this is not an actual analysis of the text. It's not stated anywhere in any of the games that the Gerudo wear these stereotypical costumes specifically to attract men. And if that were true, it would be even more weird and gross than it already is to put all of the Gerudo children in that same outfit. Hold on, editing Skitty here. Something I've neglected to mention so far is how fucking creepy this video is. We've mentioned Octo ignoring the text of the game to write fanfiction about the Gerudo a few times now, but the first time he does it is arguably the most egregious. He asserts near the beginning of the video that the Gerudo steal
high-value goods like horses and men. Yes, men. Because these women only give birth to a single man once every 100 years, the only way they can continue to reproduce in the interim is by taking men from other tribes, in this case the Hylians, and using them to, well, you know.
First of all, this isn't even the first time he's put cropped porn of Riju in his videos. He also puts it in his Wind Waker review where he reiterates his exact claim.
And the Gerudo decided to
kidnap... Yeah, we've already addressed this earlier into the stream.
Link for...
It is Labad. How did a transcript search? Skitty doesn't appear to call the Gerudo a separate species. Thank you, Pinker.
Thank you, Pinker.
Biological reasons.
And just to be crystal clear, it is never stated anywhere in Ocarina of Time that the Gerudo kidnap men in order to sexually assault them so they can reproduce. The only time we hear about Gerudo women taking Hylian partners is when talking to this Gossip Stone, which says that they sometimes come to Castletown to look for boyfriends. This doesn't imply anything non-consensual, and Octo never even brings this line of dialogue up. He just saw the Gerudo locking Link and the Carpenters up in jail and then wrote his script with one hand. Same goes for when he says that the Gerudo consider men to be
useless for anything other than breeding.
This is something he's imagining that's not in the text of the game. He says both in this video and in his Ocarina of Time review that the Gerudo section of the game is
meant to explore Link's developing sexuality as he grows into adulthood.
And like, let's ignore the fact that he's just repeating a part of that one Good Blood video out of context and mangling it. Let's even ignore the fact that Link is a child in an adult's body here, and that the events of Ocarina of Time are so traumatic that they lead to Majora's Mask happening. The idea that Link travels to the desert to have some sort of sexual awakening is, surprise, something Edward Said talks about at the end of Chapter 2 of Orientalism. When discussing Gustave Flaubert's body of work, Said says that sex in European society, quote,
entailed a web of legal, moral, even political and economic obligations of a detailed and certainly encumbering sort.
And as such, quote again,
the Orient was a place where one could look for sexual experience unobtainable in Europe.
So the idea of a journey to a distant desert land where you have some liberating sexual awakening is, again, an example of Orientalism. I initially cut this part out of the video for brevity, but considering this video is going to be almost an hour long anyway, it felt too important to omit. Alright, back to past me. Taking everything we've talked about so far into account, you might be coming away with the impression that Octorok Reviews is simply ignorant. Sure, he doesn't argue his points well, he isn't doing any kind of close reading of the text of the games, he didn't appear to do any kind of in-depth research, and he doesn't even seem to understand what Orientalism is, but so what? Why spend all this time researching, writing, and editing this video just to clap back at some guy who's clearly out of his depth? Well, I don't actually think Octo is stupid. I don't think he's some well-meaning guy who just rushed out a bad video without knowing any better. Let's take a closer look at some choice moments from this video, as well as his comments under this video, that I think are helpful in trying to answer my most pressing question, which is, what is this really about? Throughout this video, Octo does his best to portray himself as a neutral, open-minded intellectual who's just trying to understand this unreasonable horde of Zelda fans who insist on censoring and retconning his beloved series solely to fulfill their own need to morally grandstand. He's so committed to portraying his
Fun fact about the Gerudo, married Gerudo do not typically live in Gerudo Town. Also, Gerudo men are only born after the previous king has died, meaning after Ganon there is no Gerudo men born. Huh. Cool. I will say, yeah, they've been making some solid points in this little section about the topic of the reproduction. Because if it was not really explicitly stated inside of the game in the way in which that, like, the Gerudo are reproduce, fair enough. I mean, the one part that there is, again, is that one, like, stone, or gossip stone, is Gerudo women going into town. But again, it's nothing that would imply essay. So fair enough.
His ideological opponents as irrational that he poisons the well right off the bat, saying that his video isn't made for those people since
they've doubtless already made up their minds and likely aren't willing to listen to reason at this point.
This framing is essential because if you look at the wider picture of the incident that inspired this video and see that, in fact, it was him who opted to pick a fight under a post that wasn't even primarily about the Gerudo and certainly didn't call for their removal, it makes him look like he's just throwing a tantrum over the idea of a conversation nobody was actually having. The complete unwillingness to engage with what his opposition actually believes is best embodied by this moment where he throws up the reception section of the article for the Gerudo on Wikipedia, with text reading,
"Some insane motherfucker on Wikipedia wrote a whole essay summarizing the bullshit views of games journalists who've complained about this shit over the years. I've seen actual articles of major historical events with less detail written on them on Wikipedia and the Gerudo article. Holy shit."
Now, I've been online and embroiled in culture war bullshit for long enough to know that if someone is complaining about games journalists and they're not talking about the Cuphead tutorial, 99 times out of 100, it's unsubstantiated ideological grievance. And it's hard not to feel like this is an example of that. He smears the multitude of different opinions and perspectives that appear here as bullshit opinions without ever explaining what exactly he takes issue with. The articles by Lawrence Hurst and Byron J. Kimball in particular stand out because those authors aren't journalists, they're academics. I've actually had both of these papers downloaded on my laptop since 2024 since I thought I might end up using them for a school project that never panned out. I cited Hurst in this video, and both papers were part of the research that went into making it. Octo's dismissive attitude towards any contemporary scholarship is striking in how immature and reactionary it is. If this video actually sought to engage in good faith with people who believe Orientalism in Zelda is a real issue, academic journals published on that very topic would be the first place I'd look. Even the shred of respect he pretends to have for Saeed's work falls apart in the comments where he refers to the work of his contemporaries as drivel, cooked up by some starving intellectual from the 70s. In another comment, he drops the civility thing altogether, casting his interlocutors as Twitter freaks and saying,
"So help me God, I will expunge this rot from the Zelda fandom, one overly analytical video at a time."
All the work he put in to make himself seem neutral in the video itself goes out the window here, as he lays out what I already suspected was the purpose of this video. He wants to make discussion of—
Well, he didn't really state that he was neutral in the video, did he? Like, he clearly has a differing opinion from, like, what other people are saying, and he is stating it. He's not neutral. He's stating a different opinion. But anyway.
Social issues in gaming spaces impossible, which is funny because as it stands, Twitter is hardly a bastion of progressivism. It's not like every time you draw fan art of Link wearing the Gerudo Vi outfit, you get swarmed by blue-haired feminists chucking copies of Orientalism at you. On the contrary, when Bea Silent Princess made a thread a couple years ago criticizing that very outfit, she was inundated with hate comments. There aren't any big YouTubers that have talked about this issue in any amount of detail, there's not some big movement to cancel the Gerudo, and the position that people who criticize these things are overly sensitive, ridiculous, or contemptible is already the dominant one. All this video does is revel in some imagined victimization at the hands of a tiny minority of Zelda fans who, and I can't stress this enough—
So you're both cringe, I guess? True. Again, I'm not disagreeing with everything that Skitty is saying. I think this is gay and cringe and has been blown out of proportion, to be honest. As we will soon learn.
Still love and care about the Zelda
I'm literally
series.
sitting here, just like, in dead silence, just like, guys, it's a fucking Nintendo game.
Yes.
Like, it's not that fucking deep.
Yes.
Like, I understand you could have, like, deep discussion about a game because I love doing that, but, like, holy fuck, this is just turbo AIDS. This is just debate shit at this point.
True.
It just feels like fighting to fight.
Yeah, there's L's on both ends, okay? There are L's on both ends.
I don't believe for a second that
both ends are kind of both ends come out looking cringe because they're just here to fight. It feels like.
Yeah.
Out my username and profile picture to protect my identity or to prevent harassment, especially because if that's true, his decision to not censor the profile pictures of the other people involved in that conversation is irresponsible at best. I think he needed to keep me anonymous because revealing that this unreasonable fake Zelda fan who only criticizes these games in service of ideological virtue signaling is actually skitty-fucking-bitty would make him look even more like a gormless weirdo than he already—
How? Okay, that's weird. Why would you say that? What do you mean?
No, I just don't think he wanted to give you the fucking credit because he knew it'd annoy you.
No, I disagree. I think it was literally just a case of do not harass this person. Like, this isn't really him doing this isn't going to stop much from people finding this. These people could just look at his replies and then find this really fucking easily. It would not be hard to find in the slightest.
Also, someone pointed it out. But also, it might have been because Skitty's people. Stop, think, speak, Jesus fuck. People can have the same profile picture and, the same kind of thing. I'm guessing skittybitty here has a very particular profile picture and look.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it is easily recognizable, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah.
So hiding their image just for that extra bit of anonymity because someone might go, "Oh, yeah, I fucking know that image."
Yeah, Fair enough.
If you're just using like me, I'm using my Discord images, not my fucking whatever it's called, my Fuji. The actual Discord picture is just a random cat that I saw while I was watching shorts.
Yes.
And I just took a picture of.
That's not a picture of you. What the hell? I've been lied to. That's messed up.
I'm sorry, you sound really tired. I'll let you finish.
Yeah. Perishes. Thank you very much, Bomberman, for the $2. Who even said that? That's what I'm saying of a cat. So true. This cat is evil and fucked up.
I mean, when I'm talking, it looks like the cat just looks like it's gonna say something super offensive.
True, and then you do.
He does. I should note that Octo has been cordial, even friendly in our public interactions, but it doesn't feel sincere. If anything, I'm waiting for him to turn around after this video comes out and talk about how all this is so uncalled for and he's only ever been nice to me. Which is kind of hard to square with this whole video that misrepresents what I believe and his expunge this.
It's not even, like, your specific points. Also, he was pretty accurate in what he was saying to it, like, at least in certain parts of this video, right? You do bring up stuff that you do disagree with what he brings up in the video. So, yeah.
Brought from the Zelda fandom line. Back to the video itself though, because there's one more moment I wanted to focus on. In service of keeping up his veneer of neutrality or even faux progressivism, Octo talks repeatedly about how the Gerudo add diversity to the series. But in one of these instances near the end of the video, he lets his mask slip a little bit, and it's basically all downhill from there. Let's watch the clip.
These are positive, strong, female role models who all come from the same tribe of people. And they are beloved characters, not just because of their good writing, but also, and I admit this is less important to me, but it is important to others, which I respect, they add diversity to a game series that otherwise is centered around European-looking characters. I'm really not sure what these people envision the Zelda series looking like without its current world-building structure, but if it's anything like the fantasy slop we see on TV these days, where every cast of characters look like they came straight out of LA, then they're making a big mistake. What you have with a series like Zelda or The Elder Scrolls is a fantasy story with dynamic, proper representation. You can have women of color appear in your European-based fantasy story if you take the time to write a group of people with an interesting history and culture that fits into that world perfectly.
Okay, so first off, I appreciate him giving us the disclaimer that he doesn't care about diversity and that he's strictly using that concept for point scoring. He says he's not—
How? What? When was it said that? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Sure what these people envision Zelda looking like.
Okay, that's incredibly bad.
That's
he literally said these people when referring to the Zelda community that had an issue with these characters. That is horrifically bad, Faith.
But at its current world building structure, but the world building in the Zelda, I'm not sure what these people envision Zelda looking like without its current world.
I'm just gonna say make shit up.
Building structure, but the world building in the Zelda series is famously inconsistent. As an aside, it's a belief of mine that world building is, in general, overrated. I think the themes and characters in a story matter way more than any sort of realism or consistency, but I digress. His comment about
my
the
inner
fantasy
Tolkienist just
okay.
Holy we see
fuck,
on TV these days. Is where every
go.
cast of characters looks like they came straight out of LA, is where things get really nasty. I've been trying to come up with a charitable explanation for this line, especially in the context of him discussing diversity and paired with the visual he chose to accompany it, but I just can't.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. He literally said these people when referring to people who disagreed with his points. Just because he said it in this context, you've literally just given it a thing to try and make it sound like he's being racist. What the fuck are you on about?
This isn't a criticism of said quote-unquote fantasy slop being boring or poorly written. It's him complaining that he saw a black person in a genre where he feels they don't belong.
He didn't say that in the slightest. You're just lying.
He was...
He didn't say
I'm having
that.
an aneurysm.
He did not
I think
say
I'm
that.
having an aneurysm.
He did not say that at all. What
He
do you
didn't
want
say
about?
that, and using the image that you showed, there was a single black person and 5 white people. So he was probably pointing out the white, oh my god, I feel just so dumb having to explain this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe in you.
Oh my god. He's probably just showing that it's white focused instead of...
Well, even then, his main point was that, like, oh yes, these people don't look like they were actually from, like, the timepiece that they are being, like...
Yeah, that too,
being written into. Like, they all look like they're from Hollywood, yes. Yes, it's the way that they're dressed, yes, exactly. Fuck me.
Or, I mean, there was the Cleopatra movie.
Yeah.
That I think is more, that also in a sense, but also they do that with white people constantly. I mean, the Odyssey.
I never watched it yet. I haven't watched it.
No, but how many of those people were actually white? White. They're
I've
Greeks.
seen all of them.
They're Greek.
Yeah, I was referring to the actors.
Yeah, so but that's my point. Is there's an Indian actor in it, and people are pissed about him saying that he's Greek, and they're like, he would be.
I mean, it comes to the whole thing of like, you know, the funny thing of like, oh yeah, the picture of Jesus that was commonly associated with this being the picture of Jesus was actually some guy's gay lover. And if Jesus would have actually been, would have had a different complexion, and he definitely wouldn't have been white. If he was, there's the common joke of, if Jesus was white, where like he was born, people would have been like, what the fuck? Why do you look like that?
No, he would have been crucified sooner.
Yeah. I think
because he would have been all fucking albino.
Yeah. I think this is a reach coming from Skitty. I say this is a black woman, not making myself a token, but you didn't say that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he didn't say that in the slightest.
This is Stretch Armstrong, so true.
His comparison to Zelda, where he says, you can have women of color appear in your European-based fantasy story if you take the time to write a group of people with an interesting history and culture, is proof that he sees the presence of women of color in a fantasy story as something that needs to be justified. Even
That's such a stretch. What the fuck are you on about?
That's a stretch. No,
what the fuck are you on about? That's just not what he said.
Any race needs justification to exist.
Yeah.
Anything needs a justification to exist, and it's Chekhov's gun.
Yeah.
Everything has a reason for being there. That's why storytelling is, or that's why writing and character building and world building is important, you fucking dolt.
Yes.
No, Hyrule is not
Sorry,
actually
they said
Europe,
they don't
and
care
things
about
like
world
realism
building,
and
and it pissed
historical
me off
accuracy
so
are
much.
clearly not the Zelda series' priority. Do I think Octorok Reviews is racist? I don't know. I can't say
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're trying to paint him as a racist. Yes, you do.
Certain what's in his heart of hearts, but his attitude is that of someone who, at the very least, sees whiteness as the default, is what I originally wrote. But Octo has recently partnered up with a tea company called The Dragon's Treasure. Here are just some of the things this guy is elected to post on his brand account. And when pressed, he doubled down, saying he stands by everything he's posted. I don't want to litigate petty Twitter drama in this video about Orientalism, but this stuff is too disturbing to ignore. And Octo's refusal to acknowledge, let alone condemn, any of the vile things this guy has publicly said on the Twitter account for the brand he's affiliated with speaks volumes. Then again, he posts shit like this and this.
What the fuck you on about?
What does this have to do with...
What the fuck?
This, and he seems to be a big fan of Asmongold, even using clips from him in his tea ad. I wonder
Oh,
what
no.
Asmongold thinks about Southwest Asian people.
They are not
That's incredible. That's incredibly a stretch. Fuck
the
off.
same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible.
Guilt by association.
Kills people for their identity.
Come on.
It is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Ah, I see. Combine all this with his weird insistence on referring to the player
And
as
also-
he in every single one of
If I'm not mistaken, didn't Asmon walk that take back
Oh, no.
and say, yeah, that was... Even I admit that was pretty fucking racist?
I don't even know. I don't watch Asmongold.
If I'm not mistaken, he didn't... I shouldn't say walked it back. He agreed, like, yeah, no, I fucking... What I said there, I deserved the ban for. Like,
Right.
he admits he deserved it, because that was fucked up. So
Yeah.
the way she's painting this, like, he was
Right.
just like, oh, yeah.
Putting you in the corner again. You misgendered again. Back in the box.
I'll go get the jar again.
Down you go. There we go.
I'll get the misgender jar. I'm sorry, Skitty.
Yeah.
I
his Zelda essays,
apologize.
his weird fixation on region,
As a they,
his
them,
terminal
I should know
VTuber
better.
brain rot, and my conclusion is simply that Octo is nothing more than your average dime a dozen internet reactionary. Is it possible I misunderstood him? Sure, I suppose anything is possible. But with how consistently disingenuous he's been, I'd need to see a lot of evidence to the contrary. But I've already talked about Octo for too long, so let's move on and get this video wrapped up. Okay, So, I don't want to see the Gerudo removed from the Zelda series, but I still take issue with some aspects of how they're depicted. The obvious question is what my solution would be to those issues, and luckily I have a number of different answers. First, it's important to acknowledge that the Gerudo have already come a long way. The Gerudo in the Wild era stand head and shoulders above their counterparts in the N64, both literally and figuratively. I think the increased variety of hairstyles, skin tones, and face shapes is a step in the right direction, and it's especially nice to see Gerudo out-traveling the world. I also appreciate the Gerudo's appearance in Echoes of Wisdom, something Octo doesn't even mention in his video. The Gerudo in Echoes of Wisdom are basically just doing their own thing. They're concerned about the rifts, same as everyone else, and they're not singled out or treated with suspicion. They still wear the stereotypical outfits, and Zelda herself can wear one too, but on the whole, it's still an improvement. I also appreciate the continuity between Rotana in the Wild era games and Torma in Echoes of Wisdom. Math, science, and medicine as we know it wouldn't be the same.
Do you want me to draw you a jar to put Ivy in? Absolutely.
I do not want a cum jar. I do not want the cum jar.
Do you want to make... Yeah, do you want me to make a silly misgender box? So true.
The misgender box, the box is better because cats love boxes.
Evil.
Without contributions of scholars like Ibn Sina and Al-Khwarizmi, so it's really cool to see the beginnings of a pattern of Gerudo characters who have a passion for research. In terms of changes I would advise making, let's start with the outfits. The pointy shoes and crop tops have got to go. No one in their right mind would be showing this much skin under the blazing desert sun, and there's no way Riju is doing all of that in heels. Instead of randomly choosing costume pieces from a slew of different cultures, focus
No, they can't be Bayonetta. Yeah, I was about to say Bayonetta.
On one to ground your inspiration and actually do the necessary research to depict it accurately. The same goes for their weapons and other accessories. I would offer more suggestions, but the truth is that I actually don't know how to best represent these cultures. Luckily, Southwest Asian and North African people are capable of representing themselves. Miyamoto visited a horseback riding club during the development of Ocarina of Time to make Epona feel more like a real horse. It's easy to imagine the developers reaching out to artists, architects, and costume designers from the cultures they're hoping to borrow from and learning how to do so accurately.
How do you know they didn't?
The last thing I want to say is just that I think it's ridiculous that this conversation was ever about censorship or shutting down something deemed morally or politically problematic. This video gave me an opportunity to work with some really cool people, to do a lot of fascinating research, and to just generally broaden my horizons. I can't imagine being so close-minded that you take issue with someone interrogating works of art that they care about. Thinking about things critically and researching things you have questions about is one of the most important skills you can develop right now. Anti-intellectualism is everywhere in this day and age, and it's important to resist it whenever possible. Read books, talk to people who know more than you, do your best to grow beyond your comfort zone, because that's all we have. If you take nothing else away from this video, let it be that. Thanks so much for watching this video. First
Evil last video, evil are videos. Again, I agree with points with skittybitty. There's a points I disagree with skittybitty. There's a points where I agree with octorok reviews and points where I do not. Yes, but with that all in mind, we're going to the evil ass land.
Recently,
to
I
the
found myself
bold
looking
man. Bold man time. Bold. My eyes. But real quick, I'm gonna quickly grab my snack because I'm hungry. I'm gonna try and find what my snack is. Entertain the people. I will be very short.
So, what have you guys been playing recently? I've been, one of my favorite games, that has been in beta has finally come out, called Tears of Metal. I was talking about it earlier in the chat. It's inspired by Scottish history, and you play as fucking William Wallace as your first main character, and it's a kind of plays like Dynasty Warriors. It's really fun, and it's a roguelike. Una Musume, of course. RuneScape, dude, fucking, are you multi-boxing RuneScape? I have a friend who loves to multi. Dude, Stardew. The fucking I saw Phineas playing.
Fuck.
I've also been playing, if you want like a good survival game, it's called Survivalism: The Invisible Strain. It's a zombie game based off of State of Decay, if you like it. Ew, Genshin. I only say that because of the company. I don't like Genshin's parent company. They're fucking malicious as or predatory as shit.
So I just got a Belvito bar. Yummers.
Nice.
It's like a, people who don't know, it's like a breakfast bar type thing with like strawberry in it. Yummers. Okay.
Bro, I was watching something earlier. I don't remember what it was, Gray. Just to your point. And I literally, I'm actually going back through my screens now, or going back through my videos, looking to see if I can find it. I saw a character in a game, and I was like, why does that motherfucker look like Dante from the DMC remakes? It's fucking hilarious you mentioned the DMC remake.
I should have picked a different snack. I should have picked a different snack. I forget how, like, dry these fucking things are. Oh my god. Okay. Oh yeah, because of where I've moved to, there's like a vape shop that sells, like, imported Monster cans from Japan. I don't remember if I
what flavor?
I don't remember if I told people that last, a stream or two ago. I can't remember, but anyway. They got, like, the Java, ones, which are, like, the coffee. Coffee
Oh yeah,
ones.
we have those. Oh wait, you guys don't have those?
No.
We have, like, 3 flavors.
They got the ones which look like the cans, but they come up to, like, to have the neck of a bottle, and you can, like, re-screw the top, which I love. I wish that was just the default. So I've got, like, just a normal Monster Energy. I also tried, Thai Red Bull. Very weird drink. So, for those who don't know, Thai Red Bull, it's, like, in a tinier can than, like, a regular-sized can. Of, like, not like the Monster cans, but like a Coke can, right? But even smaller than that. And it's not carbonated. It is the original Red Bull recipe. And it has...
Oh, so it's...
And it has 80 milligrams of caffeine in it. I was buzzing when writing my script. It was okay, I wouldn't have it again. But anyways...
You drank bull semen.
No, you. No take backs. So, bold opinions threw his hat into the ring.
Balding opinions.
Balding opinions. No, he's got a lovely bald head, okay? Lovely bald man.
Bro, I was in Ace's chat when he was watching, I think, this video, and I said, damn, Jim's looking worse.
That's fucked up.
He literally typed back, that's fucked up. He literally DM'd me, like, or typed in the Spurgatory or something, that's fucked up.
Lamau. But he threw his hat into the ring and went into a different aspect with this whole skitty-bitty drama, okay? Let's...
You should buy a hat for his hat.
Have a look. You should buy a hat for his hat. You should all buy hats for your hats.
Recently, I found myself looking for drama, I guess, that's juicy or interesting to me, but more on the silly side, less dark. There's plenty of dark stuff to go around, all sorts of abuses and whatnot.
It's why I'm looking at this fucking drama, dude. God knows I need a break at some point, but... there's no rest for the wicked.
There's only so much I can do before it starts to wear me down and leave me with a dark cloud hanging over me, even when I'm not at my computer. I'm a person, I do have a heart, I do have my limits. So looking for silly stuff, I scrabble around and I'm like, hey, these anti-grifter or the media literacy people, the people who look at cartoons, movies, I guess books, I haven't looked at the book people though, and sort of are loosely intertwined and have something of a shared culture.
No, I mean, that's fucked.
They have this habit of
Pitbull looks different nowadays. It's supposed to feel 5.
Projecting an extreme compensation for the limitations and weaknesses, which can be simplified to doing publicly the opposite of what they really are, or the opposite of what they're doing privately. I'll give you a light, silly example before we get into something that I actually think is unacceptable. I decided to look at a guy called the Birdman. He was interesting to me because he has like this...
I've heard some stuff with Birdman. I should look into that. I think... Is that the guy that Future Nightmares did a video on?
Yes, Beckett went over that video. Went over most of it at the beginning of his stream.
Yeah, we've got some stuff to look through in the future.
I will let you know. If you're going to watch that video on stream, it has a bunch of AI stuff. It has already been flagged for AI, so it might get your stream flagged with AI.
Really?
Yeah, he used a bunch of AI pictures and stuff.
Huh. Well, considering the fact that I'm reacting to it, it should be a lot different than what it should. It'll probably get past it, but we'll see.
Yeah, Becca just skipped all the parts that were AI.
Fair enough.
Tough guy persona. I like that. That's fun. I love internet shit talk and beefing and stuff. Now, if you just look at his regular videos, you'd assume it's a persona for entertainment, or maybe that's just how he is, just his personal style. There is a video I saw, though, that makes things look very different. Any bit of him that I thought was kind of cool. He's kind of a cool guy. Got a real good voice. I believe he's a voice actor. That evaporated like that. Gone. I'm now of the opinion that this tough guy persona is him compensating for something in himself.
Different guy, sassy.
Feeling of weakness.
Birdman is
or something like that,
YouTuber.
which makes it very cringe and gay instead of fun. What I'm talking about is an older video from 2021. He tried to get a free pizza from Domino's using his points or whatever, or some late promo.
Okay, so this is entirely about Birdman. We'll skip forward to the skittybitty stuff. I didn't realize this would be the main beginning of it.
Do you have any idea who Birdman actually is?
No. I'm going to do a whole stream on it.
Internet Birdman. Not Internet Birdman.
No.
The rapper.
No.
Oh my god, that guy is a fucking... He's a Young Money rapper. That guy's fucking crazy.
Cool. I'll have to have a look at it.
That would be something. That would be something to look into, just if you were wanting to do like a different stream.
Fair enough.
Because crazy rappers are fucking nuts.
Fair enough. Awesome.
Now onto the title of this video, which you might be saying, why have you done that? That's horrible. That's too extreme, blah, blah, blah. It's really funny. And I think it describes what I saw. And what I saw, I don't vibe with. And not in the way I don't vibe with that Birdman Karen clip. Having had some time to think about it, I think it's actually pretty messed up. I get aches and pains in my chest. I've got the old, it's suspected costochondritis, which isn't serious, but it hurts and can, mess up your sleep. And when it's hot, when it's cold, or it's weird, I have trouble sleeping sometimes. So I'm on the internet looking for stuff to pass the time with, and I see a slap fight between some octorok reviews guy and skittybitty. They are apparently ZELDA-focused YouTubers. Skittybitty, ostensibly being part of this, not officially as in some organizational sense, but I put her in the same bucket as a lot of these other people, the leftoid critics, anti-grifters, although I'm not sure she does that specifically, but she certainly is in that mass somehow. I see her talking about this guy, who is, by my read, a dork, sure. I see her showing off, all bravado. This guy's my own personal lol cow, she says.
Huh.
And I think, you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. You're doing the opposite of this in private. I know it. Telling everyone you want to milk this guy, he's your personal lol cow. You're just interested in him because he says this stuff. He keeps saying racist stuff. You're going to clown on him forever. Yeah, he's your own personal punching bag. So I take a quick peep at Skitty's Patreon Discord. And I do one search. I type report into the bar and...
Ooh, hold on. What?
Yep, that's what I think
everyone. Don't forget to report octorok reviews on Twitter. Here we fucking go. This is where it gets insane. Okay?
That is a call to action, is it not?
Yes, it is. Skittybitty, because of stupid-ass fucking Zelda drama, which had no stakes in the game, right, decided to get their audience to brigade octorok reviews on Twitter to try and get them cancelled and removed from the platform. Insane.
Pinging everyone to report this guy on Twitter. Huh? She also talked about having streamed about that guy and then having privated the stream. I have no idea what she said about him or what she was doing in that stream. That's pretty lame on its own. It's extremely lame when you're tough guying out on Twitter. She's not exactly troll shielding, but she's behaving the way someone who's troll shielding does. I'm above it all, I'm laughing at the dorks, while secretly in private being immensely ass-pained. Sort of like a leave me alone because I don't care, right? I love this, haha, you're not getting to me. I'm actually an epic troll. Very lame. But not what bothers me a bit. Skitty's Discord has a setup that I think is incredibly unwise. Now, it's clean. There's no porn. You're not allowed any not safe for work. I don't believe there'd be anything awful happening in there. But it does welcome kids. It does welcome minors. Generally, I'd say do not do that. But if you do and everything's clean, okay. Point of concern one, though. The minors are tagged. The minors have a minor role, at least the ones that identify themselves. That seems extremely dangerous to me. Fish in a barrel for pedophiles is how I'd describe it. Like, you can let them in while also being like, if you're identifiably clearly a kid, though, you're out. Something like that. Because that's most of the protection, right? The identification of a target for these people. It needs to be very risky for them to try and pull something. If the vulnerable people come pre-packaged and pre-labeled, that's just my take on it. But what it also means, and what bothers me, is that I can also see, for my purposes, who's got that tag, who is a minor. And in response to her call to action to report this guy to go onto Twitter and get involved in this, I could see people with the minor tag discussing him. One asking, well, isn't match reporting bad? And then another one with the same tag, the minor tag, saying, well, it depends if it's justified or not. I'm paraphrasing. I brought up that this happened to Skittybitty, who tried to say that she didn't want him gone, and that the call to mass report him was a joke, and then actually it doesn't matter because he didn't get mass reported, so...
Dude, that's fucking moronic. What do you mean, man? It doesn't matter because it didn't work. Okay, but what if it did work, okay? And saying it's clearly a joke is a fucking lie. That is such a lie, okay, dude? That is a blatant lie. There was nothing about that announcement that we read as a joke. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Why would that? What would be the joke? That people did it? People didn't do it? Haha, guys, that would be so insane. This is retrospective cope from skittybitty, okay? That is what this is. This is moronic and insane.
No, I'm suggesting that she wanted it.
I've already watched this, so
I think it's pretty clear that
trying to stay quiet.
Seem to admit that now. But anyway, while tweeting at her, I bring up these kids responding to her call to action, her add everyone in a Discord, discussing it, and right over the head. No, didn't register, because her response to it was, you know, to be fair, I think it is justified or something like that. I'll put the tweet up. No.
Oh, it's deleted.
They might have gotten caught in their hair. I know that's something he doesn't have to deal with.
True.
Internet race war. That's insane. That's fucked up.
Hold on.
You're enlisting kids into like some fucking internet race war.
You're literally the most racist person I know, Skitty. And then they repost saying, anyway, who remembers this quest in Zelda Breath of the Wild? Destroy the white race. No.
Nice.
Fucking hell.
That's insane. That's fucked up.
That's funny as fuck, actually.
You have a space that welcomes kids. Explicitly. It's in your rules. Kids are allowed here. You tag them. Give them a role that tells everyone they're a kid. You know you got kids here. And you're asking everyone to get involved in this weird, like it's fucking, essentially, Twitter race war with some extremely nasty, probably dangerous people because you're ass pained. If it helps you recognize that it's wrong, I will phrase it as your child army. Your personal internet child race war army. The personal internet army stuff, people trying to use their audience as a weapon or whatever, is really lame to begin with. But this crosses the line into being kind of sick, in my opinion. Like today, the next day, I feel a little bit off. I feel a little bit with this in the back of my mind. So I figured I'd make a quick video about it. Stop fucking doing that.
True. So fucking true. What do you mean Stardust is buying J-Stalk? What the fuck? Anyway. Anyways, that was the first video. We now go to the second.
The defensive...
The first thing, obviously, we learned from that video, Skitty has brigaded with their child audience against octorok reviews to try and get them cancelled on Twitter because Zelda drama, okay? Insanely hinged behavior, clearly, right, guys? Clearly they're insane. And my Fuji's fucked up, and now they're back.
Skittybitty following yesterday's video.
Not even just Zelda drama.
Yeah.
Zelda race drama.
So true. The race war is so on, apparently. Also, guys, if you can
clip
tell...
that. Clip that.
No. Fuck you. But no, if you guys haven't been able to tell, I'm just going in timeline order for these videos.
Been immediate and bizarre. My favorite media critic and most media literate man alive has stepped in to inform his audience that I made a video attacking Skittybitty over...
Oh boy. Oh boy. Here comes the boy.
Gramulia.
Hello, boy. Anthony Gramiglia says, I've been informed that harmful opinions after making 4 videos on me has moved on to attack friend of the channel Skittybitty over how octorok reviews is still complaining months after Skitty put out a video criticizing them once. Harmful opinions is scavenging 3 months old leftovers and never forget that the people who hate... never forget that the people who hate you are genuinely this pathetic. That's really weird reading. Because if I go back...
How old was the drama that Ace and him were debating?
A while.
So, I mean...
Where every cast of characters...
Yeah. So this was 8 months ago.
Hi, everyone.
Shut up.
Famous YouTuber skittybitty.
I literally paused you. This was 4 months ago. What do you mean? You responded 4 months later. Tisk tisk. All the stuff that was happening on Twitter is, like, recent in this year, from my understanding. And this has gone on for months and months on end. What do you mean? And trying to go ahead and, like, scoop up the scraps of months-long drama. What are you talking about, bro? That is so disingenuous.
Over how octorok reviews is still complaining months after Skitty put out a vid criticizing them once. It was banter when I asked before, but is he actually schizophrenic? The answer is no. He's actually doing the Twitter lolicon thing, the thing I normally only see them doing. I've been informed that's what's being said, or is in a video.
Hello, audience. This is what's happening. This is what's in this video. Oh, that's an insane mischaracterization. Well, it's not my fault because I haven't looked at it. It may not have made much.
Here we go. Here we go. And there comes the issues, okay? There is the issues with fucking Anthony Gramiglia, okay? He doesn't watch stuff, okay? He will talk like he's the end-all be-all on a topic and then never have actually watched it. He goes off the vibes. He goes off the impression based on audience comments, okay? He doesn't watch the content unless, well, like, the rare occasions that he does do that, okay? I won't entirely, like, say he doesn't watch content, right? But he does not watch the parts in which he's talking about sometimes, which is incredibly disingenuous.
I used to really...
how he actually looked. Because in the...
Sorry.
I want to say, you're good. I was going to just say, like, I used to genuinely be a fan of Anthony.
Yeah.
And I can tell you almost... And it's ironically one of my favorite videos, but it's also kind of where I saw the decline, in my opinion, in his channel, which was when he did the review of Wendigoon's... Not review, he did everything that Wendigoon got wrong in his telling of Dante's Inferno.
Right.
Like, it's a really interesting video, but it kind of... He's going after another bigger named YouTuber.
Right.
Instead of, like, doing media, like, yes, it's media analysis, but it's media critique at that point. He's gone from media analysis to media critique.
It's why
because
when
he critiques other people
Yeah.
instead of analyzing the actual media that they're talking about. It feels like.
Yeah. It's why when I eventually get round to being able to do my media review content, I actually want it to be media review. Also, I think it's going to be interesting. I think you guys might find it interesting. I found a few more things that I want to kind of add to my list. I want to watch this film because I've seen a few clips of it recently, and it looks kind of interesting, and it reminds me a lot of, like, liminal spaces. It's a film called Toys. I believe it was came out in, like, the 90s. What's wrong?
I can't do horror, and that movie is creepy.
Is it horror?
No, but it's creepy.
Yeah.
And I can't do creepy.
Fair enough. Like, I want to do some fun stuff, okay? I want to do some fun stuff.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, these fucking Discords do feel like liminal spaces of grooming.
True. But yeah, I want to do some fun stuff that isn't just drama content. I keep saying this, and yet I keep on getting myself these long-ass projects, but I will slowly get through them, okay? Once the Ponder one's done, I should be able to be, like, focusing on doing a few more quote-unquote concurrent uploads, okay? Quote-unquote, in massive quotations, because God, nothing's going to take as long as the Ponder stuff did, trust me. I would hope so. But yeah, I think it should be fun. I think it should be fun to do. I want to do some stuff with, like, IRL stuff. In the sense of I want to actually, like, I had this idea because I own, like, a piece of clothing that has this done. Because I was like, oh, how do I want to kind of, like, do basically a cosplay of my character, but also, like, hide my face and stuff like that. I want to use a technique. I want to grab, like, a black dress, and then I want to use bleach to paint, like, the flames onto it. Because if anyone's seen, like, bleach painting on clothing and how that does it kind of, like, orange. So yeah, it should be fun. Should be fun. There's a few different things I want to do. But yeah, I've always been a fan of, like, film and different filming techniques. I used to make, like, silly little films in, like, high school with my friends just to mess around. I'd love to get back into doing something like that, even if it is just for, like, the intro of a video. But yeah, I wanna like upgrade my content a little bit. I wanna do some more fun stuff that isn't just, like, the depressing SEC, ACC, these people suck stuff. It should be fun. Have you seen the people who have anime character masks, Yan? Yes, and they are disturbing, and I'm not doing that. I'm not getting... If it's what I think you're talking about, Nabi, those are disturbing. Those look very disturbing. I want to get, like, something where it's, like, just a bit of fabric that goes over my face. That, like, that drips down. It will just have, like, the yen symbol on it. And then I'll probably wear, like, a balaclava underneath it to hide my face properly.
So my father got one of those.
Yeah.
Except the one he got, and I fucking hate him for it because it made me laugh my ass off. He got one with Mr. Beast on it off of Temu for like $10, or for like $2.
Oh, lol.
And he walked down wearing it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, like a
are you wearing? Yeah, he pulls it over his, or like a neck gainer, but you can pull it over your face and still see through it.
Yeah. But yeah, I want to kind of do some fun stuff like that. There's some like fun stuff that I want to touch on that hasn't really been talked about that I've seen that many people like actually cover. Because that will be like the point of those videos. I want to talk about stuff that hasn't really been talked about that I find interesting. Not whether or not it's like the next trendy movie or some stuff like that. Again, like people can do about that as those places, but I want like the lost media, okay? I want like the obscure shit, okay?
I swear to God, if you turn into the next Leadhead, I'll beat you.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
What do you mean? You hate me.
Hiss.
I want me dead.
The brief chit-chat I had with him underneath his post about me,
Becca's ears just tingled hearing the word Leadhead somewhere.
Anything I say, genuinely. It's surreal. Like at the end of our little back and forth, he says, I think you're just mad. Your smear campaign against me failed to have any impact on me. I asked him what impact I'd be trying to have, and said, you've been cooked by weird click shit. Some people still have fun on the internet. Cooked, he retorts. You gave me material to exploit into content that I leveraged to increase my viewership.
Okay, bro.
You didn't cook anything. Yes, in the sentence, you've been cooked by weird click shit, I'm suggesting you were not cooked by me, but rather by the people around you. Let me translate it into simpler, easier to understand language. I'm not trying to actually harm or damage him, and in fact, viewing things this way is a result of the influence of the people he's surrounded with. I thought my message was pretty plain and simple. Maybe this will be easier to understand. But this force field inside of his brain that stops him from comprehending anything I say doesn't...
Oh no. Oh no. Thank you very much, Boomer. Oh, Boomer? We got a Boomer. Thank you very much, Bomberman, for the $2 US. Yenhead, wait, I thought you were gay, Yan. SMH. I don't know much about Leadhead. I just know that they're like weird and fucked up and have like a weird like family thing going on. Which I do not.
Not even that. They just make really shitty art house videos.
Oh, see, my videos are gonna be
and
awesome.
they fake smoke.
Oh, see, I don't fake smoke. I just like real vape and real kill my lungs.
Hey, Harmful would be... I feel like Harmful would be fun to smoke with, actually. I feel like Harmful actually would probably, out of those people, would be the most fun to hang out with and just, like, get a beer or something.
Yeah, I've heard he's pretty chill.
I act like I drink.
To be honest, like, I kind of, like, had a blanket interpretation of, like, a lot of these media review people, but then I spoke to, like, Kino, for a little bit, and also Remnant. Remnant's a really chill guy. Like, I don't agree with everything that Remnant says, but he's a very chill guy. He gave me some really good pointers with, like, video editing and stuff like that. I'm probably gonna, after this Ponta video's done, I'm gonna try learning DaVinci Resolve because I've heard that's like gonna be a lot better. But yeah, it should be interesting. Like he even showed me like, it's like, oh, your editing software should have something similar, so it should be making my editing process a little bit easier and a little bit nicer. But yeah,
I mean, again, I also don't understand why this is like, why we have to make everything public discourse. Like, if you have a problem with something, you could always just go to the person and be like, hey, I don't agree with this. Could we have a conversation and maybe widen both of your guys' perspectives?
Right.
Instead of yelling at them, and now both of you have just closed off and completely basically narrowed your perspectives, because now you're only seeing... It's basically going into confirmation bias. You're only looking for the people who are saying, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Apply to other people, and he's had the issue explained to him by someone else. Sketchy Sam's summary is incomplete, but you can piece the issue together yourself if you rub two brain cells together. Anthony defends the call to action by saying Skitty already stated it was a step too far. Well, after lying about it multiple times, and of course that not even actually being the issue I was raising. And he says Skitty did nothing inappropriate with kids, meaning it's extremely dangerous to imply that kids were a factor at all, especially towards a trans content creator.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. I've said this before. I take personal annoyance to this. I fucking despise when identity politics is used when it doesn't need to be. It entirely undermines instances where it is important and it makes people look fucking insane. Okay? I now utilize Le Trans card. No, it is nothing towards a trans content creator. No, Harmful Opinions did not say that anything predatory happened. In fact, he emphasized the fact that there was no NSFW stuff allowed within that server. The issue is you are marking minors for people who do have nefarious intent to go ahead and find them, and also to basically parade around as a minor. I fucking hate this shit. I hate that stuff is being brought up. If anything, it's kind of like a thing of like, oh, why is Anthony bringing up the idea that it's harmful for you to basically say that a trans a person or implying that someone is a pedophile or something like that because they're trans? Oh, it's because because of the fucking existing stereotype of like, oh, trans people are like predatory and want to touch kids. Interesting that you kind of bring that up. Fucking Christ. Fuck off, you piece of shit. I hate that shit, man. I actually hate it. But I could go on. Fucking hell.
I didn't imply that kids were a factor. I directly, clearly stated that they were. In fact, the title of my video is Skittybitty's Discord Child Army, but I suppose this is the state of media literacy on the internet. And while Anthony believes it's inappropriate to mention that children were involved, Skittybitty disagrees. As I point.
Thank you very much. Oh my god, I'm losing my voice. Thank you very much, Bomberman, for the $5 US. You've been exceedingly generous tonight. Thank you very much. It's almost like people who do that are finge idiots. I don't know if that's a typo, but thank you very much. Also, I believe we've reached the goal, but the thing's fucked up. Yeah, the goal's fucked up for some reason.
No, yes, we have reached the goal. But it's effing idiots because you can't say fucking through the
okay.
thing.
Awesome. Marshmallows. But thank you guys very much for reaching the goal, and for getting the goal, you guys get some lovely marshmallows. Look at that.
Yummy,
wow.
yummy, yummy.
Awesome stuff. Thank you guys. You've been exceedingly generous tonight. And guys,
see, you guys, well, I get the stick.
You do. And
who's the winner here?
Guys, if you like the content, make sure to like and subscribe. If you haven't already, I've been seeing some new faces around, okay? Hit the subscribe button, turn the bell on, okay? I'm very inconsistent with my streaming. I will be releasing a video in the future, okay? I promise. It's being worked on as we speak. I've been having to do a lot of calls for it, trust me. Evil stuff happening, okay? Evil stuff happening. But yes, let us continue.
I was gonna also just agree with you on the pedo jacketing being absolutely just uncalled for and ridiculous in all senses.
Yep, absolutely.
I can never condone pedo jacketing.
Yeah.
Unless it's you're doing it to an actual pedophile.
Yeah. I'm still
then it's not pedo jacketing, so.
Yeah. Speaking of pedo jacketing, I'm still really annoyed that guy ran from me. I still did not get an email response from that guy, the person who was in charge of the copyright for music for Toby Fox. He said he would be willing to speak to me, which is insane, but he never actually fucking replied to my email. So, that was annoying.
Is that the guy who was claiming a bunch of Toby Fox's music?
Stephen Wolf. Or Stephen Wolf. Not Stephen Wolf, that's DC. Stephen Wolf. Yeah.
That's Steppenwolf.
Yeah. Yeah, Stephen Wolf. He said he would speak to me and then he ran.
That doesn't surprise me because if I'm not mistaken, he ran from a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, what's weird about it is he said like, oh, if you're serious, like we can arrange something. Here's my business email. I was like, okay, awesome. I replied.
Navi, don't get your hopes up.
I replied to it like 3 to 4 days after the email. What the hell is pedo jacketing? It's calling someone a pedophile when they're not. Quite simple.
Yeah, it's literally just yeah, that guy's a pedophile.
Yeah. But no, it would have been an interesting conversation. I was just more surprised by anything, the fact the guy actually went into my DMs and responded to me. It was really weird.
I mean, going into the DMs and then running, yeah, that's kind of just ridiculous. If he had replied to you if he had just replied to you on a tweet, then ran, I would have been like, oh, well, that's unsurprising.
Yeah. I can recheck it. I can recheck my emails at some point because I've been very busy. So he may have responded at some point, but I did check it once, I did check it every single day of that week, and then he still didn't reply. Very sad. Would have been interesting. Definitely interesting content. Because I didn't really want to talk. I didn't want to just talk to him about like the pedo jacketing stuff, right? I wanted to talk to him about like his takes with the whole like claiming music, and why he thinks that's okay. Because he stands by that. He standed by that in my DMs.
Wait, there was pedo jacketing shit with that?
Yeah. Like the reason why he even came on my radar was because he tried pedo jacketing what was it, like a 2-year age gap?
I didn't know that. Lol.
Yeah.
I knew about it from the music standpoint, so I was purely just pissed at him from the copyright.
Oh yeah, no, like
fuck that guy.
Like about a month or so ago, he blew up. It blew up a little bit because he tried pedo jacketing someone.
Yes, it's false allegations strictly for the intent of harming that person's reputation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess is a more clarified version of it.
I don't know why my Fujis keep messing up. This laptop is dying, bro. I blame the Ponder video taking up 15 fucking gigabytes. Evil.
Sure, that's what's taking up all that space.
I showed it on last stream. You're evil.
He also DM'd me.
What's the claims from Tira Publishing? I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, we'll continue.
Out in my previous video, Skitty's Discord has a minor tag. People can identify themselves as minors and have that tag applied to them. I shared my opinion that that's a bad idea, particularly in a more cloistered Discord focused on a Nintendo IP. Making kids identifiable and helping predators pose as children seems to me to be a very, very bad idea.
Yeah, and DMs. Okay, I'll press play and well.
Skitty explains the reasoning behind it, though. The minor tag on my Discord is opt-in, and it helps to avoid situations in which people claim they didn't know they were talking to someone.
Oh my god,
underage.
yes. Yes, I need to do this right now. I need to do this right now. Hold on. I need to,
Do I need to turn on the stream real quick?
Not just yet. I just need to make sure that, like, my file explorer doesn't decide to open. Leak all my
Sure.
plans.
Maybe turn on your Be Right Back screen.
I have. See, I'm a pro streamer.
Good call.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a pro streamer. I'll press play and then we'll do it.
I'll get to why this is important for me in a moment, but on its face this seems kind of silly. The strategy of sextortion predators is primarily to pose as kids to get another kid to do something that they feel could get them in trouble.
Abyssal, yes, that was you that was having the issue, wasn't it?
This does the opposite of helping with one of the worst issues on the internet. And
that's where I remember hearing about this initially.
It stops them from saying they didn't know they were a kid. You want to know my strategy? Someone's being a weird creep. They say, well, I didn't know they were a kid though. Very simple. Too bad. Don't care. Get fucked. On to why Skitty's statement matters for me, though. Skitty says the point of the tag is to avoid situations in which people claim...
Guys, look at this. Look at this. Speak. Ivy, speak. Dude, this is awful. This is awesome, dude. Hold on, I wonder if this will work better if I do this.
You need to... Pinger will help you.
I think this is the best it's gonna
get the shading.
No, it's perfect. Look at that. You're in the box.
There's a way to get it, so I'll be in between.
You're in the box. Hold on. Fuck. Look, guys, they're in the Mr. box. Now I'm gonna go in the box. Sorry.
We both deserve to be in the box.
Yeah, we're both going in the box. There we go. Thank you very much, Pinker. That's awesome. Thank you for making
Thank you, Pinker. That's very funny.
I like that. I like that. I just have it labeled as box now. That's so funny.
You're gonna be so confused one day when you're transferring all your shit over and you're like, what the fuck is box?
Yeah, yeah.
Open it and it's just like, oh.
God, when I get that if I get a new laptop, right? If I get it sorted, oh my god, transferring all that stuff is gonna be such a pain, but I'll get it figured out. Anyways, streaming content.
Claim they didn't know they were talking to someone underage.
That's awesome.
I'm saying, when Skitty tags everyone in the server and tells them to do something, to look at something, to whatever, Skitty knows.
Now we need a bonk emote. We have like a whip one. Nabi, I'm deploying you. No, I'm joking. If you'd like to do that, that'd be cool. If you want the bonk emote, Nabi. But Nabi made the whip. And you know how you can get access to the cool streaming emotes? You can get a membership today, so you can, I don't know, post me whipping people? I don't fucking know, man.
This is talking to kids.
I don't want to know about
Skitty
your
has
weird
a system designed to ensure that no one could deny that they know they're talking to kids. Skitty's defender, Anthony, says it's dangerous to imply that kids were a factor when there is a system designed to enforce that recognition. Skitty claims that keeping members of the community safe is top priority. That this individual was knowingly and deliberately involving children in their actions is undeniable, and I'm not going to ignore that or not mention that because Skitty's trans. But of course, Anthony's position is that nothing Skitty did was inappropriate to do with kids. Now this is a matter of values, and mine are very different to Anthony's, so let's be crystal clear about what's being endorsed by him here. A Zelda YouTuber who uses a cute little Pokemon avatar publicly states how safe they make their spaces for kids, welcomes them into their more private Patreon Discord, and encourages them to identify themselves by applying a minor tag for their safety so no one could deny that they know they're interacting with kids. And Skitty interacts with them, pinging the server that Skitty says is run with child safety as the #1 priority, to tell them to report a Twitter account. Not only to report it, but to go and look through all the posts.
Bruh.
What does Skitty say the posts are? Nazi pedophile simping. I don't think you should be drawn.
Dude, that's so fucking insane. That's so insane, dude. Also, just entirely inaccurate. Also, you're saying that Octo is a pedophile and telling the kids to go after them.
Also, that ice cream looks delicious.
I'll have a look in a minute. But oh my god, dude, how moronic
I'll forward it
do
to
you
the
have
side
to
chat
be?
for you.
How moronic do you have to be, Skitty? Dude, that's insane. That's absolutely insane, bro. Also, speaking of Pokemon, I am curious. It is said that everyone has a favorite. Every Pokemon is somebody's favorite. Guys, what is your favorite Pokemon? I think I've asked this before. I've been asked this, but yes, do tell me your favorite Pokemon in the chat, because I am interested, and I will judge you.
Joining kids, saying it's safe for them. They
Knowing
can be here,
me,
it's cool.
what do you
we'll keep
think
them
mine
safe.
would be?
You?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Question. Is it a later
Yeah.
gen or is it an earlier gen?
What do you consider? Earlier gen.
After or before Gen 5?
Yeah, it's older. It's
okay, it's the Wii
actually
cat,
it's
the
black
Wii
and white.
cat.
It's black and white.
Oh no, okay. Black and white. Leopard, however you say their name.
Purloin.
Is it Purloin?
It's Purloin is my favorite. He's the big fat fluffy cat.
Purloin. Really? The big fat fluffy cat? That's Diamond and...
Or no, I'm sorry, that's the little kitty one.
Are you talking about big fat cat? I'm thinking about like the one from, is it Diamond and Pearl?
That's the one I'm thinking of, yes.
No,
Fuck,
I'm thinking of Gen 5. Cancel Ivy! They don't know Pokemon!
There are so many fucking after Diamond and Pearl, I don't remember Pokemon either.
No. Okay, let's read people's things. I'm so sorry, this is such a crazy derail, but I love it. So Stabbo says Prinplup, or Piplup, sorry, awesome choice. Haunter specifically for Pinker, I love that. Widear, I can't remember how to say it, but I know which one you're talking about, awesome. Mimikyu, Absol, that's cool. Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar for life. I don't like this question. Vaporeon and Low Bunny, help. Interesting choice, Nabi. Interesting. We're checking your search history later. Also Abyssal, Vaporeon. Did you know in terms of... Anyway. Snorlax. Ivy's favorite is Snorlax, I feel. Too bad. Gallade Deoxys. I can't choose between them. Umbreon, Rowlet. Snivy. Hoenn region, Skit. Corviknight. Awesome. That's Perugly, bro. Spiel.
Perugly, yes, sorry.
Spiel. Yeah, that's cool. I like them. My favorite Pokemon is Charizard. Yeah, that's a good one.
Dude, Corviknight is such a... By the way, Corviknight is such a fucking cool design.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's just Nightbird. It's so fucking cool.
I love the, personally, I think it might be between... Yes, I'm a big Gen 5 fan. It might be the Litwick line, just in general.
I love the Litwicks. They're so good.
Or it might... Oh god, it's between 3, unfortunately. It's all Gen 5. Joltik. and also oh damn it, what was it? Scolipede. I love Joltik specifically when it's interpreted in like the anime or like the anime stuff where they're like they're little tiny little things. They're so small, they're like actual spider size. They're tiny little thing. But yes, Litwick, yes, Shocker, the person who has like a little fire sprite character for her little mascot thing. Her favorite like Pokemon is like the little Litwick creature.
Also, I don't know why, but one of my favorites was Lanoon.
Lanoon? Which one was that one?
It's the mid form of the of Zigzagoon and
oh yes, yes.
Zangoose.
Yes. Yes.
I have a long boy.
I have another question when we next derail. But yeah. Anyway, I'll try not to derail too much. Sorry guys. Says the streamer. You guys are watching for my beautiful derails.
I was gonna say, by the way, in the side chat, I sent a picture of Perugly.
Okay. Oh, I know what Perugly looks like. But yeah,
I fucking love Perugly. They're so
fat cat. Thank you very much, Digital Sketch, for the $5. You will have to pry the Kung Fu chicken out of my cold dead hands. Are you talking about Blaziken? Is this what you're saying? I drew one with a bow next to a Sylveon once. Nice. I know what you are. Egg. Sandslash is so freaking cute. True. People... Okay, I'm gonna say it right before we continue. People who LARP liking Gen 5, okay? Okay? I hate you. I hate you with a burning passion, okay? I remember being in the playground. I remember being the Gen 5 fan, and everyone thinking I was insane and being like, oh, it's so bad, there's so little Pokemon. No, there's so little Pokemon. Too bad. And then you're like, oh, Gen 5 is so fucking good. And it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. Okay. The LARP is crazy.
It was just the last generation where the designs were complete dog shit.
What? What did you say?
You heard me.
I'm putting you deeper back in the box.
Hey, I have my controversial opinions on Pokemon.
Yeah, you can go in there for a bit. We're gonna
wait. Was Gen 6 not? Was Gen 6 not?
Unova. Gen 5 is Unova.
Wait, which one's Gen 6 then?
The one after Unova.
Is it the islands?
X and Y.
Yeah, the fucking trash bag.
Unova was the trash bag. Yes.
So fuck you.
Yeah, they're awesome. Okay.
Gen 5 was the last one with good designs.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, and you know I'm right. Because when you saw that trash bag, you're like, even you had to be like, you are fucking
yeah,
kidding
but
me, right?
there's everyone has them, okay? Fucking Kalos had the keys, okay?
And we made fun. Okay, name one in Gen 1.
Jinx. Yeah, we can play this game. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, I realized I didn't fully take you out of the box. Like, so it looks like you're just peeking over your head and you look scared of my opinions. Okay. We'll continue.
Yeah, we could.
And then pointing them at
X and Y is the France Pokemon region. Also, it's really good because it has Mega Evolution. Anyway, continuing.
Nazi pedophile stuff, in Skitty's words.
The Megas were
personally
really cool. I will admit,
highly
were
inappropriate
really good
with
change.
kids. And let me reiterate, let me hammer
and
this
I like
in.
The low
it's not
ends.
just that there happen to be kids. If you're going to engage with this stuff, cover this stuff, talk about this stuff on the internet, it's impossible to totally get rid of them. But this...
Okay, I will say this. I'm going to try and limit my derails, okay? We will have nerd talk at the end of the stream. Okay, let's go.
This is a Nintendo YouTuber's Discord that specifically caters to children. It's set up with them in mind. It's at the front of Skitty's thoughts. #1 priority, right? Not even slightly questionable to Anthony? Using kids like this is fine. In fact, the evil thing is mentioning that kids are being used like this. Fuck me. Maybe it just is totally normal to these people. Business as usual. Like it doesn't register as something out of the ordinary. Like imagine in real life you get an adult running a hobby group or something. It's like, we welcome kids, your kids will be safe here.
Yes.
I thought of 3.
3 what?
Ekans.
Fair.
Cope. Ekans is just Ekans is what is it? There's
Snake
and there's Cope. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's Cobra as well.
Yeah.
Viper.
Yeah.
And there was one more for the like really stupid Pokemon. Oh, Muck.
Muck was kind of cool. I kind of like Muck. Muck had its purpose.
What is Muck backwards?
Muck? Backwards? You can't trick me. We said no more derails.
But now you...
We said no more derails. Back
but now
in
you'll
the
never
box.
unsee it.
Back in the box. Back in the box.
It's a mixed space, but you know, we will look after them. And then you find out that the person in charge has been showing the kids what they call Nazi pedophile simping accounts on their phone. You would break their fucking fingers at the very least. That person would be a pariah in their local community. You would be the sicko who tries to show kids weird stuff. You're not more chill with it online because it's so different. You're more chill because you feel safer. In online chat rooms, it's way less likely the parents will find out what's been going on. For instance, you're not running the risk of older, more sensible members telling their parents because they don't know who they are. Or maybe you would behave like this in person, in real life, in like a real group. In which case, Jesus fucking Christ. Message to Anthony, even though he won't see this, he has an anxiety disorder or something, I guess. Gets panic attacks when he hears my voice. Brigading and stuff is lame, but I wouldn't have made a video.
I actually wasn't going for the soundbite. I'm dead serious.
What I'm laying out here is what made me feel off, feel a bit funny. Stuck with me in my gut. Almost wanted to do a sanity check like, you see this too, right? This is crazy, yeah? A little side note. I know that some Skitty viewers understand my issue with the identifiability of minors. Because I saw in the Discord, there's a person in there who says they're a kid, and they've repeatedly identified themselves with their age. And
well, here's the thing also, right? It's not a requirement in the server is the issue, right? It doesn't stop anything, right? I don't even know what it would stop, actually. We'll continue.
You can see in what...
It restricts them from, if I'm not mistaken, mentions later, it restricts them from certain chat rooms.
Right, gotcha.
One instance that other users are saying...
or like probably, I don't know if artistic nudity is allowed, you know what I mean?
I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't say that.
So,
we don't know that.
No, I'm not, that's why I'm like, but if there is that kind of, like, if there's art that is being posted, I mean, it could be pictures of architecture of fucking the churches.
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know these things.
But no, my point was that is what the kid role would do, is keep them out of those kinds of chats. I was just explaining what the role would do.
Fair enough.
I wasn't saying that's what they were doing in the slightest. I want to clarify that.
ID's pedo jacketing. Lock them up.
If the jacket seems to fit you well.
What the hell? Back in the fucking box with you, I swear to God, man. Get back in the box. Oh, they're dead.
Hey, maybe don't do that. Don't put out information about yourself. Don't make yourself so identifiable. Don't make it so clear you're a kid. That person's right, in my opinion. To me, it's common sense. First layer of defense. No info about yourself. Anyway, this is all I can do. If people really think this is normal, I'm not going to change their mind, and it's going to continue to happen. The children's media content, internet race war child armies will continue to be a thing. Talking about it at all, addressing it at all, is just victimizing the tranoids, I guess. And we will forever live in hell. Have a nice day. Take it easy.
Evil. T-Dreads is live. What a cool video that people should watch. No, I'm not. I'm not watching T-Dreads play Marvel Rivals. Fuck off, bro. I like T-Dreads.
Aren't you happy T-Dreads is live?
I'm so glad, bro. I'm so glad. Okay. Next video, I'm gonna close some of these because they're fucking up everything on the stream. But yeah, I don't know why
is it still playing the stream?
It's not. It's just lagging.
Everything's lagging. Sorry. I was watching the actual stream.
Right, okay.
It's because my tab crashed right as that happened.
So. Summary for that little part, right? Anthony's an idiot. I don't know why he thought that harmful opinions was trying to pedojack it, because that's clearly not the case. Skittybitty should not be using their audience, let alone their minors, the minors in their audience, to go ahead and try and take down. Yeah, they're minors, to try and falsely take down octorok reviews, and then tell them to go look through their page when they are describing this person as a pedophile, dude. If I was these kids' parents, I would be pissed off, bro. But anyways, we now go to 5 days ago, where Octorok makes a response to Skittybitty. Are we all sitting comfortably, chat?
This comes before the next. Does Harmful do 3 videos on Skitty or 2?
There's more than one.
Okay. No, that's
after.
Since my
first okay, video. That's what my bad. I didn't know where.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to figure out.
I have the docket, buddy. Okay. I know what I'm doing.
Sorry.
Evil.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Don't call me that. We're not doing
Mommy?
that. No. No. Stop that. Stop that. No.
Mother Yen.
No. No.
Like Mother Hen.
Putting you in the fucking box.
aka the guy who made that one Gerudo video that somehow sparked an entire flame war across Twitter for about 2 weeks. A few of you might be aware of a little video that got published on March 13th of this year titled "What's Wrong with the Gerudo? A Response to Octorok Reviews," published by a middle-sized YouTuber by the name of Skittybitty. There's a good chance you've probably even seen that video. It did get quite popular after all. You also might have noticed that for the last 4 months, I have not made any public response to it. My reasoning for this silence was simple. Though I took exception with many of Skitty's arguments, and was even rather disgusted with how weird and personal the video got in its final 15 minutes, ultimately, I believed it simply wasn't worth my time to research, write, and edit a whole response video to it. That would have taken weeks or months, which could have been better spent on making videos my audience actually enjoys, which is exactly what I've been doing instead, making my normal brand of content. I figured that rational minds would see the 2 videos, pick out the flaws in them, and then ultimately decide.
Thank you very much, Bomberman, for the $2 US, Grandma Yen. Somehow slightly better, I guess, but thank you. Thank you very much, Mac with some cheese, for the $2 US, lest we forget. Yang the yang, so true, so fucking true. Oh my god. Grandmama.
Hey, it could be worse.
I am 20...
We could have called you Grandmommy. That one actually stunlocked her.
which of us had the more persuasive argument. Why take it any further than that? So I adopted a strategy of silence, simply waiting for the whole drama to blow over and for everything to return to normal. That has not happened, unfortunately. Not because of the video itself. It had its time in the limelight, and the brigading my channel got from it did pass within a month. No, the problem I've been facing since March, and I'm sorry to say, but even earlier than that, has been more personal. Harassment from Skittybitty themselves and their inner circle of moderators, friends, and even an ex-boyfriend of theirs. Quite the motley crew indeed. This harassment has been personal, targeted, and has taken root across all my social media platforms constantly for the last 4 months, minus an interim in between, which I'll be explaining in a bit. The strategy of silence that worked in the case of Skitty's video unfortunately did not carry over into this personal harassment that's been levied against me. And with things constantly escalating and a concern for my IRL safety becoming ever more reasonable.
What the fuck? I brought you into this world and now I'm gonna take you out. That's just not even from the video, that's just me speaking to Ivy. And then it says,
hey, I'm reading the chat, man.
There's still time for a late abortion. He is such a weirdo twin, we might have to end him. Huh, I wonder what caused all this brigading. Oh, I don't know. You guys telling your audience to mass report his fucking Twitter? Interesting.
By the day, I need to change strategies. And the only thing I can think to do at this moment is to finally fight back. So that's what this video is. I want to explain and document for you, the viewer, just the kind of harassment that Skittybitty has inflicted upon me for the last half a year so that the public can finally understand who this person is, how far they've gone to try to screw with my life, and while I'm at it, dispel more than a few mistruths that were spread along the way. Now, I have to warn you, there will be some leaking of DMs in this video, which might at first seem unethical, but keep in mind, Skitty has already done the same to me and has made excuses for it. So why should I extend a courtesy to them that they have...
You really said, are we not cool? I'd really prefer not to have issues. After you made your video, my image of you is not made up. It is the direct result of things you have publicly said on the internet. If I'm wrong about something, be specific. You're literally the guy in the picture, LMFAO. Skitty, are we not cool? You seem very aggro in most of our interactions, and I'm not sure why. I'd really prefer not to have issues. So if you have a problem with something I did or said, please let me know. That seems pretty reasonable, considering this is, again, about The Legend of Zelda, okay? This is not high-stakes drama, okay? And yet we're still
also completely blurred out your name.
True. Absolutely true.
Not given to me, especially when my claims will inevitably require proof. I hope you understand then that this is not a general rule of mine, but rather an exception being made in response to my own privacy not being respected by this individual. Finally, before we get into this, I want to make something abundantly clear. My aim with this video is not to start a counter-harassment campaign against Skitty. My end goal is to essentially kill the momentum of Skitty's own harassment against me by dispelling their false claims and exposing how obsessive and weird they've been acting towards me. In other words, I don't want to do what Skitty did to me. I just want the harassment to stop entirely. That's been my position since day one of this fiasco, and it will continue to be my position going forward. So with that out of the way, let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
There's a common misconception about my past history with Skitty, which they have spread both in their Gerudo video and on Twitter, which is that I'm some random guy who suddenly decided to reply to their Twitter posts and pick a fight.
I think you just need to move on from octorok. I mean, no offense, but it's starting to seem obsessive. Truth nuke. If somebody made videos trying to get your attention and subtweeted about you constantly, despite your having your contact information and knowing he could reach out to you privately if he wanted, I would be fully supportive of putting that person on blast. Fucking hell, dude.
With them one day. This is a blatantly false framing of our past interactions, because what Skitty has thus far neglected to mention is that they were actually a mutual fan of mine. Here's the proof. On skittybitty's original trailer for the Breath of the Wild video, released a year and a half ago, I wrote a comment saying, "Can't wait to have another one of your overly long Zelda reviews on in the background while I edit my own overly long Zelda reviews." Skitty hearted this comment and replied, "OMG hi, I listen to your videos in the background too."
They a fan, they a fan, they a fan, they a fan.
And this enthusiastic acknowledgement of my work with that time they bullied a hater of mine in the comments section of my Majora's Mask video, and I think it's fair to say that they were a fan of at least some of my reviews at one point in time. The enthusiasm for each other's work was not one-sided, as Skitty tries to claim nowadays. Additionally, the nature of my interactions with Skitty were, in their own words from the Gerudo video, cordial, even friendly. Of course, occasionally, Skitty would post more of a hot take, and one day, I made the mistake of trying to engage them on one such hot topic. This was the infamous Twitter thread that started the whole Orientalism debate between us, which made me interested enough in the topic to research it further and create my In Defense of the Gerudo video. But after its publication, things between me and Skitty got weird rather quickly. Their replies became more curt, and they eventually even drew a crude, mocking cartoon of a Zelda fan, which they later said was supposed to be of me. Seeing these rising tensions, I decided to reach out and send a DM to Skitty, which they later mockingly leaked. It reads, "Skitty, are we not cool? You seem very aggro in most of our recent interactions, and I'm not sure why. I'd really prefer not to have issues, so if you have a problem with something I did or said, please let me know." Their response to this outreach was to block me for a week, which was the end of our interactions until March 13th, with the sole exception of a single post where Skitty reported they had been in a car accident, and I expressed concern for their safety. This all changed with the release of Skitty's Gerudo video, which was just as much about me as it was about the supposed topic at hand. Skitty's claims against my personal character in this video are strange and based on flimsy assumptions, but they importantly became the basis for their attacks against me in the months to come. What's key to note about this video
fucking text.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what did that say? Because I literally can't read it because it's 480p.
By the way, I 100% stand by every tweet of mine Skitty showed in this part of the video, and I have no idea why they thought they were somehow bad. Oh, Octo doesn't like the Game Awards and criticizes art styles he thinks are ugly. Guess that makes him a fascist. That's literally Skitty's argument at this part of the video, and it's hilarious once you actually pause and read the tweets, because Skitty tried to rapid fire them in hopes that no one would stop and actually read them. Alternatively, maybe Skitty really does think that criticizing the Game Awards for being too activist focused equals fascism. But if that's the case, then they're even more radical and beyond help than I had thought. Bro.
Became the basis for their attacks against me in the months to come. What's key to note about this video is that Skitty claims very early on that they did not wish for any sort of harassment to be targeted towards me. It was a gesture I appreciated when I first watched the
true.
The video, but unfortunately, Skitty, it seems, couldn't help themselves. Because immediately after uploading their video, Skitty took to Twitter to taunt me and send their followers my way, making multiple mocking posts. I responded and
so more calls to action.
Finally able to break my silence and say this shit is so embarrassing. I don't know why Skitty's so aggressive towards me. I hate drama. Then why are you behaving like this? And it's... Yeah, Echoes of Wisdom really wasn't all that bad. Try saying that around skittybitty and they'll kill you. Honestly can't stand skittybitty. Hop off Skitty, they chill. Save this post and come back to it after Skitty's next big video is released. I promise it will be hilarious. What video are they making? Sorry to vague post, but I won't ruin their surprise. They're working so hard on it after all. They say, Skitty, this was months after you suddenly blocked me on all social medias and made vague threats about you making a takedown video against me. Several people in that thread called you a bully, and I'm starting to believe they were right. Bro.
I mean, yeah, it kind of sounds.
Absolutely.
in order to calm the situation down and let them know I was not interested in any drama, but Skitty replied by again sicking their audience on me and making up claims that I made a video misrepresenting them. Which, while there's a lot of things you can say about my Gerudo video, the idea that I in any way misrepresented what skittybitty believes is false on its face. And I want to take a moment to dispel this claim, because it's the main cudgel they used to justify their response video and to play the victim in this drama. First off, my Gerudo video was not about Skitty, as there were at least 4 other—
like I kept saying, let's fucking go. God, it's almost as if I'm a fucking mind reader. Oh my god.
People who gave arguments against the current depiction of the Gerudo who I also responded to. I never once mentioned Skitty's name or showed their profile picture in that entire video. And most of my counter arguments weren't being addressed to Skitty specifically because, again, Skitty was not the subject of that video. They also tried to claim I said that they wanted the Gerudo removed from the games. This is in fact the one and only example of me misrepresenting their claims that they ever given that video. But those were not the words I used. I said that some people wanted the Gerudo to be retconned or removed. Skitty falls in the first camp, and the generic redesign they drew of the Gerudo not—
No fucking shot, bro.
Oh, bro, that's so boring.
No fucking shot. Since my most recent video came out, I wanted to try my hand at researching and coming up with a thoughtful Gerudo design grounded in a real-life culture. I'm not a great illustrator, but I tried my best here. Here is a Palestinian-inspired Gerudo. Interesting. I mean, a redesign is a redesign at the end of the day, but like, bruh.
KP-ass drawing.
Wait. You're taking inspiration from Palestinian culture? Wait, what the fuck?
Are you an expert on it?
This is racism. Like, bruh, fuck me. So you can't fucking win.
Long afterwards proves that much. They want to desexualize the Gerudo and change their clothing from being loosely inspired by a wide range of Near Eastern cultures to just blatantly copying one of them, essentially robbing them of their most basic visual traits. This is a blatant retcon, just as I said it was, so this whole idea that I in any way misrepresented them is completely false, and somewhere deep down Skitty knows that.
But the Gerudo are warriors, why would they wear casual clothing? I mean, I guess an argument could be made, like, once they've, like, I don't know, at that point in time where they become like an epicenter of trade, like as a more casual dress, right? For trade, I can imagine that, right? But if this is meant to be like this is what they're like when they're going around with their swords and stuff, yeah, I can kind of see the point. But again, you're getting into the argumentation of if it's practical or not, where I would have said the reverse where I've said the reverse in the instance of like, sorry, how do I word this? They said that obviously it wouldn't be very practical in the desert because of all the metal, right? But again, at the end of the day, it's a fantasy motif. It doesn't really matter about the realism of it. It's not like, I don't know, what's it? I swear there was a YouTube comedy series or animation comedy where it's just like, POV or like this show if it was realistic or something like that. And it's like meant to be taking everything literally and applying real world physics to stuff.
Thank you, Abyssal.
Thank you very much, Bomberman, for the $2 Grandma yen. Why can't I get a girlfriend?
Because you keep paying yen $2.
Yeah, I don't know. Go talk to people, Lamau.
Bro, I have a fiance. If I can get one, you guys can get one. Jesus Christ.
True. Bissell Gray says the Gerudo design they redesigned ass Gerudos aren't inspired by any one culture, but by multiple cultures. Also, the Gerudo are also referenced as female pirates. Right.
Hence, like I said, the sabers. Their swords look like like the buccaneer sabers.
Right.
That pirates would use.
Sassy Lady says, the design looks fine to me, but they could have added more jewelry to it or something to relate back to the lore of the Gerudo. Yeah. Again, I don't really have like an issue with like a redesign. Like if people want to make like this is my reimagining of something, I think that's fine to do.
It's just
I don't
boring.
have an issue with it. But yeah.
That's my only problem. It's just boring. Like the Gerudo's actual design, discounting the sexualization of and all that shit, is cool. The swords are fucking cool. The movement is flashy and cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Their design their design and their style. Their motif is cool.
Yeah, it's the rule of cool. Rule of cool, basically, yeah. Fuck. Thank you very much, Bomberman, for the $2 US. Dude, I'm not good at talking to people. Lock in. Go to like a D&D session. I don't fucking know. Go play cards with people. Go be a nerd. That's how I got my, how I got my res, okay? Lamau. But thank you very much, guys, for all the donations. I very much appreciate it, everybody. And for that, you get some marshmallows. Enjoy. Enjoy the lovely marshmallows as I take a sip of my monster. Yummers.
Thank you, guys. I love this stick.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I said I love the stick.
You do. Also, Ivy, please entertain the people. I will be right back.
So I feel like I should clarify. Just when I was saying, that I don't like that design, it was just, like I said, it just felt boring. It needed more to tie back, not even tie back to the original Garuda. It just needed more. It was just visually bland. Also agreed, Snow Wolf, or Shown Wolf, whatever. I also like women. I guess anyone... Okay, actually, real talk. Anyone excited for the new Path of Exile update that's coming out today? That shit looks fucking fantastic. They are making... It's the original, not 2. And they're making all the gems gray gems. So now anything can be slotted with anything. So you could just make fucking ridiculous combos. It looks fucking fantastic. And there's already shit that I'm like thinking about that's just like, this is going to be broken. Fuck. I mean, the only other thing I've been doing recently, like, I can ask you about games and I can ask you guys about cats, because the other thing I've been doing is going to the oh my god, English is just failing me. I guess it is 11 o'clock. Going to the cat shelter. So if you guys want cats, let me know. I can post them in the Discord. Nubby, what are you talking about? I know you're a hardcore gamer, bro. That's why you hang out in the Ace space. Obviously, we're all the hardcore gamers. Oh, dude, there's a cat cafe near me that I want to go to, but at the same time, I also work at a fucking cat shelter, and one of the places that we, ironically, one of the places that we have our cats at is a dog bakery. So,
And I'm back. Just like that, like magic. And what are you guys talking about?
Cats. I was like, the only things I could talk about are video games and cats, and then someone said they went to a cat shelter or a cat cafe, and I got really excited.
Yeah, I'd love to go to one of those one day. Sounds like a nice time. No, I'd probably just be like tempted to grab one of the cats and then run out the door, to be honest. Dude, I love Pinker's cats. Pinker's cats are like
They're so
evil.
cute.
They're so cute. I love them.
Literally, babies. I think our entire chat is just sending pictures and videos of cats.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because of all the ones I see at the fucking shelter. Okay, back to the video.
Back to the video.
Just want to pretend like they're a victim of defamation while simultaneously pushing for redesigns that quite literally retcon the most fundamental traits of the Gerudo as a people group. You cannot advocate for sweeping redesigns and rewrites of video game characters, then pretend as though you are not retconning them. And you especially cannot claim that I am misrepresenting you simply by pointing that fact out.
Safe,
Skitty did call the current depiction of the Gerudo racist after all. What else was I supposed to interpret from that statement other than that they wanted to change the Gerudo? So when Skitty tried to slander me by claiming that I misrepresented them, not only was this blatantly untrue, but as I pointed out in their replies, I'd actually offered to talk things out privately with Skitty when they seemed upset by the video. This is when they leaked that DM and mocked my attempts at making peace, which proved to me that what Skitty wanted wasn't for us to come to an understanding or to even simply agree to disagree, but rather to harass me for clicks. As a result, I decided to take on a strategy of staying silent in the hopes that Skitty would—
Yeah, Skitty just wanted to turn this guy into a personal lolcow, and then it just turned like around while putting the egg on their face. It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Eventually tire themselves out. That never happened, unfortunately. For the next 3 weeks, every move I made online, be it on Twitter or even my own goddamn YouTube channel, was being monitored and immediately made fun of by Skitty and their orbiters. I would heart comments on my own video that I thought made great points or were generally supportive, and then Skitty would screenshot them and go after both those fans and myself. One such supporter was even another fellow Zelda tuber, who I warned to delete his supportive comment before Skitty's mods could screenshot it, to which one of them, a man called Boobly, mockingly replied, "Too late." This harassment was malicious and targeted, not just towards me, but to any fans of mine who expressed even the slightest bit of support in my favor, with Boobly being at the forefront of most of this harassment. Which should be no surprise, given that Skitty explicitly gave him permission to harass me at the very end of their video.
Oh, except for Boobly. He's allowed to do whatever he wants.
Speaking of which, another big line was crossed around this time, because harassing me and my fans on both YouTube and Twitter apparently wasn't enough for Skitty, so they sent Boobly to infiltrate my Discord server under a false account called Andrew, a fact that Boobly has now admitted to publicly. One of the first things he did was try to falsely claim that I sexualized an underage Zelda character, which I and others on the server pointed out was ridiculous because that character in question, Riju, is an adult. He even tries to claim—
well, again, this is the thing that comes into contention here. There's not an actual, like stated, time skip. Oh, sorry. Let me clarify. There is a time skip, but there's not an actual date on the issue. Now, I understand that Octo is under the impression that there was, a 7 to, 8-year time skip. But that's not, confirmed.
Why are you dying on Lolly Hill?
So, again, I understand he thinks that the character is X age, whatever, making them of age with the thing. I still, even with that in mind, right? I don't think he should have used fucking cropped porn in his video. I think that was a really dumb idea, really moronic. I don't see the point. I don't really see the humor in it. I don't get it. I don't get why he needs to do that.
He's probably a Seth fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I just
You know who Seth Zetches? He used to do that shit all the time in his videos. He would do,
I don't know.
And it was, mind you, this was back in early 2000. This was back in early YouTube where shit you could get away with it. So,
yeah, I think that's my primary criticism when it comes to stuff that he's included in his video.
Yeah, I agree.
But again, I don't think he's
not the place
some
for
weird
it.
lolicon or anything. PNGs are bugging. Yeah, so when I stream for too long, OBS seems to bug out with the whole Fujitech stuff. But it eventually will correct itself. You guys are just gonna have to soldier for it.
You get to stare at the misgender box, don't worry.
A specific age for Riju, 15, which should be ridiculous to anyone who's actually played these games, because that would mean there's only a 3-year time skip between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And that's ridiculous given the fact that a brand new, roughly 6-year-old child named Madison is walking around Terrytown, and she wasn't even conceived in Breath of the Wild. Boobly also decided to screenshot some of Skitty's concurrent Twitter harassment against me and upload it onto the server in order to cause chaos. And it was at this point that I became suspicious of his real identity, confronted him on it, and then banned him from the server. But in the short time he was there, he caused a bunch of drama and belittled so many of my community members, which was a horrible experience for everyone involved. I've since been forced to make the server patron only.
Sorry, what was that fucking message? I wouldn't worry about that part too much. I promise you that the things you have done will follow you. Bro, that's really weird.
Members, which was a horrible experience for everyone involved.
Wow, no, that's actually just like,
server patron only.
That's vague threats.
Yeah. Over Zelda drama, by the way.
In order to avoid any future attempts by Skitty or Boobly to infiltrate it again, which has been rather saddening because I really love that server and was always excited to see new fans join it. But I can't do that anymore because of Skitty and their mods. So, okay, that clearly crosses a line. But was that the full extent of things? Well, no, because even after Boobly was banned from my server, harassment continued on Twitter both from Skitty and their inner circle. Another colorful character who appeared during this time was a user called Walta Wide, who is by far the most unhinged of all of Skitty's orbiters, which I suppose makes sense given that he is actually Skitty's ex-boyfriend. Yeah, ex. I don't know why he's still simping this hard, but then again, he doesn't seem to be a particularly mentally stable individual.
I swear some of these people think that woke activists are trying to actually reach into the past and change the game they played when they were a kid and take their childhood away from them. My guy, we just want the next one to be better. Okay, but why does that mean that we have to do that to the Gerudo instead making something new that appeals to a vague notion? I don't even know what this is referencing.
So it's probably not his fault. One crash out of his happened on March 23rd, where he decided to claim that I have a rape fetish, and that I said in my Wind Waker video that the story doesn't make sense.
I just sat down. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that?
Pirates would rape Tetra. Now,
what the fuck? I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men whilst out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her?
My Wind Waker video that the story doesn't make sense because the pirates would rape Tetra. Now, to everyone who has watched my Wind Waker video, I know you're probably confused as hell at hearing this because at no point do those words ever leave my mouth. So I demanded that Walta Wide elaborate on this claim, to which he quoted this part of my video. If anything, I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman managed to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her? Now, you might have noticed while listening to that clip that the rape part is completely absent, which I pointed out to Walta, to which he responded with, what does she need protection from? Let's think about that one, guys. Game show time!
I'm so excited.
Pop quiz! What do pirate captains like Tetra need to fear most from their own crews? Is it A, scurvy, B, rum, C, rape, or D, mutiny?
Rape. It's gonna be the rape.
Congratulations! If you answered mutiny, you were right. If you answered scurvy or rum, please rewatch the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie so you can catch up with the rest of us. And if you somehow managed to answer rape, then you're a demented fucking freak and you should take your goddamn meds. Obviously, mutiny is what pirate captains need to look out for should he or she ever lose the confidence of their crew, which is what I was talking about in this section of my Wind Waker video. Yet Skitty's demented ex-boyfriend and part-time channel
Check DMs, Yan. Hold on. Well, I know my stream told me to lower the bitrate, but the notification went away. Oh my god. It's the... Oh my god! Hold on. Can I, like, show this? Will it let me, like, pull this up on a tab? Okay, wait, hold on. Look at this. Okay, I will add this as an emote, okay?
That's so cute.
Guys, once the stream ends, I will add this as an emote to the Discord and also to the memberships. So if you guys want this emote, you can get a membership today. Look at this, the yen bonking stick. That's so cool. No,
also, who does your bunnies?
Who does my bunnies? Dot.
Yes. Dot's not in this chat, damn it.
Dot does the Dot's done the recent ones. Nabi was the original creator. Okay. Evil.
I made a joke saying mine would just be, because I'm Ivy, mine would just be a fucking Chia pet cat.
Fair enough. Let me close that.
Chia.
That's so awesome. Thank you very much, Nabi.
Contributor decided to accuse me of projecting a fetish onto the game with absolutely no supporting evidence. And this marks a very strange pattern of behavior for both Skitty and their orbiters. The constant, baseless accusations of sexual misconduct that they levy against people they hate. One of the weirder claims Skitty tried to make in the Gerudo video was that I was projecting a fetish onto the Gerudo when I claimed that they captured men for reproductive purposes. The problem with this claim is that ample evidence in the game itself points to this possibility. The fact that the Gerudo need men from other races to reproduce is core to their lore, since they are a race exclusively comprised of women. They capture men who wander into Gerudo Valley and hold them in cells for what other purpose exactly? Skitty tries to claim that they did this because the Carpenters trespassed, but besides the fact that such a reason is never stated, that doesn't explain why they're being held indefinitely. If they wandered too far into Gerudo lands and were unwanted, they would either be killed or turned away. Why bring them back to your fortress and keep them housed and fed if you don't want them to be there in the first place? There's no due process or judges to worry about, nor do these Carpenters have any important confidential or strategic information to extract, so why not just send them on their way or kill them if they resist? The logical theory then, and one that is actually extremely common if you look up this topic on Zelda forums, is that they're keeping these men captured to force them to be their mates, which has historical precedence in the opposite direction in the real world. Everyone is familiar with the story of the Sabine women, and that was unfortunately a reality that all pre-modern societies used to live with. It's far from ridiculous to assume—
Yeah, that's a fair point, Warlord. Oh, there goes my voice. You could ransom them back if you had them captured. Yeah, I think you can definitely make an argument for that. Again, I think we are getting into a bit of like, what is the reason? Oh my god, my voice. This is like, it is kind of getting into theorizey territory. So yeah, I do understand. I do stand this, why this is kind of got a bit of pushback in this regard to his video. But again, right, I mean, he's making some reasonable points into why this could be a possibility. But yeah, fair enough.
Assume that an Amazon—
Just side thing. I'd like to point out in that post that's on the top of the screen, specifically it says they are a race. They are their own race of people.
Racism. It's I mean, it's E-rated game. Yeah, true.
No,
true.
My point was.
Yeah, I know.
She
I know.
said they were
different.
reading.
I was reading Pinker's thing.
Oh, my bad.
Bonk.
and tribes short on men would do the same thing, but in the opposite direction. Historians are not rape fetishists simply because we point out obvious historical facts like women weren't treated well in pre-modern societies, and Skitty being ignorant of these facts isn't my fault. And besides, if acknowledging the possibility of an implied sex crime being committed in a piece of media makes you a rape fetishist, then you're going to have to turn that energy back onto Boobly too, because he seems to think that Jabba the Hutt raped Princess Leia. Yeah, that's right, Boobly.
What the fuck? What exactly do you think the word slave means in this context? It's not prisoner Leia. What labor do you think is being performed when she is bound and dressed like that? Bruh.
You're not the only one who can look through Twitter replies. Should've scrubbed that shit, buddy. Of course, none of this stops Skitty's drones from constantly defaming me with all sorts of false labels. A racist, a creep, and even a pedophile, which is as baseless an accusation as it is disgusting to simply claim out of nowhere. Skitty has made no attempts to curb, discourage, or disavow this behavior in any way, and it continued for weeks after the video was uploaded. Until one day, on April 2nd, Skitty decided to reach out to me via Twitter DMs with the following message. Hi Octo, sorry to not get back to you. I haven't really felt like there was anything I needed to say to you directly, but I did want to run something by you. I and a few of my friends have some strong feelings on your Wind Waker video, and I was thinking of reacting to it on stream. In the case of the Gerudo video, I admit that communicating more directly would have been a better way of handling that situation, at least interpersonally. So this time, I figured it would only be right of me to ensure in advance that you are okay with me doing that. If not, I will respect that. I imagine you wouldn't be against it just on principle, but I do want—
Wait, did I get raided? Did I not notice?
Probably Beckett? Hi, Q.
Am I losing my mind? I'm going insane. Okay. Nothing's come up on YouTube for me. But hi, guys. Hi.
Want your express permission to rip into your work this time around, especially since that video is in no way related to me. Now, keep in mind, everything I just talked about, the video with all those nasty claims about me, the incessant online harassment and name-calling, the infiltration of my Discord server at Skitty's command, all that happened in the weeks leading up to this message. And there's two important things I think this sudden request to criticize even more of my work reveals about Skitty's state of mind at this point in time. One, that they were still obsessively thinking about me extending—
K-Huck did raid. I didn't get the notification. Welcoming K-Huck raiders. Some of us just wandered over from K-Hucks. Oh, okay. K-Huck had a members only stream. Oh, okay. I have some remnants of the K-Huckers. Okay, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Evil stuff.
Well into my work outside of just the Gerudo video, and we're doing so even
Right.
after having spent 4 months making a video centered entirely around me, and 2, that they seem to have no sense of perspective over the severity of their own actions. Because in what universe would I allow a person who sent their fucking moderator into my Discord server to make up disgusting allegations against me to ever review my work? But regardless of
Right.
the circumstances, I was actually pleasantly surprised to see Skitty admit that they had made a mistake, and that made me hopeful. Maybe this person was finally willing to put down the pitchfork and get their fans to cool it with personal attacks. So I responded with this. Thanks for reaching out to me, Skitty. While I appreciate your request for permission, I don't think I can grant my blessing to a React video without addressing a few key issues between us. I think you were completely in your right to make a response video to my Gerudo essay, and I even expected the possibility, but I have an issue with how personal the video seemed to get, especially in the last 15 minutes. The claims you made about my assumed sexual fetishes and political leanings were not only inaccurate, but in the case of the first issue, also felt violating. My fear is that in any future React content, you would make similar uncalled for personal comments about me, and that makes me uncomfortable. If you would like to talk out our personal differences, I'm more than willing to do that. I don't think it's impossible for us to still come to a mutual understanding and to make things right by each other. I certainly don't believe I'm blameless in all this, so you're free to give me your grievances as well. And if all goes well and we can forgive each other, then I can see myself happy to have you react to my videos in the future. But under current circumstances, I don't believe I'm comfortable with the prospect, nor do I believe our communities will interact with each other peacefully. So respectfully, I cannot give you my express permission to react to my videos. I think this was about the most generous response anyone in my position could have given. To decline the React video under the current circumstances, but to still be willing to talk things over and even admit some faults. The faults I'm referring to, by the way, is in me having made my original Gerudo video without reaching out to Skitty first, which a few of my Discord members kindly pointed out could have possibly hurt Skitty's feelings. Of course, I also want to make it clear right now that in no universe do I believe that Skitty's response to this perceived slight was proportional, especially given that I explicitly shielded Skitty from any harassment in my own video. But 2 wrongs don't make a right, so I meant it when I said that I had some fault to play in things souring between us. Skitty agreed to talk, and on April 6th, we had our secret discussion. What's important about this conversation was that an understanding was reached between us, and while I apologize for my part in having hurt Skitty's feelings by making a video involving some of their tweets without talking to them first, Skitty promised to draft up a retraction of the personal claims against my character, which they would then pin in the comments section. In turn, I wrote my own message which encouraged people not to harass Skitty on my behalf, and a sense of peace and understanding was finally reached between us. Now, reading Skitty's retraction back today, it does seem to skirt around a lot of the specific issues I had with their video.
Let's see. Hi everyone, thank you so much for all the love and support in this video. It's so exciting to watch it grow over the past few weeks. I want to clarify that while this video gets personal at times, I ascribe particular motivations to Octo throughout. It is ultimately just the impression of him that I got from his video and his other online behavior. I think many people can identify the archetypal Gamergate era reactionary by certain phrases, behaviors, and other tendencies. And while I do think it's important to push back against that rhetoric, I don't think Octo is a bad person. And it is very disappointing to see so many people flocking to his video to leave hate comments, especially after I asked repeatedly for people to leave him alone. While his video contains moments that I consider to be tasteless, or racially insensitive, I do not think Octo reviews the person is a creep or a racist. The drama portion of this video is more of a framing device than anything else, and I would rather see people engaging with the topic of Orientalism than seeing them dogpile someone who made a video I thought wasn't very good. Okay, buddy. What about addressing the weird people that you send to his Discords? Oh, excuse me. To his Discord server. Oh my god, my voice. To his Discord server. I kept getting like that feeling in your throat where it just goes, awful, 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 awful. Thank you very much, Metalman, for the $5 US. It's hard to take this seriously when their avatars are Skitty and an Octorok. So true. It's like the most SEC like little avatars ever. It's great, right? It's evil.
But as little as an apology as it may have been, I was just happy to see Skitty finally getting their followers to stop constantly harassing me. Now, you might notice if you click on our respective videos today that while my pinned comment asking for peace within my
Yeah, again with the doublespeak, the impression from the video I got was that he's racist, but I don't think he's racist. Yeah. Insane.
Community is still posted, Skitty's is notably absent. That should tell you everything you need to know about how sincere Skitty was actually being here. I mean, keep in mind, this comment didn't even actually retract any parts of the video. It was literally just a message for their followers not to go after me. Why would Skitty take down such an innocuous comment unless they now want to encourage their fans to harass me?
Ooh.
Now, in all fairness to Skitty, after we had our conversation, they did leave me alone for a while, and the result was a marked decrease in the harassment and brigading my channel received in the first few weeks after Skitty's video was published. So I was quite at peace during this time period. Unfortunately, our truce came crashing down on June 4th, when Skitty unprivated their Twitter account specifically to go after me again. What for? Because I dared to have an opinion on the redesign for Laufey in the new God of War game. Yes, it's the exact same thing as the Gerudo video all over again. Basically, Octo has an opinion on a character design equals personal attack towards unrelated YouTuber skittybitty. In fact, Skitty seemed to take such exception with this comment, in a random thread that they were not a part of at all, that they decided to break our truce over it and quote retweet me, saying, how is he not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? Now, you might have noticed that this isn't an argument. It's the literary equivalent of a school teacher making a nasty face to indicate that a child said a no-no word. So I tried to engage with them on this topic, but that went nowhere because Skitty just decided to call me misogynistic for not thinking a fictional woman twice my age is attractive, which is definitely a statement. I thought this interaction was weird, but I didn't realize how hostile it was meant to be towards me until a little while later when I saw a follow-up tweet of theirs, which reads, unprivating just to say, imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth just to have your fuck-ass son grow up to call women hags online and throw a temper tantrum over the mere presence of an attractive female protagonist who doesn't look like she's 20. So, first of all, this is rich coming from a person who spent 4 months of their life writing a 56-minute temper tantrum over attractive female characters in a Zelda game, but I digress. Second, I did not call anyone a hag in this tweet. In fact, I don't think I've ever unironically called a woman a hag in my entire life, but we've already established by this point that Skitty doesn't really care to represent me accurately, so that's to be expected. What wasn't expected was the insult to my mother, which is concerning because now Skitty is bringing my family into things, which indicates a big escalation in hostilities. I should also note that there are a few veiled death threats in the replies to this tweet, which read, I brought you into this world and now I'm going to take you out, and there's still time for a late abortion. To date, Skitty has not hidden these comments or reprimanded the individuals who made them, which tells me that this is exactly the kind of sentiment they want to stir up in their community against me. This is actually a good moment to talk about a really worrying trend I've seen both from Skitty and their community at large. Threats of violence or a glorification of violent acts committed by others, which is partly why I've become increasingly fearful of Skitty's obsession over me in recent weeks. One of the earliest examples of this behavior that I noticed was when skittybitty retweeted individuals who were justifying the assassination of Charlie Kirk on September 10th of last year.
Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Interesting territory.
And as I was editing this video, Skitty decided to double down by also joining in on the joke and making fun of Charlie Kirk's assassination. But a much grosser and more direct example, which I only discovered recently, was during a drama Skitty had with a much larger YouTuber called Synthetic Man. To my understanding, Skitty actually has a habit of picking fights with other creators.
Oh god, not Synthetic Man.
But Synthetic Man was different because of the sheer size of his channel. So when he swung back at them, Skitty was forced to private everything from that time and pretend the whole thing never happened.
That's insane. Wait,
you are not about. This is not. He is not about to defend Synthetic Man, is he?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh no.
But one infamous clip remains in circulation because after all, the internet is forever. And here's what Skitty had to say about this person that they were arguing against.
I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by at this time.
What the fuck?
This guy gets the wall.
For those of you who are ESL or don't understand the meaning of these euphemisms, putting someone in a camp refers to sending people to re-education camps in communist regimes, while getting the wall is a common tanky communist phrase referring to the execution of political prisoners or dissidents. In other words, this is a direct death threat towards another content creator, and one who was in my exact position of targeted harassment by the same individual in the past. And in the middle of editing this video, I received another disturbing message. One of Skitty's followers, who has replied to me in the past with a picture of Charlie Kirk's empty chair, decided to escalate things by DMing me an edited screenshot of Charlie Kirk's bleeding corpse from his assassination video, which I obviously can't show on YouTube without blurring out the image. And this is part of why Skitty's rhetoric is so worrying to me. I didn't even
insane, bro.
Watch Charlie Kirk, but the way certain far-left radicals justified and moralized his assassination made me realize that these people would probably want my conservative family members dead too, simply for holding his same milquetoast conservative opinions. And now that Skitty has spent the last 4 months trying to falsely paint me not just—
I'm gonna give it a very hot take. I'm gonna give an extremely, extremely hot take. Okay? I do not care that Charlie Kirk has passed away, but I think you can also, like, in the sense that I do not value him as, like, a person and his beliefs and the kind of rhetoric that he was spitting, I'm not gonna, like, lose sleep over it. But, I can understand at the same point that this is a human being and people will care that another human being has died. Yes. Yes, I think that's a fair reaction to have. Like, I understand, and we can have both. King J says, I would like to know what Synthetic Man said to Synthetic Man said to Skitty to reply to that. I mean, I know Skitty has problems, but come on, we all know Synthetic Man ain't the best theater. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm kind of with the chat on this one. This Charlie Kirk defense, saying he had milquetoast takes, is fucking insane.
Yeah, that is quite mad.
He was very far. He was okay. Far right might be a little harsh, but nah, he was pretty far right.
I have empathy for Charlie's kids, and that's it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I have less empathy for his wife. I have about as much empathy for his wife as she seems to have for his corpse.
Yeah, like again, like at the end of the day, I think we can understand. I think we can all kind of sit here and be like, okay, this person did suck, right? They had like horrific political beliefs and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, someone did die. That person did have kids. That person did have a wife, as much as you may think, right? Like about a person, those people were effective, and sympathy can go out to those people, or empathy, sorry, can go out to those people, right?
Like, see, Q. When I think of far right, I think of like accelerationist nationalists, and I wouldn't have put him on that far of a level, so that's why I didn't want to say far right.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was trying to temper my language a little bit because I know what certain people can take it.
Oh, you're fine. Also, yeah, I know. Also like address King J. Yeah, that's fair. I would have liked to have known what synthetic man to prompt that.
Yes.
Yeah, I would be very interested to see if this is kind of like a tit for tat type of thing. But I don't think I'll be able to find that. Because I think they say in the video, doesn't Skitty delete this? I would be very interested to see what he actually said. Because again, I don't know much about like synthetic man, but I've heard some I've heard he has got quite the reputation. But yeah.
Agreed, Abyssal.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
you don't have to pause.
Milquetoast conservative opinions. And now that Skitty has spent the last 4 months trying to falsely paint me not just as a conservative, but as some radical fascist, it's given a permission structure to their carefully curated fan base of fellow radicals to believe that I should be killed. And I would be surprised if Skitty doesn't feel similarly, given that this kind of sentiment around political violence is something they have supported in the recent past, both against political figures and another content creator. You might be wondering at this point, why is Skitty so comfortable with this sort of violent language? The answer is simple. It's because Skitty is a political radical who, for whatever reason, has decided that I am an ideological enemy they must destroy. Now, Skitty being a far-left culture war communist isn't a newsflash. They have been very open about their beliefs, especially if you follow them on Twitter. The problem is that Skitty has decided that in order to justify their own hatred of me, I can't just be a guy who disagrees with them on ZELDA. Rather, I have to be a guy who fundamentally disagrees with them on everything, including politics, despite my channel being completely apolitical before this point. That's why their Gerudo video painted me not just as a person who disagreed with them on a singular topic, but rather as a full-blown racist. All because I simply do not believe the Gerudo constitute an example of harmful stereotypes. Because for Skitty, everything about their enemies is taken to an extreme. Every person they have a disagreement with has to be a creepy, ultra-religious nutjob who hates women. But nothing about me fits that description, so that forces Skitty to obsessively stalk my every move online in order to prove to themselves and their audience that I am everything they think I am. Oh, octorok reposted a joke tweet from a guy with an edgy username that he later took down once I was pointed.
Again, I keep saying it for like a good portion of this stream, but the insanity of this, right? That this is like all stemmed from like fucking ZELDA drama, okay? The fact it's gone to this extent, that we can't just talk about the media, but now we need to make personal attacks on someone outside of the media, it's kind of really weird, to be honest. It's really weird to try and do that, to try and like reinforce your like argument. I don't know, man.
Sorry, I'm laughing at something else.
Fair enough. We're probably just gonna watch this video tonight, and then I'm probably next stream, the first thing we do is watch like the final few videos, because I'm getting really tired, and I'm not gonna lie, chat, I feel kind of sick at the moment. It's why I keep on having to It's why I keep on having to ask Ivy to like take over for a few seconds. Because I am kind of dying, okay? So I'm gonna get through this. And then I'm probably gonna like raid you guys out, okay guys?
Out to him. Guess that's the same as me advocating for the murder of other people. Yeah, who's really the radical here? Not that our political opinion should even matter, by the way, because I don't think people should be receiving death threats simply for holding different beliefs. And that goes for me just as much as it goes for Skitty or anyone else. And this behavior has only escalated in recent weeks. Aside from Skitty going back to obsessively posting about me, even after I blocked their account, they've also become far more delusional and paranoid. On June 14th, for example, I reposted a thread where someone said that Tears of the Kingdom is better than Breath of the Wild in order to rage bait my audience. But Skitty seemed to think I did it specifically to spite them, so they screenshotted my post and tried to sick their followers on me again. What was disturbing to me about this post in particular was the reply under it, which reads, "Screenshot courtesy of Boobly, by the way. Thank you for keeping me abreast of this guy's weird antics." So here's Skitty admitting that they've tasked their moderator Boobly with stalking my Twitter for the sole purpose of screenshotting all my posts so that they can tweet about me every time I say anything they don't like. This is obsessive behavior. Keep in mind that by this point, Skitty has already spent 4 months of their life making a video about me, brought in several well-known bread tubers and a random Egyptian woman to give it legitimacy, then spent the next month harassing me and my community members on Twitter, then sent one of their mods into my Discord server to cause trouble, until finally reaching out for a truce only to completely backstab me out of nowhere because I had an opinion about a character design that they didn't like, I guess? Like I said, absolutely obsessed. And I'm not the only one who's noticed. Multiple followers of Skitty's across their recent posts have expressed concern over how fixated they seem to be towards me. Most of these people don't even like me. These are Skitty's fans telling them that they seem overly obsessed with me in a way that's unhealthy. And I couldn't agree with them more. The weirdest part has been seeing Skitty try to defend this behavior of theirs by making up claims that I have been the one goading them into responding to me. Here's their comment in reply to someone telling them to move on from me. "If someone made multiple videos trying to get your attention and subtweeted about you constantly, despite having your contact information and knowing he could reach out to you privately if he wanted, I would be fully supportive of putting that person on blast." First, I just want to say, why would I talk to you? Like, no, actually, like, why would I reach out to you and talk to you at this point? You've already backstabbed me once, why would I ever do that again? I don't want to interact with you, Skitty. I've made that very clear on multiple occasions. So why is the onus on me to reach out to you when you're mad at me? Also, I'm sure that my usual viewers are just as confused about parts of the sentence as I am, because what fucking videos of mine is Skitty even talking about? The only video I've made that had anything to do with Skitty even tangentially, with the sole exception of the video you're watching currently, was the In Defense of the Gerudo video. That's it. No other video I've ever made before or since has had any relation to Skitty. And even during the Gerudo video, I made a dedicated effort to keep Skitty out of the discussion by only addressing their arguments without ever bringing up their identity, which I did explicitly to avoid sending harassment their way. Are there
oh shit. Fuck, everything's breaking. Sorry,
additional
guys.
Skitty videos I have made that I am somehow not aware of? Is Skitty just lying to their audience, hoping they won't check out my channel and see if what they're saying is true or not? Or are they perhaps so deluded? So
You're good. Good night, Yen. You have a wonderful night. Good night, chat. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining me.
I hope you feel better, ma'am.
Thank you. Bro. Now I need to make Discord work so I can actually close it. God damn it. I'm gonna press play and then fight Discord.
So obsessed, so paranoid, that they somehow think one of my normal videos was actually about them the whole time. Like if by reviewing Final Fantasy, I was really trying to say that Chaos is an allegory for Skitty, with the Fiends being their orbiters, constantly harassing me in a never-ending time loop. Okay, actually that kind of does work as an allegory for the situation, but obviously I'm being facetious. There are no multiple videos that were made to get Skitty's attention, which doesn't even make sense, because if I for some reason wanted Skitty to harass me, then why the fuck did I try to make peace with them in the first place? Why did I block them after they suddenly came back and started?
Well, it's pretty obvious, right? They just want to try and turn this guy into a lol cow for some reason, or a personal cow for something to try and, like, milk for content, when that's just, like, clearly not gonna happen. Like, they just look insane by the end of everything.
Harassing me again. It's me who has the track record of trying to calm things down since day fucking one of this stupid drama, not Skitty. As for subtweeting, again, my retweet of this guy's post saying Tears of the Kingdom is better than Breath of the Wild was meant to be rage bait for my followers. In case Skitty forgot, I am a Zelda tuber. I talk about Zelda games online as a profession. It's quite the privilege. Just because you made one good video about Tears of the Kingdom doesn't mean that every discussion of the game for time immemorial is about you. Besides, you've engaged in the exact same rage bait in the past. It's a completely normal joke for a content creator to make. Keep in mind too that Skitty has been tweeting some really nasty stuff about me this last month in particular, like trying to claim that I praised a short animation's writing only because it, quote, had a little girl in it, which is obviously code for I'm trying to call this guy a pedophile without getting sued for defamation. I don't respond on Twitter.
Oh, I've seen that animation, by the way. I've seen that animation. All it is, right? Again, AI. Boo. Okay. But the only thing in the animation is this little girl, right? Going up to, like standing next to, like, this wise wizard character, right? And it's, like, them just being like, the old man goes, like, you need more time to train. And she's like, nah, I've got this. Oh, I've got this, and then, like, runs into the cave, and then gets attacked by, like, dragon fire breath. That's it. That's all it is. That's all the animation is.
To petty attempts to...
They want to milk octorok for content, because more content means more money. They may have thought Octo was an infant money glitch. True.
rile me up like this because they're simply not based in reality. It's a gross and pathetic attempt at trying to force a response out of me. So I'm adding this next section in post because since getting deep into the editing process, something big happened. On Saturday, July 11th, Skitty once again posted about me out of nowhere, except this time, they decided to escalate things. They deceptively edited a screenshot of a reply I made to a rock solid tweet to cut out the date and context, and posted it in a quote retweet to a very unpopular post he made on a certain gross hypothetical meant to demonstrate Christian morality or something. I don't know what he was thinking with this one, honestly, don't ask. But the point is that I didn't reply to this post because I hadn't even seen it. The reply of mine that Skitty actually posted was from a completely different tweet on June.
Wow, okay, that's actually just like editing shit. What the fuck? Hold on.
He was thinking with this one, honestly, don't ask. But the point is that I didn't reply to this post because I hadn't even seen it. The reply of mine that Skitty actually...
Hold on, sorry guys, I'm like losing my mind a bit. So they edited it out to make it look like he's like quote retweeting this? When he's replying to something entirely different? Bro.
Solid tweet to cut out the date and context, and posted it in a quote retweet to a very unpopular post he made on a certain gross hypothetical meant to demonstrate Christian morality or something. I don't know what he was thinking with this one, honestly, don't ask. But the point is that I didn't reply to this post because I hadn't even seen it. The reply of mine that Skitty actually posted was from a completely different tweet on June 18th. So I called him out on this lie, and somehow this led to a weekend-spanning crash out where Skitty kept backtracking to more lies, I dispelled them, ratioed them a bunch of times because I somehow got picked up by the algorithm, and this eventually forced Skitty into a corner where I confronted them on their support for political violence, and Skitty's response was to double, triple, and quadruple down on it.
Hold on. This is so awesome, I'm printing it out and putting it on the fridge.
Additionally, when Skitty tried to pull out the old "you're a racist" card on me, I decided to press them on the racist statements they had made towards white people in the past, which led to Skitty getting even more racist.
That's crazy, that's literally faking a tweet. Yeah, exactly.
And saying shit like, by the way, there's no such thing as the white race, so there's nothing wrong with calls to destroy it. And every time
Bro, okay.
someone posts this as a gotcha, it gets
oh, look, it's Kinoflex.
Funnier. Like, yes, girl, destroy the white race. And don't forget my favorite. I wonder if Octo feels insecure about the fact that we're going to spare him in the white genocide. So what's the takeaway here? Well, remember how I talked about projection earlier? Every baseless accusation with someone like Skitty is an admission of guilt. They talk with all this bravado. Oh, I'm turning octorok reviews into my own personal lolcow. Meanwhile, they're getting clowned on by the entire internet and being forced to go private because their disgusting worldview is so vitriolic and unpopular. I'm out here touching grass and living my life, they say, all while posting 20+ tweets in a single day. And I think with that in mind, it's easy to conclude that when Skitty responded to my Gerudo video by calling me racist, that's because it is them, in reality, who is the racist. Because they seem to think that hating white people, belittling their history and identity, and jokingly calling for their genocide is okay. The entire point of critical theory, which Skitty has publicly declared they support, is to subvert and destroy Western academia, history, and culture, all in the aim of remaking the world anew in a Marxist fashion. It is an inherently revolutionary, radical, and dangerous worldview. The left...
Marxism? I don't know, man. Marxism on its own being a radical thing. I remember seeing this, I believe. Me and Himbleton went over this part, at least. I do remember some parts of that stream. I do remember this coming up. I don't know if you can really say that Marxism is a radical world political alignment. I know there's a variation on the general thing of Marxism. But yeah. God, the cope on Skitties is insane. The comments are almost praising them. We'll see.
Wing equivalent of Nazism.
Wait, which comments? Sorry. Are you talking about like the ones there in the replies on the tweets?
And while for a long time I didn't want to think that skittybitty genuinely believes in this stuff,
sorry,
I'm afraid that after
I am losing my mind a little bit. It's 4 AM and I'm sick.
All they've said and all the ways they've attacked
I can feel it coming on. I can feel it coming on.
My racial identity, combined with the desire to subvert and supplant stories that portray Westerners in any positive light, I now have to believe that they just legitimately hate white people and want their societies destroyed. For what reason, I cannot possibly say. That's a radical political position to hold, but I think that Skitty has made themselves abundantly clear that they do in fact believe this. And we all know that if I said even half the same rhetoric about any other ethnic group on the planet, I would rightfully be deplatformed and driven off the internet. So let's call this behavior out exactly for what it is. Racism. Skitty is a racist, and
I don't support the harassment towards this guy, but God, I find him deeply unpleasant. I mean, that's fine. You can have like an opinion on a guy, and I think that's a fair standard to, or like stance to have, Warlord. Like, I think that's a fair thing to do, right? Like, I would not want to send harassment to people who I talk about's way, right? I don't want people to go out and harass skittybitty, right? Like, I know I've been saying it a lot less in my content and my streams, right? Because that kind of, like, just goes without saying at this point. Oh man, Psy, I had them block. I had I had blocked that name from my memory. Wait, Psy came up? Ready?
society's destroyed. For what reason, I cannot possibly say. That's a radical political position to hold, but I think that Skitty has made themselves abundantly clear that they do in fact believe this. And we all know that if I said even half the same rhetoric about any other ethnic group on the planet, I would rightfully be deplatformed and driven off the internet. So let's call this behavior out exactly for what it is. Racism. Skitty is a racist, and they're trying to deflect from their own hatred of white people by trying to claim that it is I, in fact, who am the racist. Against whom? I don't know, but some group of people apparently. But the craziest development to come out of this Twitter fight and its
you're reading Ivy. Got it.
fallout was something I never would have expected. A fellow YouTuber called Harmful Opinions apparently saw my internet slap fight with skittybitty and decided to check us out. And after a few minutes of scrolling through Skitty's replies, he came to a similar conclusion that I did and assumed Skitty was projecting their insecurities onto me. So he took a quick peek inside of Skitty's Discord server and made a discovery that I'm sure will forever kill this person's credibility. They made a post calling for their entire Discord server to report my Twitter account to try and get me banned. Yes, you heard that right. Famous YouTuber skittybitty organized off-platform harassment against me, which is explicitly against YouTube's terms of service. I'll be honest with all of you. I've known about this since March. It's been a gut feeling. I know.
I'm sorry, Ivy. I'm kidnapping Dot. Sorry. Okay? I've kidnapped them for thumbnail purposes, okay? Sorry.
AstroTurf video when I see one, and I know what an organized harassment campaign versus a spontaneous one looks like. But I had no way to prove this, beyond little crumbs like a Skitty fan infiltrating my server while saying that Skitty had sent them there, and the fact that so many large breadtubers all joined in on promoting and amplifying a video that really should have just been a stupid internet slap fight between two literal who's. But now we know the truth, and Skitty's apology after the fact only attempted to downplay the significance of this finding by saying, oh well, octorok didn't get his account banned, so it's alright, before later admitting in their own Discord that they did in fact want that to happen to me.
Which is absolutely insane, by the way.
In other words, Skitty isn't sorry that they organized a mass false reporting campaign against me. They're sorry that they got caught trying to do it. An additional finding of Harmful Opinions was that Skitty server apparently has tags for alleged minors. And I say alleged because there's no way to positively ID who is or isn't a minor. So technically anyone could just lie about their age and get into the category. Not only is this highly dangerous as it essentially acts as a lightning rod for potential predators, but it also means that Skitty was trying to recruit literal children into their internet war against me. And I don't know about you, but I'd say that's highly unethical, especially when you read what Skitty said to justify this behavior. That I associate with, in their own words, Nazi pedophiles, and therefore should be deplatformed. So let's dissect this statement. Obviously, I object to this idea that I am or associate with Nazi pedophiles, because obviously no one I interact with on Twitter, to my knowledge, is a pedophile or a Nazi. Now, that's not to say that some of my mutuals don't post out-of-pocket shit I don't agree with sometimes, but I refuse to be follow-policed in this way when I continued being friendly with Skitty for a long time despite all the racist and violent political rhetoric they spouted. I make friends from across the political aisle on YouTube and Twitter both, and not everything they say represents my own values. That being said, I think this framing of Skitty's reveals something rather sinister, because in my opinion, I don't think Skitty actually—
Like, shocker guys, right? You would never would have believed this, right? But I have friends who are more right-leaning than me. Oh my god. You never would have believed that, would you?
He genuinely believes that I'm a Nazi pedophile. Again, I think this is all just projection and a way to frame me so that their audience of crazies will threaten me into silence. So let's assume I'm right. That means that Skitty knowingly lied to their audience, including minors, in order to recruit them into a harassment campaign against a creator who they knew was innocent of these allegations, but whom they wanted to deplatform anyway simply because I was starting to get the public on my side. That is highly unethical and manipulative, and I don't think that someone like that should be a role model for children. Teaching kids to harass and defame people you don't like on the internet is bad under any circumstance. Full stop. But let's take Skitty's words at face value for a moment and assume they really do believe—
Is it fair to say that I don't, sorry. Is it fair to say I don't like either, I dislike them for different reasons? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can dislike someone. You don't need like sometimes you don't even need particularly like a solid founded moral reason. You can just dislike someone. But yeah, evil.
Believe what they're saying here. That means that Skitty knowingly sent children to go fight an internet flame war for them against Nazi pedophiles. In what fucking universe is that even remotely okay? If I were a parent to one of these kids, I would be pissed. I would go full Karen on Skitty's ass and report the server for endangering minors. Because what the fuck do you mean you're trying to recruit my child to fight in an internet flame war against pedophile Nazis? Does that make any sense whatsoever? So to recap, the very same person who has been calling me a racist creep for the last 4 months turned out to be themselves a raving racist who tags minors in their Discord server and sends them to fight internet flame wars against alleged child predators. Like I said earlier, pure projection. The point I want to make here is this. Skitty is not a trustworthy person. They leaked our DMs back on March 14th. They revealed privileged details about our private conversation on June 24th. They recruited 2 former members of my Discord server to feed them information about me behind my back, which is how Skitty learned I was part Native American in the first place. And then the moment I call them out for being a racist piece of shit towards me, suddenly they're the victim. Never mind the fact that this person and their friends have repeatedly called me spineless for not engaging with Skitty in the past. But now, when I suddenly fight back and start winning, it's them who's the victim. It's like when you almost kill a bandit in Skyrim and they shout, I yield, and in the moment you let them get back up, they say, never should have come here, and attack again. So all of this is to say, do not let this person's crocodile tears convince you that they actually feel—
Yeah, they're just a cry bully at the end of the day, guys. That's literally it. That's basically what we've learned about Skitty's character. They are literally just, you know, a cry bully. Do people just pointing at each other and declaring racist? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
victimized. Because if they really felt like I was a bully, they wouldn't have called me their personal lolcow. Does that sound like a victim to you? Of course not. Someone who says something like that is clearly the aggressor. And just because a bully gets punched back doesn't mean they weren't a bully to begin with. I think my fundamental mistake when first dealing with Skitty was to view them as a fellow rational person who actually wanted to debate ideas and arrive at some semblance of the truth. That was the impression I got of them from their Tears of the Kingdom video. But I now know that to Skitty, words are just tools they use to deceive good-natured people. And the moment you realize that, every contradictory lie, baseless accusation, and racist contempt they have for positively portrayed Western culture starts to make a lot of sense. Remember, if Skitty is willing to spend 8 months of their life trying to cancel me specifically, a guy who has gone out of his way to respect their pronouns and welcome fans from all across the political
Good night, Ian. Go to bed. You sound like you're dying. I'm trying, man. We're gonna get through this.
Then they'll do it to you too. It's just a matter of whether or not you ever say anything to get you caught in their crosshairs. Alright, post-edit notes over. Back to the core video. Skitty cannot simultaneously be obsessively thinking about me every day for the last half a year, then claim that I am in any way at fault for their obsessions. It's gross and bizarre that they're even trying to justify this behavior. The only difference between Skitty and a normal, overly obsessed former fan is the size and makeup of their audience. And that's been the main problem, because when someone with such a far reach sticks their loyal fans of radical, violent nuts onto someone else based on nothing but half-truths and flat-out lies, combined with a personal vendetta born of some strange combination of spite and delusion, it creates a permission structure for freaks like these to threaten myself and my audience. And the longer it goes on, the greater the danger becomes that even just one of these deluded individuals will take Skitty's words seriously and try to drag this conflict into my real life. And that's a reality I do not want to live with. All I want is for the very same thing that I have requested since day one of this stupid fucking drama, for Skitty to call off their attack dogs and to finally leave me and my community in peace. The decision to make this video was not one I took lightly. In a perfect world, I would have liked to stay completely silent and simply continue to make my videos regardless of what was being said about me. But nearly 8 months have gone by since Skitty first decided to make a video on me. A video that would go on to spread all sorts of disgusting lies about me personally, rather than simply sticking to the debate topic at hand. And in that time, both myself and my community have faced constant harassment, threats, and pathetic attempts to completely destroy my channel. Skitty went out of their way to harass one of my sponsors in February. That goes well beyond a mere spat or disagreement over video game characters, which, at the end of the day, is all my Gerudo video was really about. I never called anyone a racist, I never called anyone a creep, I never even mentioned Skitty's name once. A sustained cancellation campaign is not a proportional response to a simple internet disagreement. And now, because of all this, I have to start worrying about how much farther things might escalate. Skitty has already proven that they have an unhealthy obsession with me. If I'm being honest, I don't think they saw our discussion in April the same way that I did. I thought it was us burying the hatchet and finally coming to a mutual understanding. Skitty, I now believe, saw it as an act of submission. They seemed to be under the false impression that I was agreeing to shut up and never have a controversial opinion on any video game ever again, which is why they got so upset over me expressing negative sentiment about games like God of War Laufey. But I never agreed to have my opinions policed by amateur drama tuber skittybitty or anyone else for that matter. So all that was left for me to do at this point was to finally strike back. The irony is that Skitty has been trying to goad me into crashing out at them for months while simultaneously calling me spineless for not doing so. But now that I'm making a video exposing their weird behavior, I just know they're gonna cry victim and call me all the ists and phobics they can find in the dictionary. I don't give a fuck. My mistake in April when I talked to Skitty was in believing that they were a rational individual who genuinely felt remorse for what they said about me. But after learning as much as I have about them, I know that isn't true anymore. Why would I ever value the opinion of someone who has such a disgusting disdain for human life simply based on political disagreements? Why would I ever care to gain the approval of someone that's sick in the head? But on the off chance that I'm wrong about you, Skitty, and you have any ounce of integrity or capacity for self-reflection left, then you'll call off your attack dogs, stop constantly harassing my fans, and finally finish that Breath of the Wild video you're already a year behind on. Because this is only the least extreme option I have to deal with your constant harassment and defamation. Escalate things further, and I will meet you with equal force. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm sorry that this video was a bit of a Debbie Downer. Believe me, I hated making it more than you can imagine. But I'm tired of seeing this person trying to tear down the wonderful community we built over the last 5 years, and I'm willing to fight for it with all I got. If that means exposing Skitty's radicalism and obsessive behavior towards me in order to shame them into stopping, then that's exactly what I'll have to do. If you want to support me in this endeavor, the best thing you can do is simply to share this video and make sure it gets seen by as many people as possible. That will be the quickest way to ensure the truth about this person is put out there for others to see. The least helpful thing you can do is harass Skitty or their community directly. That means no brigading, no sending threats through DMs. Basically, everything that was done to me, don't do that to them. Retribution will only make things worse for me, so please do not carry out any harassment in my name. Until next time, I've been Octorok Reviews, and have yourselves a very nice day.
I think that was a good video. I think that was a pretty clear-cut, like, decisive way of addressing the situation, given the circumstances. We do have other stuff with this topic, but I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm so tired. My eyes are burning. I feel like I'm gonna be sick again. So I'm gonna wrap stuff up really quickly. But yeah, guys, I appreciate all you guys who've actually shown up. Don't go anywhere. I will try and read you guys out. But yeah, I will talk more next stream. I do apologize. I would have liked to have taken a moment to like sit and chat with you guys. I'm sorry that the energy was a bit lower near the end of the stream, but I really couldn't do anything about it. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna raid you guys over into Himbleton, okay? Okay, guys? But yeah. Yes, I'll drink water. Yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna have some food as well. But yeah, I want to do a gaming stream at some point soon. I need to find where my USB port extension lead is. I kind of want to think about playing maybe some Power World or maybe doing some Dead by Daylight. I only just started Power World today. It's okay so far. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, next stream we're gonna cover the rest of this situation. We're gonna look at Noah's apology video. We're gonna look at Birdman. And then we might look at some new Courtney Pete stuff. That's actually interesting. Okay, guys? But yeah. Tell Himpleton that I sent you okay, and I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your evening. I want to say thank you to all you guys who have donated. And yeah, for some reason, it's not letting me in my stream. God damn it. Fuck. Okay, bye-bye, guys. Please work. Oh, no. Shit. Guys, it's fucked up. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I'm fixing it, I'm fixing it. Just pretend that, like, we're magically teleporting, okay? If you want to, just preemptively go over to Himpleton's stream if you're already subscribed. God damn it, man. I need to get a new laptop. I'm so sorry. Come on now. Please work. I'm such a pro streamer, guys. Oh my god. Okay. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye. 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 Bye.